Co robisz, chcesz mieć pewność, że to ta jedyna. Kilka razy sprawdziłeś, ile wentylatorów, jaki airflow czy grafika wejdzie. Dobra wiadomość jest taka, że w obudowie ARX 700 ARGB są 4 wentylatory, także w środku będzie naprawdę zimno. I złożysz ją też z przyjemnością. Także swoją starą obudowę możesz... Człowieku, co ty robisz? A, no ładnie, ładnie. W każdym razie nie wyrzucaj starej obudowy. Znajdziemy dla niej inne zastosowanie.
Come in. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Apologize for the stream going down and then going back up. But we have returned with the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle number 2 with now the playoffs. We just spent the last 5 hours going over the group stage. The group stage has concluded, and now we're here ready to determine who will be this halves or this event's champion, the best player in all of Poland. We're here to crown that players. We're diving into our first playoff match, and sporting in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our Polish Protoss player, the purple Polish Protoss representing Platinum Esports. It is Rudzin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the yellow Zerg player representing Aftermath Esports. It is Snockstar. Here we go. Whew. Again, we are diving into this, and again, the playoffs have already begun. I believe Laser already took down Papi 2-0, so a big win for Laser. My condolences to Papi, but again, he just could not. He was unable to hold his own against a Laser in that rematch from House Open Cups from a couple of weeks ago. And now we're here to determine who advances on into the upper bracket quarterfinals. Now, as a reminder, no one is going to be eliminated yet. No one is yet to be eliminated. We do have all the players still in this event, as there is a lower bracket to fall back on. There's a bit of a safety net here for all the players, thankfully. So all players will still have a fighting chance, but again, you still want to stay in that upper half of the bracket for as long as you can. For as long as possible, as if we do have a standard opener from Snockstar. Oh my god, he's crazy. Oh, I mean, I say that it is still going to be a faster gas, so we do have a gas first here from Snockstar. Gas production or gas mining is going to be prioritized here from our Zerg player, getting into our follow-up, getting into, again, just a relatively standard build here. Nothing too crazy, no earlier pool or anything like that. Nothing too early, so we did prioritize mining that gas just for faster link speed. Back at home to see Rodzin getting into his own gate expand into Cybercore as well. Now, Rodzin did shake things up earlier. Again, we did cast Rodzin in the group stage, and we were able to bear witness to how Rodzin tried to approach a Laser earlier. Did have some crazy builds up his sleeve. But against Snockstar, I'm curious how that'll work out. Again, Snockstar is typically a very aggressive Zerg player. Link speed is on the way, but we do pull out a gas. But he's very aggressive, very high octane as well. Not typically known for his macro. But maybe with Snockstar joining a new team, maybe that's soon about to change. Maybe that is about to change instead. For now, again, we do have our standard opener. It's going to be a Stargate follow-up here for Rodzin. Stargate into Oracles, I imagine. We did see a Void Ray opener from Rodzin in the earlier series versus a Laser, but we'll see how we kind of ease our way into this series. I imagine it's going to be a much more standard opener instead. And there it is. It's going to be Oracle first. Oracle first here from Rodzin. We have our gate set up as well. Likewise, Snogstar just going for a standard third base timing, so far everything's looking quite normal, and I'm a little bit shocked. I'm a little bit surprised. Again, Snogstar is known for being hyper-aggressive and cheesy, but here in game 1 at least, against Rodzin, we see a much more standard setup. By calming things down, again, maybe Snogstar is looking to turn a new leaf. Is looking to approach this in a different way. Leagues, they move out across the map. They do get a surround. Oh, they try to at least. Nice movement out of Rodzin, but the probe falls. So does the Adept. A nice delay here on the expansion. At the same time, Oracle moves out across the map. We're going to be threatening the mineral line here of Snogstar. Do dive in. Barely not getting the drone kill. As the Oracle does rotate around. So far, solid defense out of Snogstar. Oracle dipping in, then backing up. Likewise, we do see Rodzin able to finally expand. It was a much later third base here for Rodzin, but now on the way. Now is in production. As Snogstar so far has done a great job at holding on and keeping up with the Oracles. But now we have a second. Now with 2 Oracles, we can one-shot workers. We can pose a greater threat here to the mineral line. And we do manage to get a worker kill. Oh my god, almost catching some transferring drones. Thankfully, we do get away in time. Thankfully, we do manage to get away. And from here, Snogstar is maintaining his economy, getting up to 3 bases, working towards a lair follow-up. And I've yet to really see too much of an investment. Okay, there we go. +1 range is on the way, so it looks like we are committing into Roach play. Now, this can go into Hydras thereafter, so Roach into Hydra into Lurker tech. Okay, we'll see if Snogstar does head in that direction. As it gets eyes on the third base, confirms the Stalkers, the army, Blink and +1 are on the way. Rodzin taking a very standard approach here, and he looks like he will force a cancel. Just barely. Does force a cancel on that hatchery. The wall is thrown down. So far, the Oracle's not quite able to break through. Did delay the 4th at least. Rodzin will soon be active with those Blink Stalkers. For now, just maneuvering around with these Oracles. Not quite committing, dipping in between the bases, going for the natural, and just relying on Revelations. And we spoke about it earlier, because of +1 range, it does usually lead into Hydras and Lurkers. Speaking of, there's that Hydra Den, which is confirmed by the Oracles. They confirm the Hydra Den. We'll keep an eye out for an infestation pit. The pit would lead into Hive Tech and into Lurkers. But now just Roach Hydra. Rodzin is building up back at home, mining through these minerals, looking to expand the left-hand side. Likewise, thankfully, Snogstar is knocking down these rocks, also gaining access to that left-hand base. These rocks are being knocked down. Rodzin moving out across the map with his Blink Stalkers. +1 is about to finish up. And there's very little support for these Roaches. Chance Fuser on point, but Roaches are getting knocked down one after the other. And Roaches are falling. And Rodzin is gaining so much value here, breaking through the defensive line again. This is why rushing into Roach Hydra can be a risky thing to do, as we don't have any Lings. With no Lings, there's no support for these Roaches. And Rodzin, it looks like he might just snowball out of control. Queens are going down. Boys are being pulled. We have to. But here come more Stalkers. Behind this, Rodzin is expanding, taking a 4th base. Working on +2. And there are barely any Roaches left. Now only Hydras do remain. It's going to be enough to barely force back the army. But this push has already been worth it. It's already been insane. Forcing back the army once again. You can see another wave of reinforcements coming in. Rodzin does push forward. The concave is solid. Snogstar holding on. As the Hydra army gets larger, I mean, there's quite a lot of DPS available here. Oof. Would you pick off a couple more of those Stalkers? Rodzin, meanwhile, going for a bit of a backstab. Headed for the natural. Quick reaction out of Snogstar. Oh my god. Impressive. Bappy. Does react in time. Hydras are amassing. I'm a little bit concerned though, because sure we have Hydras, that's great and all, but we don't have an infestation mood, we don't have a lurker den, it's just Roach Hydra. No further attack. As Rodzen is keeping up, if not exceeding the economy of Snogstar. And working towards Sky Toss. That I was not expecting. That is a little bit risky here. I was expecting, you know, maybe faster Storm or into Colossus, but no, we're rushing into Sky Toss instead. So we do have to be careful here, as Storm is going to be on the way. Storm is in production behind the main base. Charge on the way as well. Rocks are being knocked down. Snogstar making his way towards the fresh mining base of Rodzen. Oh, the stasis! Up! Up! Oh, pretty good. Catches Roaches and Hydras. But Rodzen's out of position. Looking to come in from behind. We're trying to set up a surround. But we are getting damage done. 6 probes already falling. We do get on top of the base. And here comes Rodzen. Again, a little bit out of position, and does take quite some time to get here. The stasis trap is about to run out. And Rodzen getting caught between 2 armies here. Or between the army and the reinforcements. Is being forced back, but he does save his base. Not bad. The base is still up and running. Storm is done. Oh, not bad. A decent storm on the Hydras. And we have 2 storms left. Ooh, and we're forced to throw them down. High Templar are targeted still because they come in from behind, but again, just a really awkward angle for Rodzen. Yeah, this surround is not working out. We're bleeding out too many Stalkers. Nah, this is not the fight to take, and Snogstar, it looks like he's breaking through. He's snowballing out of control. Taking down so many Stalkers. The base will fall. 14 probes as well. And Snogstar is bleeding out a lot of Hydras, but he's done enough. He has done enough, forcing the recall. Catching 3 more Stalkers in the retreat. Rodzen is in trouble. Rodzen in a lot of trouble right now. Rocks are being knocked down. For now, we're just calming things down, getting into infestors. The infestation bit is done, the lair is done, but no hive. So just the infestation bit for infestors. Which means against Skytools, we can even throw down some microbial shrouds. That is going to be an option. As Rodzen goes for a bit of a desperation move, but the fungal locks down the Stalkers. The Stalkers are locked down. Remember, recall is on cooldown as well. Rough losses here for Rodzen. And back at home, what do we have to defend? We have a carrier, we have a couple of storms. Microbial shot gets thrown down. GG gets called. It's just too much. And Snogstar will take game number 1. GG. Solid game there from Snogstar. Again, there were opportunities for Rodzen, but and he was doing quite well with his first push. Like, his initial Stalker aggression was doing very well and very nicely. But then Rodzen was caught in a really awkward position, and I say awkward, he was caught out of position. He was caught out of position. He was out on the map as we saw Snogstar pushing towards the 4th, and then Rodzen was stuck behind the army, in between the army and reinforcements. He was trying to defend and trying to hold on to that base. Because of his position, he could not make use of his High Templar too well. He couldn't make use of shield batteries or overcharge. It was just a really awkward fight for Rodzen, and he bled out far too much there. That was a really opportunistic fight for Snogstar. And with that, GG. Snogstar takes the first game and is 1 game away from advancing on into the upper bracket quarterfinals. Sorry, upper bracket semifinals even. Oh boy. We are getting there. Again, the winner of this series goes up against the winner of Geralt and Aristry. I believe all those matches are currently underway. Also, I do apologize. Earlier, we were talking about how I was looking forward to maybe casting Christiana versus Trifax, but I believe Christiana was playing in he was playing in WTL. He's playing in World Team League. So because of that, we have chosen different series to dive into, and we might be able to catch some Christiana later on down the line. But we're diving on in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River. We have our Polish Protoss player, the Purple Protoss, representing Platinum Esports. It is Rodzin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, oh, going for a 12 pool, let's go! We have our yellow Zerg player representing Aftermath Esports. It is Snogstar. Now this is the Zerg player I know and love, because it's not just a 12 pool, we have a drone skirting around the edge of the map, looking to sneak in and looking to throw down a proxy hatchery. Okay, so it's going to be a 12 pool proxy hatch out of Snogstar. He's just biding his time. Spawning pool is about to finish, and the drone will soon make its move. Now, thankfully, Rodzin is going for a probe scout. Does dip in, does confirm that the hatchery is nowhere to be found, and that the spawning pool is done. Does confirm the timing as well, what's going on. Here comes the wall, but here comes the drone to deny the wall off. The drone is here. Oh, the gateway has been thrown down. Snogstar, he has enough money for that hatchery, but Last just was unable to throw it down, and probe gets forced back. Taking a lot of hits. We fully wall off. The goal here was to deny the wall off. You see more lings flooding across the map. Hatchery now thrown down. Ideally, this hatchery would have been to deny this wall, but alas, we didn't quite get it. Regardless, lings are on the way. Their goal here is to knock down these walls, to knock down these gateways. Zella forced to spawn in on the other side. Cybercore taking a lot of hits. And without that Cybercore, we can't morph in any Adepts or Stalkers. Gateway is cancelled, and we have to turn back around. We have to try to save that Cybercore. Cybercore getting low. Second Zealot has arrived. Oh, we almost get this around. But this is a better position for Rodzin. Yeah, he cleans up the lings. It's not the fight. The boys have been pulled. Let's go. The boys have been pulled. We zone away the Zealots and we go straight for the pylon. It's going to be close. The Adept is on the way, but the pylon goes down. We depower those gateways. The Zealot gets surrounded. They're falling one after the other. Lings once again going for the other pylon. And this is never going to spawn in. That's a kill, not a cancel. Gateways are denied, and now we're pushing into the main base. We have a backup gateway on the way. Shield batteries in production. And the boys are being pulled. Shield battery's done. That's huge. Shield battery is done. We're going for the Nexus. Trying to force the army out of position. Probes are going to be going down. Good drilling, though, out of Rodzin. Very nice drilling. Honestly, we could even go for the gateway. We could just go for the gateway for now. Going for the probes. Ooh. They're stuck. A brutal position. Yeah, Lings, they get a good surround here on these workers. We do force the overcharge. Two more shield batteries as well. Shield batteries are up and running. Getting another probe. Now going for the gateway. Oh, that's still the Nexus. Okay, fair enough. Nexus getting a little bit low. And you can see the drones coming back home to try to mine to sustain ourselves. Adept is on the way. That's going to be a big moment here for Rodzin. That Adept, it's about to spawn in. It's about to pop out. As we bleed out another probe. The shield battery will fall. Shield battery does go down, but the Adept pops in. And we have the shield batteries to sustain ourselves. Rodzin, he's holding. Rodzin is able to hold on. We're going to pick off this Cybercore. Oh, no! We commit to the shade! That was not the play! Up! But looks like we will barely slip away. Whew. The Adept will escape. I can't say the same for the Cybercore. As another Adept is in production, Cybercore will go down. But we're going to have two Adepts. Back at home, we're droning. Like, Snogstar did not do enough damage. Rodzin still has a lead. Still up in workers. Rebuilding that Cybercore. Ooh, it's going to be a cancel on the pylon. We have an Adept moving out. Snogstar is in trouble. Thankfully, we have a Queen to defend, but we can still manage to get some worker kills. Snogstar needs more drones. We do slip in. Oh, getting a drone. Do manage to get a worker. And we do manage to barely shade away as well. Yeah, now Rodzin, he's expanding. Cybercore's on. Stargate is on the way. We have to give the edge to Rodzin. Like, he just has a better economy. He has better tech. This 12 pool had to kill. It had to end the game, and it didn't. And as a result, Rodzin looking to take a lead and looking to tie up the series. The pressure is now on Snogstar, and there's no aggression. There's nothing here. We're expanding. We're droning. There's no link speed. Not yet. There's nothing to really threaten Rodzin. Not anymore. And we should be able to settle into this. We should be able to settle in. Just going to be droning up. Taking our natural. It's going to take a little bit for this to really kick off. Just because of the game state and because Rodzin lost so much. It's going to take a while. But once we do get everything going, once we get our natural base up and running, then Rodzin can start to snowball. Back at home, we have one queen to defend. Spore is now on the way. Going for an extractor trick. As Snogstar is supply blocked. Oof. Now is not the time. And it's going to be a Void Ray opener. I like this. The Void Ray can shut down all these overlords, can maintain map control, delay the third. The natural isn't even up and running. It was Oracle first into the Void Ray. Going for the Revelation. Gets eyes on the main, confirms no lair, no second gas. And we can even go for the drones. One queen is not enough. Get one up. Second drone as well. Oracle does back off. The Void Ray has arrived. So what can Snogstar do from here? I think the best chance for Snogstar is a 2-base all-in. Speaking of, yeah, Baliness. Yep. So the best chance here is to cut workers at maybe around 35. Maybe just under 2-base saturation. And just go for a Bane Bus. Just go for a Ling Bane Bus. Oh, but we scout the Baling Nest. Rodzin, he sees everything, and hopefully he identifies the threat of that Baling Nest. Hopefully he's aware. We do have a sentry already. Force fields are going to be key in the defense. They're going to be so good, as there's no answer to force fields. As Adepts, they shade into the main base. Oh, good position here for the Adepts. Reducing that service area. But so far, no economic damage. They do shade into the natural. Drones are now going down. Oof. Yeah, 4 drone kills. That is brutal, considering we have such a low economy to begin with. And it's all or nothing. It is all or nothing at this point. Bailings are welding in, but this is too soon. The Bailings, they don't break in. GG gets called, and Rodzin takes game number 2. GG. GG, well played. Rodzin will tap the series 1-1, and we are going to the ace match. Let's go. And with that, so we're getting ready for our next game here for the ace match. Again, it was so close. It was so close what Snogstar was whipping out there. Again, he was doing so much damage. He broke into the main, but arguably, I didn't really like that he was focusing on the Nexus, if you remember. He put a lot of damage on that initial Nexus. Whereas that could have been on the gateway. That could have been on the gateway. Instead, the gateway was more exposed. If the gateway had fallen, no Adept, right? As soon as the Adept spawned in, as soon as it popped out, that was kind of game. Like that was the defense secured for Rodzin with that first Adept. And that is something that we did have to deny. And with that, we're going to game 3. We're going all the way to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have our purple Protoss player from the land of Poland representing Platinum Esports. It is Rodzin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Zerg player, the yellow Zerg, representing Aftermath Esports, being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Snogstar. Rodzen immediately going for that third base for the gold, mining through these minerals, and looking to deny any fast gold. We saw this between Rodzen and a laser, and Rodzen was able to shut this down. We can see that Snogstar is not that spicy. Going for the natural, not going for the gold, so Rodzen preemptively trying to shut down something that isn't really happening. He's going to be checking, will confirm that there is no mined minerals, there is no gold, and will back off. Again, this is meant to be a blind counter to the gold base, and we've seen this work. We've seen this otherwise fall in its face. Snogstar just going for a standard opener instead. Hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of Snogstar. Meanwhile, the probe is dipping in. Does check the natural. Does head into the main. And again, from here, we're going to be entering a more standard game. There's no early gas, no early pool. We're calming things down. Likewise, Rodzen back at home should be opening up Stargate as well. Now, we have seen Rodzen spice things up, especially on this map. We saw Mass Oracle out of Rodzen against a laser. So we'll keep an eye on him. Likewise, we'll keep an eye on Snogstar as well. All-ins aren't too effective on this map. Again, the third base is quite defendable because of the ramp, because of the high ground. Likewise, because of this Zelnaga, it is easier to scout these big all-ins and these big move-outs. So Rodzen should be feeling a little more secure as we go for our Stargate. It is going to be the initial Stargate opener from Rodzen. As we are looking to expand, likewise back across the map. Third hatchery has been thrown down. Snogstar just droning, taking a third. Nothing crazy. Pulling out, rushing into banelings. Not rushing into roaches. The game will calm down. The calming down. And from here, this should just be a triple Oracle into a third. Oracle's on the way, not a Void Ray opener. Should be working towards that third base. Again, some of the big features of this map is the defendable third and fourth. The fourth base as well is quite secure. It's further back. It's harder to push into. We could try to rush into the gold, but that is a bit of a riskier maneuver here. I don't know if either player is willing to do that. Is willing to embrace the gold quite yet. As the probe is sent out, and we are going for the third. Meanwhile, the Oracle moves out across the map. Does hit the main. There's a Spore and a Queen in position. Only the one Queen, but it is enough to deter the Oracle. Rotates towards the third. Two Queens in position. And the third base is safe and sound. The Oracle unable to break in. And Snogstar, interesting, going for an earlier Roach Warren. That is a 4-minute Roach Warren timing from Snogstar. Very early. You typically don't need a Roach Warren this early on if you're up against a Stargate opener. This is a prime time for like a Glaive Adept defense, but we can see that there's no aggression, and Snogstar knows that. He sees the Oracles. He does confirm the tech. Forge into Twilight Council should be +1 and blink. So maybe Snogstar just being overly safe. Just being overly secure here means that he won't be able to get too much done with these roaches. Especially as he's droning and working towards a lair. Just could be droning up. Queen's getting in position. Yeah, zoning away those oracles. Expanding, looking to take a fourth. So far, Snogstar does hold on. And Rodzen going for a big gateway explosion. Interesting. So this is going to be a 6-gate setup. We have yet to take gases. If you remember in Rodzen's series against a laser, we were able to, sorry, no, it's laser. Earlier in game 1, we saw Rodzen achieve a lot of damage with his initial Blink Stalkers. It was on Crimson Court, if you recall. He was able to do quite a bit with it. And I believe it was an 8-gate variation out of Rodzen. For now, only 6 gateways. We're still building up. Still building up towards that. Hydrogen has been thrown down, so this looks like the same build actually that we saw in Crimson Court from Rodzen. Just going Roach into Hydra. Not rushing into Hives. No Hive, no Lurker Den. Oracles do hit the 4th. Getting a lot of damage, but there's just too much progression on this base. The Queens will defend it. And we can see here that Rodzen did go up to 6 gates, but did not throw down additional gateways. It's expanding instead. So still very macro-oriented. Does have a lot of Stalkers, but it looks like the goal here is to try to deny this 4th. And we are pushing out. 2 more gates now on the way, but we delay these gateways in favor of the 4th. So not too aggressive. As Rodzen is pushing in. Looking to knock down that hatchery. Oh. Does manage to catch a couple of roaches, but the Hydras are here to support. And this should be a cleaner defense compared to what we saw in Crimson Court, where Rodzen did an amazing amount of damage against Snogstar, but this time, again, we have more support for the Hydras. The push is later. And Snogstar is maintaining himself. Does hold with that 4th. Yes, we even bleed out Snogstar. Oh, God! This Stasis doesn't quite connect. Oh, nicely done there by Snogstar. Baits out the Stasis trap. Did spot it with that Overseer. Was aware. We do see Rodzen being forced back. We have the high ground, we have the concave. And we just maintain this position. Rodzen working towards his charge. No additional gateways, sorry, no additional gases yet. Working towards charge, working towards storm. And Snogstar looking quite comfortable. Getting into what he wants. What does he want? Roach Hydra. A really old school composition here. Like, usually at this level of play, when players go into Hydras like this, they should be working towards a fast Hive into Lurkers. That's not the case here. That's not the case for Snogstar. Much more old school composition. And we saw this work out in game 1. I'm still on the fence. I'm still not in love with this. Things worked out very well for Snogstar because of his fight that he took on Crimson Court, where he was able to get a surround. But here in these head-on fights, he can't really be too aggressive. He can't really push through. Rotates over towards the 3rd. Storm finishing up in 1 second. Overcharges, helping show us the Storm. Up, up. Not yet. Hydras do split, but a good Storm here on the Hydras. Oh my God, we sit in the Storm. Yeah, massive connection. This Roach Hydra army is going to crumble. At the same time, Snogstar, he dives into the mineral lines. Gets into the natural bust into the main, but the main army should fall. Yeah, Rodzen completely shuts down the main force. But we're getting damage done. Probes are falling, both in the main and in the natural. 26 probe kills. Did I say 26? I meant to say 30, 31, 32, 33. At the same time, we're rallying reinforcements towards the 4th. We're going to be able to hold on, though. Snogstar overextending, but he does get 39 probe kills, an insane amount of damage. Very nicely done here by Snogstar. It did cost him a lot of his army, but was worth it in the end. And now you can see here we're amassing a second wave, a second force of Roach Hydra. Still no tech. Personally, I would like this a lot more if we did have a Hive and a Lurker Den on the way. Like, we would just outscale Rodzen. Because we're staying on Roach Hydra, Rodzen still has a chance with Storms. If we can get some good Storm connections, then Rodzen can take a fight. It's going to be a big if, though. Hydra starts stepping forward and does get the Archon. Stalker's going down. Rodzen thankfully has the 4th. Like, because of these cannons and shield batteries, the 4th base is able to sustain Rodzin. Does maintain himself. Reprobing, resaturating his natural and his main. Still in the works. Zealot Rabbi gets shut down. They're able to keep up. So let's do hit the 4th base. At the same time, oh, Snogstar maybe bleeding out a little bit too much here. We can aggressively blink. We can and we will. Hydras and Roaches being chased down. And again, there's just no further tech here. Like, Snogstar has the money for it as well. We have gas. We have gas to spare. Goal base on the way. But Snogstar, he's just trying to brute force his way through this. Trying to brute force Roach Hydra. We'll see if it works. I mean, Rodzin is out of position. True. He is out of position. We dive on the 4th base. We focus down the cannons. We focus down the shield battery. Get into the mineral line. At the same time, Rodzin coming in from behind. He will clean this up, but we are getting some economic damage done. Getting 7, 8 probe kills. Getting up to 12. Not bad, but these are expensive trades. On the one hand, yes, we got 12 workers. Like, yes, Snogstar, he's up in economy, but he's also trading worse. Like, he's just trading inefficiently. Now we get the Lurker Den. It's finally on the way, but it's quite late. And now we see Rodzin with a lot of momentum. Yeah, and Rodzin, he's looking to take this. He's looking to counterattack. And there's barely anything to stop him. Snogstar threw away so much in that counterattack. He threw away so much in that push. Massive storm. GG gets called. There is nothing left. And Rodzin takes the series 2-1, advancing on to the upper semifinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Rodzin as he does weather the storm. Again, this style from Snogstar, I'm not in love with it. It worked in game 1, but it only worked because Rodzin overextended. Here, with Rodzin being a lot more careful, Snogstar just gets outscaled. He just, even despite killing 39 probes, he killed 39 workers. Still wasn't enough. You're still stuck with Roach Hydra. You're still stuck with just a subpar army that just doesn't scale well into the mid game or into late game or even into the mid game, to be honest. And Rodzin just overwhelms in the end. GG. GG, well played. We had a Lurker Den in production towards the end, but it was just far too little, far too late. And Snogstar is knocked down to the lower bracket. With that, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to catch up on the bracket yourselves. We have results coming in. Rodzin takes down Snogstar. Geralt takes down Aristery. And we have our first upper bracket semifinals match ready for us. It's going to be Geralt versus Rodzin. Now, I'm still uncertain if we're going to be... Okay, yep. Yeah, we have confirmation. Geralt versus Rodzin is going to be coming up next. It makes sense. We're going to be following them into their next series. I believe Trifax versus Christiana will be played off-stream. I believe they're going to be played off-stream at the same time. And once we wrap up with Geralt versus Rodzin, we'll be jumping into a laser versus either Trifax or Christiana afterwards. So first one semifinals, then the other. So it is going to be a PvP. Hope you've been enjoying all the PvZs, but we have avoided the mirror match the entire cast. It's been like, what, 6-7 hours? Yeah. It's been, yeah, around like 6 hours here, and again, we've been avoiding the PvPs and the ZVZs, but we could only avoid those mirror matchups for so long, as we are going to be diving into that PvP after a short break. Otherwise, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. Hope you've all had a great time here tonight so far. It's going to take a moment for our players to get ready and for Geralt to set up on the stage. We'll take a moment. Until then, I guess, yeah, we're going to be going on that short break. When we return, we're going to have a PvP ready for you, followed by a laser versus his next opponent as well. Again, the playoffs are getting underway. And we'll be back soon after the short break.
4 wentylatory, także w środku będzie naprawdę zimno. I złożysz ją też z przyjemnością. Także swoją starą obudowę możesz... Człowieku, co ty robisz? A, no ładnie, ładnie. W każdym razie nie wyrzucaj starej obudowy. Znajdziemy dla niej inne zastosowanie.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended delay and the extended break, but we've returned. We're back in the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle number 2, powered by Enderphy, and we're here in the playoffs. Again, we spent the last, 5 hours going over the group stage. Group stage has concluded, and now we have entered the playoff bracket. We just wrapped up with our first match of the playoffs. We just wrapped up with our previous ZVP in Snogstar versus Rodzin, and now we're following Rodzin into the semifinals, into our next upper semifinals, into our PvP, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our Polish Protoss player, the purple Polish Protoss representing Platinum Esports. It is Rodzin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the other Polish Protoss player, the blue Polish Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. Bienvenidos, everyone. Bienvenidos again. Our first, I'm sure, of many PvPs of the night. We've been avoiding mirror matchups the entire broadcast. We've been covering a lot of PvZs, even some PvTs, with some Terran players getting involved, but alas, we have not been able to embrace this mirror matchup. Not yet, until now. And again, I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of this. There's just a plethora of Protoss players available in Poland. They are the more dominant force and the dominant race in the region, quantity-wise at least. So it's been a little bit crazy that we've been avoiding the mirror matchup for as long as we have, but now we embrace it. We embrace the PvP. It's going to be a 2-gate opener from Geralt, likewise a 2-gate opener from Rodzin. Everything looking as it should for the time being. Standard openers between our players as probes are moving out across the map to scout. We're going for that probe scout. The goal here is to get eyes on the second pylon location. We can see the first pylon has been thrown down for the gateways, but the second pylon is going to be thrown down in the mineral line. So the second pylon here for Rodzin, likewise second pylon for Geralt as well. Both players will confirm this. This confirms that there is no proxy. There is no proxy gateway, proxy robo, proxy stargate. There's no initial aggression from either player. Both players are safe and sound. And now the goal is to get eyes on the first 2 units of choice and to delay the expansion if it's a greedy, more economic build. So our players are being as active as possible, ideally keeping these workers alive to get eyes on our units of choice. It's going to be Stalker Sentry out of Geralt, likewise Stalker Sentry out of Rodzin. Here we go. We have mirrored builds so far, mirrored openers. We see our players that throw down their pylons in the attempt to expand. And our players will soon confirm this. The Rodzin getting the hell out of here. With the positioning of this pylon, we confirm the initial sentry. And Rodzin should be able to... does force to cancel. Does not confirm the follow-up unit as, it's a sentry into expand. We cancel the Stalker. The purpose of that is to throw down a much faster expansion. Across the map, we do see that Rodzin opened up Stalker Sentry into a more delayed expansion. Only later by a couple of seconds. But every second counts in a mirror matchup. And there it is, Nexus now on the way. So again, Geralt with a slight economic lead over his opponent. The downside, of course, is that Geralt has only 1 unit as opposed to the 3 of his opponents. But we're not pushing, we're not fighting anytime soon. So Geralt is cutting corners, essentially he's down in Stalkers, but he shouldn't be punished. Hallucinations are coming in. Rod's in position to deny the scouts. Very nice positioning here out of Rodzin. Does zone that hallucination away. The other dives in, and we confirm the tech of choice is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Geralt. Likewise, a Twilight Council by Rodzin. Geralt also confirms we see everything. This is why Sentry openers are so common and so popular in PvP, because a Sentry opener keeps you safe in the early game, and it also allows you to scout everything your opponent is doing. We get eyes on all of our pylon positioning as well, so we can get eyes on any further tech in case we tried to go into a fast Dark Shrine, for example. As both players back off, we're going to be saturating our bases. Now we have a follow-up hallucination scout. The reasoning for this, again, is to get eyes on the gateways, get eyes on whether or not there's a Dark Shrine, a robo, any further tech. We need to make sure that everything is on the up and up. Again, it's PvP. Anything is possible. Players can be hyper-aggressive and quickly throw down some tech. So we need to get eyes on each other. Phoenix gets in. We do see and get eyes on additional gateways and robos. Likewise, Rodzin is staying only on 2 gateways. Greedier build. Looks like Rodzin wants to take a faster third, whereas Geralt is throwing down tech and production. Now, I said that Rodzin looks like he wants to expand, and it does. The Adepts are in position, But Rotten sneaks out with the probe, and he's going for a proxy across the map. Okay. Interesting. We're still on a low gateway count, but that's soon about to change. There we go. Third gateway gets thrown down. Soon to be a proxy fourth gateway across the map. It looks like 4-gate blink on 2 bases. Very aggressive build here out of Rodzin. Geralt, because of his faster third gate and because of his robo, immortal. Fast immortal here out of Geralt into triple gateway production. Very safe opener out of Geralt is expanding, taking a third. And because Geralt didn't cut many corners, because he went for a third gateway and a robo, we're safe. Like, we have a comparable, if not greater army than that of Rodzin. Rodzin moving out with Mass Stalker, but again, we have the Immortal to make up for our Stalker deficit. The army gets on the third base, and Geralt is not quite in position. Looks like we force a cancel. There we go. The third base is cancelled. Bearing in mind, though, that Geralt also confirms that there is no third, so it's not like Geralt is behind. Sure, he lost the base, but he's safe on 2 bases, and so is Rodzin. Doesn't need a third right now. And once Geralt is secure, he's now moving out, looking to expand, and this time secure his third. Adept shades in, ooh, getting 2, 3 probe kills. Very nicely done, and now we have that third base on the way for Geralt. Now, there is an opportunity here for Rodzin where he could try to break this location. There is no shield battery yet, but we have yet to move out. We're staying back at home. Both players are expanding, both players working towards the mid game. But I want to give the edge to Geralt, as he does get eyes on the proxy. Pylon going to be shut down. At the same time, Rodzin going for a backstab. Dipping in between the bases, catching a couple of transferring workers. Only one probe. Okay, only one worker going down. Adept shade into the main. 2 Adepts do one-shot probes. We do get a second, and now a third probe. And a fourth. And a fifth. And a fifth. And a sixth. Oh my god. 6 probes going down. Very nice counterattack here from Rodzin. Very nice harass. He does do quite a bit of economic damage, but now Geralt has shut down the proxy. Now he's pushing. Now it's time for Geralt to be the aggressor. Now Blink is done for both players, but with 2 Immortals, that's a massive backbone. That's a very strong backbone to Geralt's army. A lot of firepower here in these Immortals, and the shield batteries are not done. We push on forward, force fields a third. Now we Blink on forward as well. We support the Immortals. Yeah, Geralt, he commits to the fight. Stalkers are pulling left and right. Immortal comes into reinforcement, but maybe too little too late. Yeah, the Immortal might just be too late as Geralt, he takes the better fight. Shuts down the shield battery. There is no overcharge. Yeah, and Geralt, he does have the greater Stalker count. Trading Immortal for Immortal. And with these reinforcements, Rodzin should be able to hold on. And will get his third base up and running. But again, Geralt, not too far behind, has his own third as well. Now, because of the Adept damage earlier, Geralt is actually down in workers. He is slightly behind. Rodzin does have a worker lead. The Immortal count was reset, both armies backing off, and both armies working towards +1. +1 is on the way for both players, charge on the way for both players as well. It's a bit of a slightly faster timing here for Geralt, getting back into Immortal production, but Rodzin has survived. We have survived the initial aggression, we've survived the counterattack, and now we're settling into our 3-base economies. Gateway explosions on the way for both Rodzin and Geralt. Stalkers moving in. Rodzin out of position. Uh-oh. Shield battery goes down. We do get the shield battery, but we don't get much more than that. Rodzin trying to cut off Geralt. Hoping to catch him. And it looks like he might get a Stalker. Up. It's going to be close. And as Rodzin's distracted, here comes some Adepts. 2 Adepts into the natural. We have a cannon in position. Yeah, Stalker's being hunted down. Not bad pickoffs here from Rodzin. Adept shading into the main. And we do commit. And how many workers can we get? We do get a single worker so far. 2 probes. Not bad. 2 probes for 2 Adepts. That's a better trade, a better defense here for Rodzin. Geralt looking for more damage. Going for his Prism. Building up to 2 Immortals. Now moving out across the map. And Geralt does have the higher army supply. Did go for additional gateways. Is working with quite a lot. Shield battery wasn't replaced. Uh-oh. The shield battery still in production. We're going to need that overcharge. Shields are triggered. Zelts get shaved off. You can see Geralt rotating over towards the 4th base. Likewise, Geralt also expanding in long distance mining. And the 4th is gonna stay alive. We do hold on. We do hold on to the 4th for now. Rodzen, instead of taking up and committing too hard into charge lots and immortals, we have a second robo and a Bay on the way. Rolex Bay is in production, but before that does occur, we dive on top of the army, focus on the pylons. Oh, we depower the shield batteries. Zealot's doing a great job here, just tanking shots. Geralt trading Zealots for an immortal. Well worth it here for Geralt. Overcharge is popped. Force out that overcharge, and Geralt just out positioning Rodzen, gets on top of the Nexus, dragging the army out of position once again. And Geralt, what do we dive on? We dive on the Stalkers. An aggressive blink. Rodzen, he has to retreat. Does have to back off. That's going to be a kill on the Nexus. Geralt now up a base. Up on bases, up on workers. And Geralt just picking Rodzen apart. We do have a Disruptor. We do have potential with that Nova. Zalset being shaved off. Nova goes off. Doesn't connect. And we needed that to do so much more. Without the Disruptor, we may just not have enough. Up! Nova! Not a bad connection. Takes down a big chunk of Stalkers. And with that connection, Rodzen may be able to hold on. Yeah, one more Nova as well. But we forced the split. Doesn't connect, but we shut down another Immortal. Another and another. We deny the Warp-In! Warp-In is denied. Geralt, he's not slowing down. He's not stopping. Boys are being pulled. Rodzen up against the wall. Barely holding on. Prism is still up and running. Can still reinforce. There we go. Big Warp-In here of charge lots. Geralt not slowing down. Oh my god. Could have been an amazing connection. Only gets one Stalker. Charge lots have arrived. And we do focus on that Disruptor. Expensive losses here for Rodzen. Bleeding out Disruptors. Overcharge is pop, but we have charge lots. Oh my god, it's just too much. It looks like Geralt, he may have just done it. 14 probes fall. We cripple the economy. Geralt bleeding out an Immortal, but regardless, he just has too much to handle. At this point, it's just becoming too much. We focus down the Immortal. Overcharge is on cooldown. The Nova, does connect once again. These Novas haven't been too bad, but we haven't been able to retain those Disruptors. And again, in a longer macro game, Geralt will outscale Rodzen as Geralt has a 4th and even working towards a 5th. Just non-stop expansions here from Geralt. As Zelsa closes distance once again, we dive on top of that Disruptor. We deny the Nova. GG gets called, and Geralt will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Whew, a very close back and forth there. For quite some time, we saw that Rodzen was able to keep up with Geralt. We did have a back and forth, but alas, Geralt did snowball out of control, was able to make use of his charge lot based composition, was able to be hyper aggressive and catch Rodzen out of position multiple times, time and time again. Rodzen was caught with his pants down, whether it was at his 4th, whether it was at his 3rd base as well. He was getting picked apart. And even though Rodzen was working towards Disruptors, he was never able to retain those Disruptors, never able to build up to more than one. As a focus down time and time again. Geralt just so aggressive and so decisive there, especially towards the end of the game. Especially towards the end. And with that, Geralt takes the lead. Does take game number 1. And now we're diving into game number 2. Number 2. We are getting ourselves ready. We're getting ourselves set up. Game number 2 is going to be on Oceanborn. Okay. Interesting. Oceanborn going to be another interesting map. It's a little bit more standard, a little bit more macro oriented, but the 3rd base is more exposed than on other maps, so we could be seeing some more 2 or even 3 base aggression once again. Keep an eye on our players as we're getting ready to load on in. As a reminder, this is a best of 3. The pressure is now on Rodzen to fight back and force the ace match. Looking to force that ace match. When it comes to the format here, I'm just double checking when we do get best of 7s. And it looks like it's a best of 3 all the way until the grand finals. The grand finals will be a best of 7. Okay. I was curious if maybe like the upper bracket or lower bracket finals will be best of 5s, but that is not the case. is not going to be the case here. As we're just giving the players a bit of a moment to set up to get things going. Meanwhile, looks like the upper semifinals is ready for us. Looks like Cristiano and a Laser are getting ready. As Cristiano did take down Trifax 2-0. I mean, Cristiano was the favorite player there. As a reminder, Cristiano, his match was delayed because he was playing in WTL, the World Team League. So was needed elsewhere, and we were more than happy to accommodate. But after this PvP, it's going to be a PvZ between a Laser and Cristiano. They're going to be facing off. They will soon be facing off against each other. So we will dive into that afterwards. We're getting there. Ooh, meanwhile, we have our first eliminated player. Snogstar took down Aristry 1-0. Again, we have best of ones in that lower brackets. It is more of a cutthroat format here with those best of ones. And yeah, looking at that bracket, Aristry is the first to be removed from the tournament. So my condolences to Aristry. Again, he's an amazing player, but best of one is a brutal format. Again, it was the same in the last season as well, in the last House Galactic Battle. As we're just waiting for our players to get set up for us. Hopefully it doesn't take too much longer. Hopefully not. As we're getting ready here for game number 2. I mean, personally, I'm hoping we can go all the way to the ace match, but we'll see. We'll see if Rodzen can bring it back. I mean, bearing in mind that his series, I mean, at least game 1, wasn't too one-sided. It wasn't like Geralt was overwhelming Rodzen and, you know, things were where Rodzen was being just like outclassed or anything like that. No, not at all. Was holding his own for a lot of that game. Was able to hold his own. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Maestro in the chat, Monsieur Slowbro. Oh my god, gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 10 months, almost a full year of support. Thank you, papi, thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Do appreciate it. I know that you know, you haven't been as active, or you've been things have been happening IRL, but thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the tournaments as we here in the playoffs of the House Galactic Battle. Again, we're going to be here for the entire night, so strap yourself in, you know, get some snacks, get some food, get ready for some StarCraft, for a day full of StarCraft. Let's go. I made it just in time for the PvP. True, just for you, Pappy. Just for you. We got you some PvP action. Some Protoss on Protoss. Beautiful. Less than 3. Oh, but it's okay because I mean I was gonna say that we shouldn't be getting another mirror matchup after. We're not gonna be getting another mirror matchup after this, but this could eventually lead into a PvP. It's possible. Depending on the outcome of a Laser and Cristiano. We're just getting ready for that second game. My legs hurt after today, so now I can sit back and relax and watch some StarCraft. Let's go. I got cannon rushed IRL. What does that mean? Oh my god. Calm down, Poppy. Calm down. Hi. You live an exciting life. I've got like 5 hours till I have to go out. Let's go. Oh my god. Okay. We got you for the 5. We got you for all those 5 hours. Don't worry. We got you for the time being. Again, I feel like 5 hours is most likely around the time that we're going to be wrapping this up, potentially. Assuming that it's like an hour per round. That's usually what it's like estimated to be around, or like 45 minutes per round. So that sounds about right. But it sounds like maybe there's some technical issues going on. Again, for those that are curious, this is an offline event. This is an offline LAN event, and because of that, players have to, you know, get their setups going on new PCs between each series. and have to make sure that they have everything ready to go. Sometimes there are some technical issues outside of our control, and shout out to Kashim. Kashim, he's there at the venue, making sure that everything is going as it should be, making sure that that all those issues are resolved. So much love to Kashim. Oh. As for now, we are settling in. Yeah, it looks like there was maybe something wrong with Geralt's PC, so he might be restarting. So bit of a delay. It's all good, Pappy. It's all good. Oh my! Was that a war historical fair today? They fired a cannon. Oh my god! You did get cannon rushed. They hit your legs, Pappy. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Hope you had a great time. I don't think I've ever been to a historical fair before, but they sound like fun. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Hope you had some good food. More importantly, hope you had some nice food. I'm sure they had like some medieval, like, meat. Just, just like eating, like, I don't know, like some massive like pork leg or something. Like, I don't know, leg of ham. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Hope you had a good time. Oh, you're making me hungry, Papi. You're making me hungry. Fun fact, I woke up, I had a shower, then I just jumped on stream and I started casting. I think it was after the first series, I like gobbled down as much as I could very quickly. I'm sustaining myself for now. It's fine. I might nibble on something later. Maybe like before the finals. See how far I can make it. Yeah, gobble it down, Poppy. Had pea soup. It was actually really tasty. Oh, let's go. Beautiful. But yeah, for now, I guess we're gonna be going into a short break. It looks like we do have some technical issues here with Geralt, and I think he might just be restarting his PC, not just his client. So things may take a little bit longer here to get going. But I'm sure once we get into the game, we should be smooth sailings from there, and we shouldn't have too many more issues. Mostly Danish stuff though. 2,000 years of military history. Also some Romans and American Civil War folks too. Lots of cool stuff. Nice. I don't know what like American Civil War people are doing in like a Danish fair, but it's good. The variety, Papi, variety. Did you dress up? That's the real question. Did you dress up? Beautiful. But yeah, we're gonna be going on a short break. We're gonna be back in a couple of minutes. Again, hopefully not too long. This is kind of like the first big like tech issue that we've had in the tournaments, and once it's resolved, bam, we'll be diving right into game numero dos. We'll see you guys soon. Cut. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break, but it looks like we have resolved any issues that we did have. Geralt is back, and we are diving into game number 2. For those that are maybe just tuning in, we are mid-series, and we just had to have a bit of an intermission in between game 1 and game 2, as it looks like there were some tech issues with our PC. Again, this is an offline event at an offline venue, so sometimes some of these tech issues can rise up. But they have been resolved, and now we're diving into game 2 to determine whether or not this even goes to the ace match. I'm hoping that it does, but here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our blue Polish Protoss player representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, a different Polish Protoss, the red Protoss representing Platinum Esports. It is Rodzin. We go. As we are settling in for now, once again, we do have standard openers. Probes being kept back at home. No early workers out on the map. Not yet, as we open up 2-gate. Should be a 2-gate opener here from Geralt, 2-gate opener out of Rodzin. We have seen players like Cristiano embrace a more gate expand heavy style. We've seen Cristiano like evolve over the past couple of months, over the past 6 months, into almost like a Max Packs adopter or a Max Packs like apprentice, where we've seen more gate expands than not. But here, between Geralt and Rodzin, it is just going to be a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener once again, just like game number 1. This is the more standard way of playing PvP. Probes being sent across the map. This time, there is no head boop. There's no hug in the center. Feels bad, man, as both probes pass by each other. Again, their goals are to scout the main bases and to confirm whether or not the second pylon is missing. We can see second pylon here in the mineral line for Geralt, and the second pylon next to the gas here for Rodzin. So pylons are thrown down in standard locations. They are not proxied, and with these probe scouts, we confirm. We confirm that nothing is awry, that nothing is missing, and from here we're going to be keeping eyes on the initial units. We saw last game that it was Sentry Stalker. Sentry Stalker openers have become very common and very meta nowadays, and there it is. Stalker Sentry out of Geralt, Stalker Sentry out of Rodzin. In the past, it was more commonplace to go double Stalker or double Adepts. Like, Stalker Sentry builds were done, but not as often as nowadays. A big reason for this rise in popularity, for those that are curious, is the patch. There was a patch that was a couple of months ago at this point, not too long ago, but a couple of months ago, and in the patch, the Sentry was buffed. The Sentry was buffed in PvP. Now the Sentry is no longer a light unit. What does this mean? This means the Sentry takes less damage from Oracles, and it takes less damage from Adepts, as Oracles and Adepts do bonus damage to light. Sentry is no longer light. Likewise, Sentries do bonus damage to shields. So specifically in PvP, Sentries do additional damage than they once did. So again, now it's just a much safer way to open up with a more Sentry-reliant start of the game. And of course, it also benefits us that we can hallucinate and scout as well. The purpose of the buff was to promote Sentry openers and promote scouting like this, so we see it very often. Sentries are sent out. Rodzin, though, spicing things up with a proxy. Okay, and the hallucination, is not denied. We do slip into the main base. We do get eyes on the tech. Sorry, on the follow-up. It's going to be 3 gateways back home. This is suspect. This is very suspect. We don't confirm the 4th gateway, but 3 gateways already is a bit of a tell. No expansion either, as Geralt is expanding and Rodzin is not. And now Geralt knows. He knows that something is wrong. Something is amiss. Probes being sent out, and it looks like Geralt will scout the proxy. He's now aware of the 1 base all-in that's coming his way. It's going to be 1 base, 4 gates, vanilla Stalker all-in. And we cancel the base. Immediately, Geralt, he cancels his Nexus, does abandon the low ground, and his goal here is to defend in the main instead. We have additional gateways on the way. It's going to be 4 gate versus 4 gate, but Rodzin will have a massive Stalker lead. He has control of the low ground. Geralt's going for a proxy pylon across the map. I imagine soon to be harassing, and yeah, Rodzin expands. Pushing up the ramp. He does force field the ramp. And we lock down some of these Stalkers. 2 Stalkers going down. Geralt bleeding out too much. Yeah, 3 Stalkers fall. Big trade here for Rodzin, and Geralt is in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble right now. We have another force field available. We're trying to hold the line. Trying to barely hold on. The pylon is scattered. Rodzen is all over this. Again, with his 4-gate opener, he's containing Geralt. He shuts down the proxy, and Rodzen will have an economic lead. As it say shaded as well. No shot. We shade into the main. We commit to the shade. 2 they one-shot probes, and probes are going down left and right. 3 worker kills so far. At the same time, Rodzen trying to push up the ramp, but we do force field and force a recall. Geralt holds, but Geralt is not in the best position. Now suddenly the turns have tabled, and suddenly Geralt has to be the aggressor. Geralt needs to break out. We do expand. It's quite a late expansion here, as the Nexus is already done for Rodzen. Pylons are being shut down. A good start, as we do knock down this proxy. Rodzen still being active, pulling back. Looking at the units tab here, Rodzen does still maintain a Stalker lead. So Rodzen has the stronger army. Geralt moves out. Trying to catch out some of these Stalkers, but won't commit to a fight yet. Blink is done for Geralt. Oh! Hey, we'll catch a Stalker. He gets 1. He gets 2. Not bad. Again, Geralt can out-micro and out-control. Well, this is the one advantage that Geralt has. We can blink into the main. We can dive in. We can depower the robo. Pylon is under threat. The Pylon needs a couple more volleys. It looks like the Pylon is going to go down. Rodzen out of position. But the Immortal does pop. Can we get it? Nah, there's no sniping the Immortal. It will survive. That was a good pickoff, but just 1 second too late. We see Geralt reinforces, pushing in towards that natural. We force field the ramp. Oh my god, we force field the ramp! And there's no blink! There's no blink for Rodzen. He's stuck on the other side. Do we have another force field? We do! Second force field as well. And the army blinking on in. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. And do we have another force field? We do not! As the sentry is forced back. Rodzen will be able to defend. That was a scary moment, but only loses 2 workers. Could have been so much worse. Only 2 probes go down, but we bleed out a lot of Stalkers. Ooh. Likewise, we do fight back. 3 Stalkers fall for Geralt. Geralt overextending. Does overextend. Has to pull back. Behind this, getting our natural up and running, and despite the disastrous start that Geralt had, he's back in this. You know, he picked off Stalkers, he was able to pull the army out of position, able to get better trades. I still want to favor Rodzen a little bit. I mean, Blink is a big upgrade here, as we can see. Has a lot of potential, but does end up trading 1 for 1. Still not an easy kind of dynamic here for Geralt. He has to respect those Immortals. Speaking of, another Stalker goes down. There's 2 additional Stalker kills. Geralt has to retreat. And behind this, do you see what I see? I see 3 more gates on the way. That's going to be, how many gates? 6. 6 gateways on 2 bases. This looks like a 2-base all-in out of Rodzen, but Adepts have made their way into the main base, and probes are going down. Oh, we can't afford these losses. Going to be 3, 4, 5, soon to be 6 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. And as the army's distracted, Geralt, he does knock down the front door. Goes to... No, the Immortal was inside! No, the Immortal and the Prism fall. Rodzen, not like this. And he's losing his advantage. Again, his lead here is the Immortals, and he is losing them one after the other. Geralt pulling back, getting into his own. Again, that was a brutal loss. Not like this. Gateway going to be shut down. Rodzen rallying everything across the map. He is committed now. Remember, Rodzen, he does have 6 gates. He has 6 gateways. He does not have the prisons, so he cannot reinforce on the front lines. Force fields are good, but we have the overcharge. Yeah, force fields are good. The overcharge is better. As we make sure that nothing falls. Yeah, not a single unit goes down. But we do have another wave of force fields. We have a lot of energy to work with. Speaking of, there it is. Okay, we do catch the Immortal. Immortal gets shut down. But now we are out of force fields. That was the last wave that we had available for Rodzen. Pylon is up. We can go for these slow warp-ins. The charge is going to finish up in a couple of seconds. 10 seconds away. More Zealots warping in. And we force the recall. The army is recalled back home. Speaking of, back at home, what do we have to work with? Additional gases, Twilight Council's on the way. That should be for Blink or Charge. And Rodzen is expanding. Both players, they take their 3rd bases. Prism coming in for a backstab, going for the main. Meanwhile, Geralt focusing on his push. Now, with these chargelets, we can overcome this. We can focus down that Immortal. We can force Blinks and expose the army. First, we're going for the base. That's going to be a cancel on the third. Prism is going in. We have Adepts towards the low ground, towards the natural. Prism into the main. Meanwhile, Geralt could even dive into the main base himself. He has options. Geralt does have options, but there we go. Adepts into the natural. Probes are falling. And Geralt doesn't have much to defend. He has to warp in. So much damage being dealt. 8, 9 probes falling. We clean up the Adepts at the natural at least. Meanwhile, at the same time, we blink into the main. We dive into the main base, and we are looking to depower all these gateways, the Robo as well. And we can even deny Glaives. Twilight Council falls, and from here, we can blink the hell out of the main. Yeah, rough engagement here for Rodden, not attacking with everything. And GG gets called, Rodden gets picked apart, and Geralt will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god. A very wild back and forth. Initially, Rodden was doing well. He was able to deny the natural, contain his opponent, and expand and take an economic lead. Rodden was also killing probes. But unfortunately, Rodden just could not keep up with the mobility of Geralt's army. There was a lot of pressure on Geralt with those Blink Stalkers, and he did so much with them. He was able to depower gateways, delay the push. More importantly, a big moment was when Geralt focused down that Prism and the Immortal inside it. That was a massive loss. Imagine that push that Rodden went for towards the natural. Imagine if it had an extra Immortal and a Prism to reinforce and to juggle units to preserve them as well, to add that extra micro. It would have been a different game. 100%. Would have been a very different game if that was available there to Rodden, if he had that to boost his army. That would have been insane, but that was a big pick off, and Rodden wasn't able to achieve too much with his push as a result, and in the end, Geralt got out of hand, got out of control. GG, well played. Whew, GG, well played. With that, Geralt advances on to the upper bracket finals, and Rodden is knocked down to the lower bracket instead. You can see there, as we do have that lovely bracket on the mainstream. You can see the updates here on the score line. Trifax likewise has been eliminated, which means we're running out of Zerg players. Trifax is gone. Aristary is gone. Laser and Snogstar, they still maintain their position, but we'll see how this goes. Up next is going to be the upper semifinals. Up next is going to be some of the titans of the region of Poland facing off against each other. Best Zerg player in Poland in a Laser up against arguably the best Protoss in Christiana. Going to be going on a short break. When we return, a Laser versus Christiana. See you then.
wejdzie. Dobra wiadomość jest taka, że w obudowie ARX 700 ARGB są 4 wentylatory, także w środku będzie naprawdę zimno. I złożysz ją też z przyjemnością. Także swoją starą obudowę możesz... Człowieku, co ty robisz? A, no ładnie, ładnie. W każdym razie nie wyrzucaj starej obudowy. Znajdziemy dla niej inne zastosowanie.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Once again, I apologize for the extended break, but we've returned with the upper bracket semifinals. We're here to determine who advances on to face off against Geralt in the upper bracket finals. Again, we just wrapped up with Geralt versus Rudzin. Geralt did come out on top in that PvP, but now we have the best Zerg player up against one of the best Protosses in all of Bologna, papi. Here we go. Vetoes are done. Lobby is made, and game one is going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, predictions in the chat are now open, at least over on Twitch chat, so you can place your bets on who you believe will advance on into the next round. Predictions open. Best of luck, everyone, as we're diving into the upper semifinals. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Polish Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. I see Pekaweta in the chat. I see... Oh, right, of course. A big shout out to Colossi. To Colossal Go for the raid earlier. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Thank you so much. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle. If you're curious what even this is, it is an offline regional tournament, an offline event here in Poland, where the best of the best in Poland do come together here in this tournament over in Warsaw. It is at a gaming bar. There's an audience, there's a crowd, there's a stage. There are the offline casters as well. The Polish casters, shout out to Indy and Zed for covering the event in Polish. And we are here as the official English stream. And a shout out as well. I see Nish in the chat as well. Oh, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Beautiful. Hope you're doing well, Papi. Hope you're doing well as we're settling into our PVZ. For now, Hatchgas Pool, standard opener out of a laser, nothing too crazy. Likewise, Cristiano going for a gate expand into the cyber core. Everything is looking as it should be for the time being, and I don't expect anything too spicy to kick things off. Again, a laser is known for his greed in this matchup. Likewise, Cristiano is known for thriving in the mid game. Now, speaking of the mid game, we're loading into Oceanborn. Oceanborn is notorious for some 3-base all-ins, specifically from the Zerg side of things. The reasoning for this is because of the third base location. There's no ramp. There's no ramp coming into the third, so you don't have the high ground advantage like you otherwise would. Likewise, you can kind of pick and choose to push into the third or in between the third and the natural. It can be a bit of an awkward location to defend, so because of that, we see a lot of German taxis, some Italian Vespas, some Polish subways. Like there's a lot of different all-ins that we've seen here off of 2 and 3 bases. We'll see if a laser will embrace that as well. We'll keep an eye on that drone count, and we'll see if he is hyper aggressive or if we head towards a much more standard game. Meanwhile, we have our tech of choice, Cristiano going for a Stargate opener in the main. It's going to be a Stargate opener into, I imagine, Oracles. And Cristiano has a quote-unquote Cristiano build, a build that he's fallen in love with, that he's embraced quite a bit, and that is for a very Immortal-heavy composition, Immortal and Archon into charge. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing that at some point in this series, but game one, I'm feeling we're going to be calming things down, and I expect to see a different kind of dynamic here. We'll see. We'll keep an eye out for that kind of that more charged out Archon, Immortal-heavy composition, as I'm sure we'll see it at some point. For now, Ling's dipping in. The dip into the natural, causing quite a bit of havoc already. Some delayed mining time, not bad. As they dip into the main, we get a full scout as well. Boys being forced off the mineral line, and it looks like the Lings will barely manage to escape. They're going for the probe. Oh! And the probe is getting low, and it looks like we will barely keep it alive. You can see a laser. He's on the hunt. Link speed kicks in, and he's going for the probe. And it looks like he will get it. One probe goes down. Again, a very nice pick off. Doesn't look like a lot, but this early on, a probe should not be falling. Likewise, he did force some delayed mining in the main and in the natural. But now it's time for Cristiano to take control of the game. It's time for Cristiano to move out across the map. We do have our first Oracle. Second Oracle coming up behind this. Third base has been taken. So triple Oracle into a third is the name of the game here for Cristiano. As he does dip in between the bases, but so far the Queens are keeping up, and the Oracle is forced back. So far, no major damage dealt. Ooh, as the Oracle is zoned away from the natural. Spore is soon to finish. And a laser hasn't lost any workers. So far, a solid defense here from a laser. We got a Spore in the natural. We got a Spore in the main. No Spore at the third, but we have 3 Queens instead. So plenty of anti-air. We do fortify our bases quite nicely. But that was merely phase 1. Here it comes, double Oracle. 2 Oracles, 1-shot drones, so this is going to pose a bigger threat to a laser. Once again, we're able to keep up. So far, we do zone away those Oracles. And interesting, I believe Cristiano has skipped his 3rd Oracle. Okay, only double Oracle for the time being as we do dive into the mineral line, and finally damage is being done. 4 drones go down, even force a Spore as well in a bit of panic. So very nicely dealt there by Cristiano. We're not done, we're following this up with 6 Adepts. Usually it's 5, but it looks like we made an extra Adept here, especially without that Oracle. 5 Adepts stay shaded between the bases, the boys are being pulled, drones are going down. And the positioning here behind the mineral line is insane. We do reduce that surface area. We do reduce the surface area, and 9 drones go down. 10 workers go down. We're not done. We cancel the shade. 12 workers. Oh my god. Cristiano looking to snowball out of control with shade into the main base. Once again, we do cancel the shade. Ling's unable to keep up. He's not even more mining at the natural. The oracles are still posed and ready to go in. Poised and ready to go in. Alas, we do hold on. Don't quite commit with them. That's going to be 15 drones going down. Oh my god, and then 16 drones. An insane amount of damage. Again, here comes that Oracle towards the main, towards the 3rd base. We could even go for a stasis trap, but no, we're going for secure damage instead. That's going to be a couple of extra drone kills, 18 in total. An insane amount of damage. Over a mineral line worth of drones have gone down. And behind this, we spoke about this Immortal Archon Chargeal heavy composition, and I mentioned how we probably won't see it in Game 1. We are seeing it in Game 1. There's the Immortal production we spoke about. There's the Temple Archives as well. We got a Twilight Council, not for the upgrade. No Blink or Charge yet. It was delayed in favor of Archon production with that Temple Archives. So Cristiano, he's building up towards a death bull of an army of Archons, Chargeals, and Immortals. Charge now on the way. The downside is the tech. What do I mean by that? A laser has thrown down the Spire behind the main base, and we only have 1 Oracle left. We didn't make the 3rd Oracle, and we did lose one of them earlier. Did occur off stream, or off cams that we go, off screen even. So yeah, one of the Oracles did go down, which means we have that many less chances to scout. So the Spire is almost done, and this is a good way to bounce back for a laser. You could argue like, oh, Archons, they can do well against mutas, right? True, but Archons also immobile. They're very mobile. There's no Blink Stalkers, there's no Phoenixes, very limited anti-air. This army is still building up. We do catch all these Lings, but here we go. Lings, they flood into the main, they flood into the natural. Ooh, we do see Cristiano out of position. Probes are going down. 8 workers already. We do have Zealots in the main base. We do warp in here at the natural. We will defend, but again, this is just keeping Cristiano busy. Behind this, the mutas are coming. Oh my god, but Cristiano not taking this lying down. Not taking this without a fight here, as we do get a couple of drone kills across the map. Lings are being cleaned up. The push is coming. This is a devastating timing here. Elaser's not ready. Elaser, he has mutas on the way. And mutas, they're not going to help much at all here in the defense. Not against all these Archons. Cristiano, he's going for the kill. He catches the Queens. 1, 2 Queens going to be going down. We do miss the transfuse. And we're going for the kill. Mutas have arrived, but again, against all these Archons, what can they do? Mutas, they can harass across the map, but they cannot deal with the main army. Cristiano snowballing out of control. Hatchery is going to be going down. And we can keep pushing. There's no reason to turn back around. Mutas, they do bunch up. They're amassing. They're trying to pick off whatever they can, and it looks like we do catch an Immortal. The Immortal gets surrounded, but it looks like it's too much. GG gets called, and Cristiano takes game number 1. Whew. GG. A solid game there from Cristiano, initially snowballing out of control with his Oracle and Adept Aggression. Again, a laser is known for cutting corners. A laser, he's known for his greed, and he didn't have any Lings. He barely had any Lings, I should say, in the early game defense. So the Adepts, the vanilla Adepts, snowballed out of control. We got 18 drone kills. It was crazy how much damage Cristiano dealt. And from there, it was the 1-2 punch. He went for a very strong, very quick timing with the Immortals, with the Archons, with the Chargelets. If the game had gone on any longer, it would have been a different dynamic, right? The mutas would have gotten across the map, probes would be going down, we'd see Cristiano trying to keep up with the mutas and just being pulled apart left and right in between his bases, but no, Cristiano, he had the killer instinct to just send it across the map to go for the kill, and a laser had nothing to defend. He had Lings and mutas, and it just fell before the might of Cristiano against such a fragile army designed to harass, not designed to fight head on. And with that, GG, Cristiano takes the lead. And I should have also brought something up here. Cristiano versus the Laser, this is a rematch of the finals of the previous H.4.0.S Galactic Battle. If you notice, the name of this tournament, it's H.4.0.S Galactic Battle number 2. Number 1 was a couple of months ago. There was another big offline event that occurred earlier this year in January, and hey, in that event, we saw Cristiano pop off. I mentioned this before, I'll mention it again. Cristiano, in that offline event, Cristiano, he took down a laser and he took down Spirit. The best Zerg and the best Terran player in Poland both fell before the might of Cristiano earlier this year. And now we have the second edition of this tournament. Now we have these two players having a rematch, and we're up against the wall. We're going for a 12 pool. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg, down in this series. Can he bounce back? Going for the 12 pool. For Team Liquid, it is a laser. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle, leading the series 1-0. He was the runner-up of the last H.4.0.S Galactic Battle. Can he make it once again to those finals? One game away from taking the series. It is Cristiano. Getting 12 pulled. Now, Cristiano goes for the Probe Scouts. 12 pools are a little more common on this map. The reasoning for this is the rush distance. The rush distance by ground is very short. Pool is done, Lings are on the way, and it's not just a 12 pool. We're going for a hatch block here at the wall. The goal is to disrupt the wall, and up! Oh, the hatchery is thrown down in time. The hatchery gets thrown down, the wall is delayed as a result. Now, the purpose of this hatchery is to disrupt the wall and make it more vulnerable. Give yourself a little bit more surface area to work with, to focus down these buildings, to focus down the gateway, or focus down the cyber core. So again, the wall is a little bit more awkward. It's more of like a Frankenstein wall here from Cristiano. Lings are flooding across the map, and we're not pulling the boys. There's a variation of this where you pull the boys as well. So far, it looks like we are not, as a laser is going to be expanding back at home. Looking to knock down this front door, hoping to force an overreaction. Cannon is on the way. We have our cannon in production. A big reaction here from Cristiano, throwing down a secondary wall behind this with the gateway. This initial gateway should be going down. And you can see the Zealot cannot defend. The Zealot cannot gain access to these Lings because of the hatchery. It's blocked off. And the gateway will fall. 2 Zealots have arrived. We should be able to hold on. And there's the cancel on the hatchery. We've done enough damage. A laser backs off and a laser expands. From here, we're droning. So it is a macro 12 pool out of a laser. He's going to be droning up from here. Meanwhile, Cristiano, his Nexus is late. His Nexus is delayed. The Forge doesn't do anything, right? The Forge adds nothing to this kind of setup here. He's fully walled off with the gateway, so he most likely has to let it finish and then kill a pylon. The Zealots are going for a counterattack, and we need to get as much value as possible. Stargate has been thrown down for Cristiano. Is going for that Stargate follow-up. But the build order of Cristiano is very much so disrupted. It's a very disrupted build. A laser opening up gasless. Going for a natural into a third base immediately. Slow Lords have arrived. Slow Lings are here to defend. And Cristiano has to be very careful not to get surrounded. So some very delicate micro from the Protoss player. He cannot allow these Zealots to get surrounded. But he also has to apply pressure to the hatchery. So we have a bit of a dance where we dip in, swipe a little bit, pull back, and continue. Rinse and repeat. We're getting a couple of swipes in wherever we can. Again, Lings looking for the surround. Cristiano pulling back. At the same time, Stargate is done. Looking to get into our first unit of choice. There it is. Oracle is on the way. And now we have an Adept. Now with the Adept, we have that much more firepower. We can threaten this space. And can we force a cancel? That would be huge. Hatchery will finish. Queens are waddling on over. And with the help of these Queens, with the help of these Lings, a laser should be able to hold on. The hatchery is low, but we won't get a kill. Not yet. Now Cristiano is on 2 Adepts. He can one-shot drones. He's going to be threatening the mineral line. The Queens are busy here at the third, which means the natural is a little bit more exposed, but that's a lot of Lings. That's a lot of slow Lings here. We have to avoid this around. Oh, we're coming in! Ooh. We do threaten a dive. We threaten us around. Adepts, they should be canceling the shade. Yeah, the shade is canceled. 2 drones go down. Very nice positioning here in the mineral line. Oh, but the Zealots is up. Oh, Zealots aren't surrounded, but the Adepts are. Yeah, massive move here. Cristiano gets caught out of position. The Adepts get surrounded. The Zealots as well, and we will clean this up. Not before getting a couple more drones. 4 drones go down, but this could have been so much worse, right? Like, if we were able to wedge our units here in an ideal position, this could have been disastrous. At the same time, Adept shades in. 5 workers in total. It's an okay trade. Looking at the units lost tab, it was 5 drones and 10 lings for 3 adepts and 2 zealots. That was a big investment there from our Protoss player, but the Oracle does dive into the mineral line. 8 more drones go down. 9 more. Oh my god. Okay, much better. 9 drones go down. Christiana turning back around. Now we are transitioning. Okay, interesting. So, before our third Nexus, we have thrown down a lot of tech. Twilight Council, not for a blink or charge, not yet. Twilight Council into a Temple Archives, into a Robo as well. Once again, we're rushing towards Archons. Once again, it looks like we're working towards an Archon charge timing with Immortals. I'm curious if we even take a third. The answer is yes. Okay, so very tech heavy here by Christiana, but we are expanding and getting to 3-base saturation. This was a risky move by Christiana, but because of the gasless opener by a laser can't really punish him. Link speed is just now finally finishing. And that's 16 more lings on the way. Uh-oh. That's actually a lot of lings. The goal here, I imagine, for a laser is to use all these lings to deny the third. Can we force a cancel on that third base? And here we go. We're moving out across the map. Adepts are going to get surrounded. Christiana getting caught out. He does barely slip away. He avoids the surround, trading as best he can. The Oracle should be racing back home as the Adept does shade across the map. Oracle turns back around. And what do we have to defend that third base? We are so vulnerable, but here come these massive Archons. We rush into that tech. The Archons have arrived. And the third base is safe and sound. Okay. Now, what's important, though, is that the Archons are revealed. And instead of going Ling Muta, Roaches are necessary. We saw that Lings and Mutas, and what happened in game 1 was that a laser just melted before the army of Christiana. But going for Ling Bane Roach Ravager is a much more secure way to get into the mid game. You can see Roach production has commenced. We have the lair finishing up, Evo Chamber for upgrades, and we should have a more robust army this time. As I say that, Christiana already pushing out. Moving out with a handful of units at the same time. Lings go for a counterattack. There's a shield battery. Ooh, and an Archon soon to be in position. Shield battery's going to get surrounded. But Christiana, he is so fast with this move out. I was not quite expecting this. And again, Ala's not ready, but this Ling Rabbi is huge. Shield battery has been killed, and we force back the army. Again, there were no Roaches. Roaches just now spawning in. Just now popping out. If it wasn't for that Ling counterattack, a laser would have sustained some losses. And we may have even lost the base. Like, I'm sure the move out was designed to kill this hatchery as it's so low. But that lane counterattack does keep Christiana honest, does keep him pinned back at home. We have to reinvest into all these shield batteries, pylons, additional gateways. The timing that we were going for has been missed. Did miss that timing. A laser now settling into a much more robust army, working towards a 4th base, droning up to 80 workers already. A laser has a solid economy, soon to translate that into a solid army. Ling Ramai coming in, but this time we're in position. For the most part. Ooh, as probes are going down. Nice hold position micro there in the middle line. Oh! Oh, we get 5 worker kills. 5 workers go, sorry, 6 workers go down. Very nice run by. At the same time, Christiana going for a Zealot drop across the map. These are slow lots. They're slow lots, so they're not going to get much done. They force a cancel on a spore. Not much else. Charge is still just really beginning. Just in its infancy. So Prism does slip in behind that main. Storm is on the way. Meanwhile, a laser working towards Roach Hydra. A Roach Hydra based composition. Now, I do favor Christiana's army currently. I would change that if a laser gets into Lurker tech. For now, it's just Roach Hydra. Roach Hydra is a little bit subpar, but there we go. Infestation bits on the way. That should be for Hive tech and Lurkers. Before Hive and Lurkers, though, Christiana should be moving. Should be pushing. We just have to wait for Storm. Like, Storm is going to hit first before Lurker tech. And this is quite a beefy army. We have 4 Immortals, we have 3 Archons. Like, the Immortals are designed to shut down the Roaches, and the Storm is for the Hydras. So again, it's a pretty terrifying army. This is kind of like Christiana's go-to. His go-to in this matchup is this Archon Immortal Chargelot Storm. It's how Cristiano beat a laser last time in the House Galactic Battle. Fun fact. Here's how he pulled it off. Meanwhile, this time Zelt's coming back in with charge. Spinecooler is in position. Roche is pushing up the ramp, but this is not the way to push in. The force field, no! We catch the Roaches! Roach is going to be thrown away at the same time. A laser going for a backstab. Going for a run by here on the left-hand side. Will deny the fourth. Oh, but at the cost of all those Roaches. I mean, we did want to get rid of them. We're replacing them with Hydras, but at the same time we catch the Hydras. No! A laser, not the place to be. Massive storm here on the army. The Roach Hydra army crumbles, and now we're in trouble. Lurker Den is about to finish, but we still have no upgrades. Still no Hive. When the army moves out, we might have Lair Tech Lurkers, but they're Lair Tech Lurkers, Papi. I mean, they're not going to have range. They're not going to have enough Talons. We're not ready. How many storms do we have? 7 High Templar, each with at least 1 storm. Ooh, bit of miscontrol out of Cristiano. Bleeds out an Archon. Good start. A good start for a laser. Getting ready with his concave. Getting ready for his surround. And here we go. We come in from multiple angles. And Cristiano has to back off. It does have to retreat. And how good are the storms going to be? The storms will either make or break the fight for Cristiano. Rotating around. A laser going for a backstab. And does Cristiano pull back home? That's the question. Does Cristiano turn around? For now, the answer is no. We're forcing our way in. We do have Roach Hydra catching reinforcements. That's the second Immortal going down. And you can see this army's running out of reinforcements. Charge will say take down a base. Roach Hydra pushing towards the third. And bases are falling. Basically, a base trade here between a laser and Cristiano. We recall back home. We go for the recall. We leave the Immortals. The Immortals are going to be shut down. Big storms, but High Templar are falling left and right. And it looks like a laser has held. He cleans up the Immortals. That recall was subpar. We lost so many High Templar there in that recall. And a laser is going to be able to remax. That death ball of an army isn't there anymore. Where are the Archons? Where are the High Templar? I mean, we still have a good amount of High Templar, but no more Archons. This army is so fragile now. Now, a laser did lose 2 bases, but Lurkers are on the way. Lurkers are in production. We get a decent storm. But a laser, he does pull back. A much better storm here on the Hydras. We get the full surround. The 360 surround collapsing on these Immortals. Lurkers are diving in as well. And the laser will clean up this army. GG gets called. A laser survives, ties things up 1-1, and we are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. A laser does end up shutting down a Cristiano there. Again, Cristiano forced into a really awkward position. I do really like the play style there from a laser, or the decision making, because Ghost River is a small map. Ghost River is a very small map, short rush distance by ground. These counterattacks hit so quickly. So in that moment, for a laser to recognize the strength of Cristiano's army and to just ignore it, to leave some units at home to defend, but to split up a big portion of his Hydras to counterattack, to catch reinforcements, to pick away at the third base, and to put Cristiano in a really difficult position, right? Like, does he commit to the base trade or does he recall back home? In the end, he made the decision to recall back home. It was a rough decision to make. Because of that, he lost everything. He lost his Immortals, lost his High Templar. Again, to be fair, even if he didn't recall, even if he committed to the base trade, he didn't have a War Prism. There was no way to reinforce on the front lines either. So it was damned if you do, damned if you don't. A really rough position for Cristiano. And a laser able to outposition Cristiano. GG. GG, well played. So very clutch move there out of a laser. Because again, in a head-on fight, Cristiano wins. For sure. Like, if both armies had to clash and face off against each other, Cristiano just had so much firepower in that army, but a laser forced him to split up that army, to fragment it, and was able to just pick away at it and pull it apart. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have our Polish Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Liquid, fighting back in that last game, forcing the ace match. It is a laser. Here we go. So it's been a very tense back and forth between these two, which is what we expect. Again, Cristiano and Laser, they are some of the best that Poland has to offer. Laser being the best Zerg player, and Cristiano being one of the best Protosses. I say one of because the Protoss players in Poland are in a really weird position where there is a very clear best Terran in Zerg, right? Spirit is the best Terran player, Laser is the best Zerg player in Poland. For Protoss, there's like a lot more competition. There's a lot more contention for that. You know, you've got Cristiano, you've got Geralt, you've got Mana, you've got Bapi, you've got Arts, you've got all these other big Protoss names that can have their own moments, that can shine in their own right as well. It's kind of hard to distinguish them. I would say that top 3 Protoss in Poland are Cristiano, Geralt, and Mana. I do think that they are currently top 3. And they kind of like shuffle between them when it comes to like who's looking better on the day, who's more in form. For a while, I did say that Geralt and Cristiano were better than Mana, had like surpassed him. But Mana, after taking a break from StarCraft and after playing some Stormgate, Mana's return this year has been impressive. Like if you've been watching Mana these past like 6 months, he's been getting better and better results. Like maybe because he was playing like some of these other RTSs that has like re-motivated him to like compete again and to improve. But Mana's been looking impressive. He's been looking very impressive as of late as well. So, yeah, that hierarchy of Protoss in Poland is still up for grabs. Still up for grabs. For now, we're going to be forcing the unnatural natural. Cristiano expanding elsewhere. We do see a laser expanding elsewhere. Cristiano just going to be keeping tabs on him. We do throw down the pylon to delay the expansion, but the Lings should be able to deal with this, and we should force a cancel. Adept is on the way, but won't get here in time. Oh, there's a cancel on the pylon. Behind this, going to be a Stargate opener for Cristiano. Going to be a Stargate opener into Oracle. First Adept is moving out across the map, and will be threading the bases here. Be threading the bases of a laser. But now, not committing, you have to be very careful with the first Adept. The reason for this is you can threaten the mineral lines, but if you lose the first Adept, then you lose your timing. The timing that I'm talking about is your double Adept timing. 2 Adepts are much more threatening. They can one-shot drones, and you can get a pretty substantial amount of damage with this early on. So Cristiano has joined up with that second Adept. Going to be threatening a shade into the main. And do we commit it? We do, but Lings are lying in wait. We are in position. Adepts trying to make their way to the mineral line. It looks like we will get there, but nice target firing out of a laser. Yeah, it does get one Adept and will shut down the other. Nice cleanup here from a laser. Only 1 drone goes down. Whew. Again, that could have been so much worse, but nice defense from a laser. And we're following this up with some Oracle harass. First Oracle's moving out. Second Oracle's on the way. Dipping between the bases. And we do dive into that natural spore. Not quite here. Queen's not quite in position either. But just getting 2 drones. Okay, only 2 workers for now. Meanwhile, across the map, Lings, without Adepts to defend. The third! Oh my god, we should be forcing the cancel, but we do not. That was brave of Cristiano to just look at that base, to believe that we could keep it alive, and the base will barely survive. It would have been disastrous if we did force the cancel, but a laser doesn't quite get it. And Cristiano holds. Oh my god. We do barely hold on. The base is kept safe. And we're transitioning into a Twilight Council and a Forge. Interesting, a much more standard transition here from Cristiano. This entire series, Game 1 and Game 2, we've been seeing Twilight Council into Templar Archives, into like Fast Immortals, into Fast Archons, into delayed Twilight Council upgrades, but this looks like something very different. This looks much more standard. As we do have our Adepts moving out, it's only going to be 4. Usually we have 5, maybe 6 Adepts, but we did bleed out some Adepts earlier, and we also lost an Adept in the defense. So this initial move out is going to be a little bit less impactful here. We do shade in, and we're going for the drone kills. Boys are being pulled, and how many workers can we get? So far, 3 drones go down. Oracles, they dive into the mineral line. They focus down as much as they can. We get 6 drones in total. The Oracles, they barely escape. And we're not done. We still have the Adepts. Oh my god. 9 drones go down. An insane amount of damage dealt here. Very good in mind, it was only 4 Adepts from Cristiano. We do come into the shade and we get not quite another drone. The laser will shut this down. The Oracles do make it out. And I have to eat my words a little bit. I was like, yo, it looks like he's not going for fast Archons. Nah, it is fast Archons. I was like, maybe he's going for a blink. Maybe he's going for +1 and blink. Nah, not at all. Meanwhile, big link counter attack. 3 probes go down. Not bad. Nice run by there out of laser. But it looks like it is going to be the same style from Cristiano. Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3, if you maybe missed out on them, it has been Twilight Council into a Fast Templar Archives, into Immortal production, as you can see here. Immortals are on the way, into Archons. And eventually, we will research Charge. Charge is delayed in favor of Archons, in favor of Immortals. There it is. Charge is in production. So again, it has been Cristiano's go-to for quite some time. And, I mean, hey, it has worked in the past. And even in Game 2, Alazer barely held on. Like, it was a clutch moment on Ghost River when Alazer did go for the backstab. And did pull Cristiano apart. At the same time, Lings, they do try to hit the natural, but the wall is a wall. Is looking solid. And Cristiano, he's building up his death ball of an army with Archons, with Immortals. Is building up. And Alazer confirms. And how does Alazer respond with Roach production? With Dropper Lords. Alazer didn't re-drone. Uh-oh. Alazer's cutting works at 61. That is sub 3 base saturation. We're going all in. Alazer's not droning. We're amassing more roaches, more queens. Dropper Lords are spawning in. And Cristiano, he responds. Throwing down a wall of shield batteries. We need cannons. We need as much stack defense as possible. Because here comes the all in. The Revelation does confirm this. And is this in time? Is this stack defense going to finish up in time? Cristiano is in trouble. I'm loving this. We get a Ling drop into the main and into the natural. It's going to be a tri-pronged attack. Alazer did make great use of this in DreamHack. Again, last week, Lings are diving on forward. We have the drop into the main, the drop into the natural. Cannons are in position. We're ready for this. Cristiano's got a cannon in the main. He has Oracles here at the natural. The Lings, they do nothing. Overcharge is popped. Massive storm as well on the Roach Ravager. And Cristiano, he's shutting this down. Oh my god. Very impressive. Again, these Ling drops, they were meant to get damage done here. We were meant to distract Cristiano, but he was ready for it. He was more than ready. At the same time, we are gaining ground here. Bow's being thrown down. That was the final storm for Cristiano. That was his final storm. Do we have enough to defend? Bow's going to be connecting. Archons are going down. But these Immortals in the back line, they're doing so much damage. Yeah, Ravagers are falling left and right. And Cristiano, he's holding. He's holding, he's shutting this down, forcing Alazer back. The all-in has failed. And Cristiano, he's miles ahead. Cristiano, look at that Immortal count, look at the Archons. We still retain so much of our army. Ravagers being focused down by the Oracles. Very impressive defense here by Cristiano. We've seen many great Protoss players fall to this all-in. But alas, not Cristiano. Not here in the ace match. And now Alazer's in a rough position. Remember, he cut workers. He's on 59 drones. Now he's droning. But we have 0-0 upgrades. Like, no upgrades, no economy. We lost and bled out so much of our roaches and queens. That push was designed to kill. And it didn't. And we're just waiting for the counterattack. We're waiting for the move out. We have the Prism to reinforce. We have plenty of High Templar with energy. We have how many Immortals? 7. 7. 7 Immortals, 3 Archons. This push is going to be devastating, and I don't know if Alazer can survive it. Oracles, once again, barely kept alive. Oh, I spoke too soon. 1 Oracle goes down. And Cristiano, he's just building up his army. He's just getting ready for his push. And Alazer has to do everything in his power to delay. He has to delay this move for as long as possible. We do cancel the 4th. Prism into the main. Oh, not much in position. Zealots are wreaking havoc. Drones are going down. This will force a big reaction out of Alazer. Meanwhile, at the same time, Ling drop here towards the natural. But we're in position. And these Zealots are getting so much done. Remember, we barely had an economy to begin with. And we lose 7 drones at the same time. Oracle towards the northern base. No Spore, no Queens in position. Drones are going down. And here comes the move out. Here comes the push. The main army is coming. Double link drop into the main base. There's still Zealots in the natural. The cannon is going to be focused down, and this is going to force Cristiano back. Again, he doesn't want to be forced all in. Yeah, Zealots, they warp in back into the main. Cristiano biding his time. But we've gotten 12 drone kills, so we're okay. Cristiano, his push may be delayed, but I mean, he can afford to delay it. It's okay. As we finally clean up that prism, we finally stop. I mean, the Oracle runs out of energy. A laser still re-droning, which means he hasn't been producing much of an army. Lane drop coming back in. Ooh, the cannon hasn't been rebuilt. Warframe's going down. Again, laser being so annoying with these link drops. As things, they're going for the... they try to go for the Nexus. But there it is. GG gets called. Before the move out even occurs, the writing is on the wall. Alazer knows he cannot stop the main army, and Cristiano takes the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to Cristiano as he does it again. He takes down Alazer 2-1, advancing on to the upper bracket finals. Very well done. A solid result here from Cristiano. Again, he was able to bring him down last time they faced at the very first H.4.0.S Galactic Battle earlier this year. And he manages to do it again. GG, well played. Again, it was a 50-50 split in the predictions in the chat. Impressive. I was a little bit shocked to see that. But again, Cristiano has been getting better and better over the past year of StarCraft. And he does bring a laser down. And with that, Cristiano moves on to face off against Geralt. We tried to avoid the PvPs, but alas, we could only do so for so long. It is going to be Geralt versus Cristiano in the upper bracket finals. Also, I apologize, it was happening in the middle of the game, so I apologize for not giving you a shout out, but a big shout out to LikeEX. LikeEX, thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Did happen during that last game, but I didn't want to take away from the game. It was an intense game. It was an intense moment. But thank you so much for subscribing. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Hope you enjoy the content. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much. And yeah, with that, we are getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for the upper bracket finals. You can see the bracket before you here. Geralt took down Rodzin, Cristiano took down Alazer, and we have a Protoss player confirmed for the finals. Now, for those that maybe weren't here a couple of months ago in the first edition of this tournament, Cristiano was the runner-up. Cristiano, in the last tournament, he took down Alazer in the upper brackets, and then Cristiano lost in the finals to Alazer. I think it was 4-2. It was a best of 7. But Cristiano did come second place. Will history repeat itself, or will Cristiano exceed himself and even become our champion? It's possible. It is possible. Regardless, Geralt stands in his way. Geralt will be standing in his way. It's a PvP. Anything can happen. It's going to be a best of 3 between Cristiano and Geralt. That is our next series. And as much as I'm talking up Cristiano, as much as he took down Alazer, which is very impressive, we've seen Geralt bring down Cristiano before. They go back and forth. It's pretty close between them. They go back and forth in series, back and forth in matches. Geralt could instead be the one advancing on to those finals. It's going to be a hard call. It's going to be a hard call to make. Predictions will eventually be open in the chats once we get our match going. As you can see here, it's an offline event. It is an offline event in Warsaw, in Poland, and it takes a while for the players to get set up on the stage. It takes a while for them to get set up their hotkeys, their settings, to log in, to log out. It does take a little bit here, so there's going to be a break in between, but we'll be jumping into that as soon as we can. Just catching up. Oh, you're doing so much for SC2, and I have to thank you for your work. Oh, thank you, Papi. Thank you. We do what we can. we do what we can, Papi. We do what we can. It's easy to cast as much as we do when there's passion behind it, Papi. When there's passion. So Yeah, and we're still in the early hours of the tournament. I think we're almost 8 hours in. It's been 7 hours and 50 minutes. For those that are curious, the stream went down earlier, so this stream has been live for 3 hours, but we were live for like 5 hours before that. So we're getting to that 8 hour mark, and still got plenty more to come. Still got plenty more StarCraft to come. We're gonna be going on a short break. When we return, we will have that PvP. We'll have that PvP. Also, I should emphasize, Alasia just got taken out, but he's still in the tournament. Double elimination. It is a double elimination tournament. Alasia still has another life, is still going to be fighting back in that lower bracket, and there's a very real chance that Alasia still makes it to the finals. He did it last time. Alasia, he clawed his way back up from the lower bracket last time into those finals. But it's a ZVZ! Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the bracket, Alasia is playing against Snogstar in a best of one. Look, I'm just saying, Snogstar is arguably the cheesiest Zerg player in all of Europe. Snogstar is an animal, and there's a chance, it's a small chance, but there's a chance that maybe Alasia doesn't make it past Snogstar. Just saying. that's gonna be a wild best of one. It's gonna be a wild game. Best of luck to Snogstar. Best of luck to Alasia. We're going on that short break. When we return, PvP. See you soon. See you soon.
rzadko. Gdy już to robisz, chcesz mieć pewność, że to ta jedyna. Kilka razy sprawdziłeś, ile wentylatorów, jak i airflow czy grafika wejdzie. Dobra wiadomość jest taka, że w obudowie ARX 700 ARGB są 4 wentylatory, także w środku będzie naprawdę zimno. I złożysz ją też z przyjemnością. Także swoją starą obudowę możesz... Człowieku, co ty robisz? A, no ładnie, ładnie. W każdym razie nie wyrzucaj starej obudowy. Znajdziemy dla niej inne zastosowanie.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I apologize for the delays, but we have returned with the upper bracket finals. We just went over our upper semifinals. We had some amazing matches, some amazing results. Welcome back, everyone, to the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle number 2. I'm, of course, host Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined for the first time in a long time with our Polish resident CranKy Duckling. Welcome, Kure, to the casting desk.
Why, hello there. It has been a while indeed.
Yeah, it has been a while. I know you've been busy with other events. I mean, we've had IEM, we've had Dream, we've had a lot of StarCraft, a lot of events going on. But now we're back. Now we can cast.
Indeed. And would you like me to start this series? As we have our fresh new series, we have a PvP between two Protoss players, of course. And the first one in the top right corner, it is our red Protoss player representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. Just look down a laser 2-1. It is Cristiano. And before we get too ahead of ourselves, if you're in the chat, predictions. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on how you think the series will unfold. Place your bets on who you think is the first player to make it to the grand finals. One Protoss or the other. It is up to you to decide.
Yeah, and I for one am very curious who is it gonna be, because as you said, like, Cristiano has been popping off lately, and I mean, he was in the finals last time, like, it wasn't that far off from him winning, so do you think he can actually take it this time?
It's gonna be close. Like, it's hard to say. I mean, you also know this as well, I'm sure, but we've been casting a lot of Sparkling Tuna Cups over the past, 6 months, and we've actually seen these two play quite a bit. They play quite often, whether it's in Sparkling Tuna Cups or OC King of the Hills or some of these other online events. Something that we have to give credit to is that both Geralt and Cristiano are very active. They're very active in the online tournament scene, and they're definitely both grinders as well. Like, they put in the work, they put in the hours, they ladder a lot, they play a lot, and because of that, they also know each other quite well. Like, I feel like this series is maybe even harder to call than the last one.
Yeah, definitely, because, I mean, as you said, like, it's not only that they are grinders, but, like, they meet each other in those online weeklies all the time. Like, they have played so many series that they probably know each other's playstyle pretty well as well at this point.
Oh yeah, 100%. So we're going to be seeing some metagaming in this as well, I assume. And as we dive into our fresh best of 3, a big shout out to Dave Testa Papi. Oh my god, a shout out to Dave in the chat. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Good to see the Ducklings quacking together different days. Life's been lonely. True. I've been lonely. I've been all by myself casting. Oh, thank you, Dave. Thank you for the bits.
Yeah, it's good to have Ducklings join together once again.
Yes, you need to cast more often.
No, not that.
Even for the House Open Cups, it's been a while since we've casted those as well. We need to bring back the Kuro casting.
I mean, look, I mean, the truth is that also, like, the House Open Cups also haven't been happening as often, because I believe those were like the 2 last bi-weeklies we had, at least for a while. Like, we will see if there will be like another season or something.
For sure. We'll see if they come back. And likewise, maybe if you haven't heard much of Kura's casting, I mean, we still have SDO and MSO. Every now and then we do have our amateur events, and that should be coming around the corner next week as well. So, Kura's going to be returning to the desk soon enough.
Yeah, currently the plan is that I am casting the amateur tournament of the CranKy Ducklings, so if you want to join me there, feel free.
There you go. Meanwhile, we did have 2 gate openers all around, but Cristiano is throwing down a proxy pylon, is going to be going for these slow reinforcing warpins, and he does have the army advantage pushing in towards that natural base. We do have the overshot, but only one Stalker.
Yeah, only one Stalker. The sentries alone will not be able to stop it, and the force fields are helping Cristiano as well. First of the Stalkers falls, and this looks like an overwhelming army for now.
Yeah, shield battery goes down. There is no defensive overcharge. That was the big defender's advantage for Geralt, and he no longer has it. Boys, they have to be pulled. Probes are going down. Behind this, Cristiano is happily mining on 2 bases, but We do see Geralt working towards Blink. Blink is on the horizon. Can he survive? Because here comes some more reinforcements.
I mean, the probes are trying to make it so, but like the stock is like, he only has one, and GG is called. Cristiano takes game number 1 just like that.
GG, well played. Cristiano takes the game. We were a little bit busy kind of like going over over what's happening in the chat. Basically what happened there is Geralt opened up 2 gates into Blink, into that Twilight Council in the main base. Cristiano didn't. There was no Twilight Council for Cristiano. There was no further tech. He threw down an additional gateway back at home, so he add extra warp ins. He just pushed. He just pushed across the map while Geralt was not quite ready in time. And just like that, Cristiano takes game 1.
I mean, to be fair, Cristiano was preparing for like a, for a transition. Like he was throwing down his Twilight Council and so on. Like if this didn't work, like he had plan B, but he just went for it.
Oh yeah, he went for the kill. Very decisive play there. Again, it was so important that Cristiano was able to throw down his force fields, focus on the shield battery more importantly, and because Geralt didn't see the army coming, remember, he only had 1 Stalker in position. His second Stalker was actually further back, ready for Oracle Harass instead, so he didn't have everything on the front lines. He didn't have everything to defend. Geralt was caught off guard.
Yeah, he definitely was. Not many units were in his base. But that was game 1. It's time to, settle down. I say that, but it probably won't be settling down. We will probably get just as crazy in game 2.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to be getting into game number 2, and I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping that we can get an extended series out of this and go to the ace match, but we'll see. We'll see if that's the case here. Again, a very quick and decisive game 1. This is the dynamic that I expect to see. Like, Cristiano is typically more of the aggressive player, and Geralt is more of the reactive player. That's usually how their roles are assigned. Yeah, that was quite a decisive game 1.
Yeah, at the same time though, I mean, after game 1, look, if you play a best of 3 and game 1 looks like this, game 2 you're just prepared for everything, right? Every possible cheese timing attack, you just bunker up, you make a fortress, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can go one of 2 ways. It comes down to Geralt. Like,
True.
He can either be hyper safe and very secure, or he's angry, he's upset. We had the 1G at the end of that game, and he could go for cheese himself, right?
Oh,
Like,
I mean, I can definitely see Geralt doing that as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's all on the table here, especially in the PvP. Meanwhile, it looks like we have our lobby. Game number 2 is going to be taking place on Golden Aura.
He did it well, and as I said, I am really, really curious what Geralt's plan is, because I mean, Cristiano, as you said, has a bit more freedom, and he kind of got like the upper hand in the mental battle. But what is Geralt gonna do this game? Like, is he just gonna go for the same thing, or is he gonna try to switch things up?
Oh, we'll see if he can. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our blue Protoss player from LAN Poland representing Starlight Twinkle, leading the series 1-0 after a very fast game 1. It is Cristiano.
And in the bottom right corner of the map of Golden Aura, we have our red Protoss player representing System Gaming. It is Geralt.
Here we go. As for now, we are going to be settling in. Again, our PvP is upon us. Once again, we're going for these high ground 2-gate openers. We have seen Cristiano play around a little bit with like these more max packs builds, but against Geralt, he's so good at punishing that sort of thing. And as you were kind of alluding to before, I'm more or less excited to see how Geralt opens up and how he responds after what happened in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, again, like this is like a great mental victory for Cristiano. So I would assume Geralt would, think about something like either, as you said, either super defensive or maybe something aggressive himself. But for now, they're just, going along with their usual builds.
For now, we are just settling in. Meanwhile, I spoke about... Okay, I was going to say I spoke about these more again. Never mind. It's going to be a 2-gate opener here by Cristiano, 2-gate opener by Geralt, so standard openers for the time being. And we can see that there is no hidden probe on the map. There's no proxy pylon, as both second pylons have been thrown down in the main of Cristiano and in the main of Geralt.
Yeah, so I guess we will be having a bit of a calmer game this time. Geralt just poking, seeing what he can get. Cristiano does the same on the other side of the map. And yeah, I would expect this will be pretty mirrored for the time being.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on the production tab to see any kind of big deviation from our players, to see if anyone tries to cut any corners or be a little bit more aggressive. Already a bit of a deviation. We see Geralt opening up Stalker Sentry, and Cristiano is skipping his Stalker.
Going Sentry Zealot, that's a very interesting opening, not the usual.
Yeah, the Zealot was just for show. You
Yeah,
can see
yeah.
he canceled the Zealot. It's just to show the probe that the building was researching, to make it look like he was making a unit, when really he isn't. Because it's only a single Sentry opener, this means that Cristiano is being greedy and he's going for a much faster expansion.
Yeah, and I don't know if Geralt has recognized this, but he is making 2 more Adepts. They are currently on the way, so maybe he will be able to punish what Cristiano is doing a little bit, maybe get some damage. But actually, did those finish? Did he cancel them?
Yeah, I like this. It looks like Geralt's got a read on what Cristiano was doing, so he cancels the Adepts and gets into his own faster expansion as well. So Cristiano is faster by like a second or two, but not by too much here, as Geralt is not too far behind him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's one way to deal with grid, is just to go for the grid of your own. If you can spot it in time, they're actually pretty close in economy.
Yeah, they are keeping up with each other. Hallucination Scout comes in, and now we can see finally a big deviation when it comes to tech, as we see Geralt's going for a Twilight Council and Cristiano instead going for the Robo.
Yeah, do you think this is the time where Cristiano goes for all the Immortals and all the heavy artillery, while Geralt focuses more on Blink?
I would imagine so. That's typically the kind of like dynamic that we see here, where Geralt will have a much more mobile army with Blink, and Cristiano is going to have to take a more defensive role with Immortals.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely see that. I mean, we've seen Cristiano today with Immortals in PvZ, and they went pretty well, I would say.
Oh yeah. And we're going to be getting into that soon after. It looks like first we're going for a Prism. Now, the goal of this Prism is to get the Adepts into the main base. I'm sure you've seen plenty of times. Oh my.
What?
Wait, what's happening
Hold
right
on.
now? The hallucination versus the hallucination. Oh my god.
Look, when I see one Colossus, that's one thing, but 2 of them?
They're mirroring each other in every single way. They're
Yeah. Do you think
even the misplaced Colossus.
Do you think Geralt saw the Colossus of Cristiano and he just made one for the meme?
I think so. Yeah, I think that was intentional from Geralt.
I think so.
But what I was getting at, as Adept's going to be threatening a shade, it's very commonplace to throw down, to have a probe in position and to deny the Adepts into the main. But how do you bypass that? With a Warp Prism.
Yeah, the Warp Prism is now in. The Adepts are chasing the Stalkers are now chasing the Adepts, so, but still they will be able to get some damage done. Not a lot though.
Yeah, Adepts, they 2-shot workers, and we're able to get 3 worker kills in total. Not too bad. At the same time, the Adepts, they snuck in. The wall was not a wall, and likewise, Geralt does his own counter damage.
Yeah, it looks like Cristiano was distracted with his own attack, and actually 6 probes fall down, so Geralt wins this round of harassment with the Adepts.
Yeah, and what's worrisome here is that Geralt didn't even have to invest into the Warp Prism. He was able to just slip on in nonetheless. Cristiano was just a little bit distracted, and Geralt comes out on top and takes a lead in the worker count.
Yeah, he does. And did the Warp Priest go down actually? No, the Warp Priest is still alive. Okay, I was like, did the Warp Priest was lost as well? But no, Warp Priest is alive. It is being found out by Geralt, so it's not going anywhere, but it's safe for the time being.
Oh yeah, it is safe for the time being. Can always threaten a backstab as well.
Yeah.
Geralt does leave a couple of swords in position, but now he's moving out across the map to apply some pressure to the expansion. But we mentioned earlier that because of the Robo Opener, we have Immortals, right?
Yeah,
we have Immortals to defend. Geralt trying to find a way in though.
Yeah, I mean, he does have Blink, so he could focus some units there, but with the shield battery, it is a very tricky position.
Yeah, even though Cristiano doesn't have the numbers to support his army, he has the quality here. These Immortals, they pack quite a punch. You can see that Geralt, he's sneaking in. He's going to get a couple of probe kills. 1 probe does go down, and he's going for a 2nd probe as well.
Yeah, but he loses the Stalker for that as well, so I'm not sure how much that trade is worth it. I mean, definitely the risk of losing probes is nice, but at the same time, Cristiano is now in Geralt's base.
Yeah, we go tit for tat here as we get 2 probe kills across the map. Likewise, Cristiano, he gets 3 probes here for his Adepts. Did I say 3? 4 workers go down, so a much better trade. As I say that, Geralt, he dives back in.
Yeah, they just keep going for those mineral lines and more probes are falling. Once again, Geralt is in the main base with the adepts as well. He is being force-fielded in, but he still manages to snipe a few.
Yeah, some very nice force fields, but as you can see, 10 probes go down. Aye. Far too much economic damage being dealt here. Geralt is successfully pulling apart his opponent, but we don't stop because adepts ain't shaded to the natural.
It's always these two adepts on both sides of the map. They are being cleaned up eventually, but both players are doing damage to the mineral lines. I mean, it looks like Geralt maybe is a bit victorious, but in the end, the probe count is the same.
Yeah, as the dust settles, the worker count is pretty neck and neck between Cristiano and Geralt, but the kind of army composition is still very different, right? We spoke about it earlier. We have 3 Immortals here for Cristiano. Geralt instead mass gateway units with Blink Stalkers and with Charge Lots. And the big thing here is that, of course, Geralt could try to avoid the main army. He could try to wrap around, go for a backstab into the natural, into the main, maybe pick away at the Prism, maybe catch an Immortal. Geralt has a lot of opportunities here.
Yeah, he's trying to, but Cristiano is well aware where the army is, and he will not allow it to slip by. The Immortals are going forward, and this purely Stalker army is a little squishy.
Yeah, Geralt can't fight head on, but he picked off a Stalker, he picked off a Sentry as well. Like even here, like every now and then he's getting one unit at a time. Another Sentry goes down. Cristiano unable to juggle in time, so these are some nice pickoffs here from Geralt.
Yeah, that was a really nice precise snipe there, and this Observer will also help Geralt to get a better sense of what is going on on the battlefield, and now he has to defend, and he has one Immortal of his own, but is that enough?
Yeah, he has a 1 Immortal, he has a massive amount of charge. Those force fields are throwing down the Zealots, they cannot engage for either player. Immortals are doing a lot of the back line, but Cristiano, he has to back off. These force fields are buying time for Geralt, crucial time to get into more Immortals.
That they are, but how much time can they buy? Now the Chargers are actually able to... Oh, the Warpriest goes down and gets sniped, and the army of Cristiano is actually getting surrounded.
Yeah, the charge will dive in. 1 Immortal goes down, another as well. Geralt, he's just completely shutting this down. More Immortals are coming in to reinforce, and it looks like Cristiano will be able to hold the line for a moment, but Geralt, he has won this fight.
Yeah, it's just the Immortals. They have no support whatsoever. I mean, the army of Geralt is not big either, but the Immortals on their own can't really fight this.
Yeah, exactly. They need support. They need some kind of buffer. A nice force field towards the end. The Immortal is going to be picked off, and Cristiano does not get here in time. It was so massive that that Prism had gone down. If these Zealots were warped in offensively earlier to reinforce the army, it could have been a different game. But Geralt, he holds, and he does maintain an Immortal lead.
Yeah, the Zealots has to be careful not to lose all these Stalkers, but I feel like really the micro shines there for Geralt, where he's able to precisely snipe the important units, the key units in the fight, and that just, brings him advantage in the final battle.
Yeah, exactly. Whether it was the Immortals, whether it was the Prism as well, it all went down one after the other. And now Geralt is taking up even further, not just into Immortals, but into Disruptors.
Okay. Disruptors definitely could be helpful. I mean, they don't do that well against Immortals, but against all of these Zealots that are coming from Cristianos, that will definitely be useful.
Yeah, I mean, Disruptors, they're kind of the bread and butter here of mid-game PvP, and it's so difficult to counter without your own Disruptors as well, your own Blink Stalkers, bearing in mind that Cristiano never researched Blink, so avoiding these Novas is going to be a difficult thing to do for Cristiano.
That is true, he never even went into the deck. He's so focused on the Immortals, he's going into Archons now, but he never really upgraded his Stalkers. I mean, to be fair, he doesn't have that many now anyway. He focuses on charge loss more.
Yeah, exactly. And Charge Lots and Archons and Immortals, they do many things, but they can't really dodge Novas too well. So Geralt, he's going to have a bit of an easier time against this army. Again, he's able to maintain his lead. 4th bases are being taken for both players. And it's on Cristiano to try to outposition Geralt. He is going for a big move out here towards the south, but the Observer does spot the army.
Yeah, the very well-positioned Observer from Geralt spotted this entire army, but the SimCity alone will not be able to hold this, but it looks like Cristiano decides that this is not a good position to attack.
Yeah, at the same time, we drop into the main base, but we have Stalkers in position to defend as well. We can see Zealot run right towards the 4th, but Geralt, he's lying in wait. He shuts down the Zealots. Cristiano trying to come in from behind, trying to dive on top of the Disruptors, but we do react in time.
Yeah, those Disruptors were a little bit, a little bit naked, a little bit left there, but the rest of the army is there just in time, and, with a few zoning Novas, Geralt holds the position.
Yeah, I mean, that was an impressive attack by Cristiano. He attacked at 3 positions at once. But he didn't do any damage. And because of that, you can see the supply disparity here, where Geralt, he's just been building up better and better of an army, and he's soon going to be snowballing out of control.
Yeah, it looks like Gerard's supply indeed is spiking. Like, you know, he had a few difficult battles, but once he went through that, it looks like his army really is starting to snowball. And he's keeping an eye on the War Prism as well, so no more attacks from Cristiano anytime soon.
Yeah, we have Stalkers in the main, we have Stalkers outside of the northern location as well, so this Prism is going to be forced away by the hallucinate. Okay,
that was close.
It's going to be forced away, but we do pay attention. It's going to be on hold position. And Cristiano back at home, the problem here is the quality of his army. It's mainly Zealots. That's all he's really relying on. There's like a couple of Immortals here and there, but again, it's just, it doesn't scale too amazingly into a longer game. Geralt's, meanwhile, he's got everything. He's got Archons, Immortals, Disruptors, everything you could ever hope
He's
for.
even working on a Dark Shrine. He's adding every tech possible to his army. He only doesn't have Skytos. Nova right into the Zealots and another one as well. So that's a lot of the Zealots down. Some of the Stalkers as well. And more Novas are going down from Geralt. His army still stands strong.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we spoke about it. The Zealots, they just cannot avoid those Novas. They do connect. We do see the Stalker army breaking through. We're getting on top of the Immortals at least, so not the worst trade for Cristiano, but again, he's just running out of units. He's running out of supply. More Novas going off the Disruptors. They survived.
Yeah, the Disruptors survived. They recharge, and now they are dealing damage to the rest of the Cristiano army. Immortals are going down, and the Stalkers alone without Blink won't be able to hold this. It looks like Geralt wins another engagement.
Yeah, he takes down the final army of Cristiano. He was building up towards that final push, and it just was not enough. GG gets called, and Geralt will tie up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match.
GG.
Yeah,
Nicely done by
GG.
Geralt. Like, this was a really solid game from Geralt. I'm actually impressed.
Yeah, it was a very solid game. You saw that game one ended very abruptly before Geralt could really get a handle on things, but here Geralt, he really thrived in the mid game. He got to flex his control, flex his macro, flex his attention. It was really impressive stuff there out of Geralt.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, like the most impressive part about this game was how Geralt was able to immediately identify what is the one key unit in the fight and just snipe it immediately. It's gone. It was the sentries, it was the Immortals, it was the War Priests. He always knew exactly what he needed to win the battle.
Yeah, again, just really good use of that Blink opener as well. We spoke about the dynamic where with Blink, you have a lot of micro potential, and it all comes down to your control, right? With how good or bad you are with it, that will dictate how much you can succeed with that kind of army. And it can be a risky way to play, right? Like if you miscontrol, if you misclick, or if you're not quite paying attention, your army can crumble before the massive mortal of Cristiano. But Geralt, he was up for the task. You know, he was able to keep up with Cristiano.
Definitely. And now the question remains. We are going into map 3. Are we getting another regular game? Or are we going crazy?
That's a good question here. I mean, we're going to be loading into Alcyone. There are a lot of really good proxy locations, and it comes down to what's going through Cristiano's mind right now. You know, what's going through his mind? How does he want to approach this after what just happened in that last game? Again, Geralt was looking quite impressive, quite intimidating. Is Cristiano going to try to avoid a more standard mid-game?
I guess we are about to find out. Let me quickly switch the scores. As we are now on Alcyone. There are multiple versions of this name, but this is the map, and we are looking at our Red Protoss player representing Psystorm Gaming. It is the one and only Geralt.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle being forced into the ace match. But he did take down the laser to get here. Can he go all the way to the finals once again? It is Cristiano.
And well, looks like we are getting into a mirror once again.
Yeah, once again, we're getting into our initial openers. We'll keep an eye on these probes to make sure that they don't deviate or head in any kind of weird direction. When the map pool was new, we saw a lot of proxies on the right-hand side of the map where you'd mine through some of these minerals, gain access to this location, and go for like a proxy Stargate or a proxy Twilight Council or proxy Dark Shrine. But that was kind of found out. Like, players got really good at scouting and really good at identifying that sort of thing.
We got a probe book. Finally. After all these years, the probes have booked.
What does that mean?
You know when the pros, like when you don't put them like on the minerals, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they just go and they just boop.
Yeah, no, but what does that mean for the Protoss?
Chat, your suggestion, please. Thank you.
Like, is that like an acknowledgement, you know, or
Yeah,
have they
they
like?
like high five. They like high five on the way,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. They
Yeah.
high five it with their heads.
I mean, look, they don't have hands.
They don't. They don't have hands. So the probes, they just have to like, and they like headbutt each other. That's how they say
Yeah.
hello. That's
Yeah.
canon.
It
Lore.
is canon, 100%.
Yeah. There you go.
Look, they're just
There you go.
workers, you know. They have no part in this war. They just like high five each other and just go about their day.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Ooh, as Geralt trapping a probe, going for the pylon in the mineral line, you can see that one worker cannot mine, is stuck in between those minerals and cannot really add anything here.
We were just saying how the workers are not fighting. Well, this one clearly is.
Yeah. Geralt, he loves to do this in PvPs where he's able to, if he's able to catch you out, then he can trap you in and he will force out that Stalker. If you remember, Cristiano last game skipped the Stalker, but now he's forced into it. That will delay the expansion for a little bit here as he focuses down that pylon.
That is such a cheeky thing, though. Like, it's like, yeah, the essence of Protoss annoyance. Like, they do that even to themselves.
Oh yeah. So a cheeky move there out of Geralt, and you can see he's scouting towards the edge of the map. He's not really trusting Cristiano too much. He's just checking the third base for any kind of proxy shenanigans. We can see that our openers are pretty standard.
Yeah, it looks like we may end up in a similar situation as last game. As once again, we have Geralt going for the Twilight Council while Cristiano opting for a Robo. So looks like once again Geralt will be focusing on Blink, and Cristiano will take the defensive stance first.
Oh yeah. So very similar dynamic here. Hallucination.
Again?
It happened again.
At this point,
Cristiano.
this is intentional, right?
I don't think so. I mean, because of that, Cristiano doesn't get into the main. He doesn't see the tech, which he should have with the Phoenix. So I hope everything's okay. I hope there's no like hotkey issue or
Yeah.
something. I'm sure if there was, maybe Cristiano would have said something. But yeah, that's rough.
It's the hotkey goblin. This is something that Grand Game says, that it's the hotkey goblin changing the hotkeys again.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. Now we're going for the hallucinations Phoenix Scout, and now we should be able to get a better idea of what's going on, and we'll eventually confirm that it's going to be Blink, but it did take Cristiano a little bit longer to figure that out.
Yeah. I mean, he will get that scout eventually, as the Phoenix is now in and will be able to scout the Blink. And I guess now both players know what they're up against. I mean, to be fair, has Geralt scouted Cristiano yet?
Yes, yeah, he went for the hallucination
Okay.
scout earlier. He did confirm the Robo. At the same time, Adept's going to be threatening a shade towards the natural. Cristiano has spotted this, and he should be able to keep up. We should not quite get the pylon.
Yeah, he didn't get the pylon, but to be fair, there is an Immortal, there's a bunch of sentries as well. A few pros will still fall though, so a nice little sneak by for Geralt.
Yeah, we did slip in at the same time. Geralt applying pressure at the third base. Three Stalkers have arrived, focusing on that pylon. And can we get the pylon before the army does arrive? Oh!
Yeah, looks like we will, and that doesn't quite supply block Cristiano, but it's still an annoyance that he has to deal with later. And it looks like Geralt will not be letting go of the aggression as more Stalkers are queued up.
Yeah, more Stalkers on the way. We do focus down the harassing Adepts. Very nice positioning here from Geralt. Very nice read of the situation, but we do force field the ramp. With that, we catch a Sentry. We catch a Stalker and a second Stalker as well. Nice counterattack here by Cristiano.
Yeah, it looks like Geralt poked the bear a bit too much, and now Cristiano is on a counterattack. He has 2 Immortals, he has a bunch of Sentries, and does Geralt have enough for a defense?
I mean, he just lost 2 Stalkers and a Sentry. That was a big loss for Geralt. The army's pushing in. We have 2 Immortals with this. Force fields get thrown down, but I don't think we really care. We're going to be pushing in.
Ooh, there's a lot of Stalkers here, and if they blink right on top of the first of the Immortals, the second one still stands strong though, and it looks like the numbers of Geralt are falling down.
Yeah, that was a questionable blink from Geralt. He bleeds out almost every single unit. 2 Stalkers survive, and we are looking to deny this third base. We do desperately warp in once again. The pylon's going to be going down, and we can warp in an extra wave of Stalkers. Geralt may be able to save this base, just barely.
He's going around, he tries to snipe the Immortal, and he will barely not get it, and it looks like this base cannot be saved.
Yeah, I mean, we did trigger the shields, and we're going to be able to focus on the Immortal. The Immortal's going to be going down, but it looks like he takes down the Nexus with him.
Yeah, I mean, Cristiano pays for it with the Immortal, but still, that's a very nice delay as he's third base is fully mining and operational, and Geralt is completely denied.
Yeah, that's a kill on the fourth. That is 400 minerals. Sorry, on the third. That is 400 minerals down the drain for Geralt. Now, he does have Blink. He does have a decent Stalker count here, but it's not really enough to break the third base of Cristiano. He's done well for himself. Despite the start where Geralt was popping up, he was getting so much damage done, now it wasn't so much worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that kind of shows that like that Immortal army really is strong, and if you don't have enough units saved up, you can't really go against this. Geralt will try again, but if he runs into those two Immortals again, this may not be pretty.
Yeah, but what if we avoid the Immortals? We dive into the actual focus on the shield battle. You can see Cristiano, he's on the hunt. He's going to try and chase us down. But we depower some of these gateways in the main. Not too bad. Nice pick-offs here from the Stalkers. But Cristiano, he's lying in wait on the low ground.
Yeah, he knows exactly what Geralt is planning to do. There's second Immortal here at the third base. Even a force field as well to keep the Stalkers in.
Yeah, nice catch here from Cristiano. Nice read of the movement of Geralt to be ready in the low ground at the third base. So a nice catch. Geralt is still falling behind. Look at the worker disparity. No expansion. Geralt, he's going all in.
He decides that he's just too far behind and decides to just play it all aggressive. Like the charges go in and go straight for the Immortal, but there's two more still waiting.
Yeah, Cannon finished up as well, and it looks like we may just have too much. Zealous are getting annihilated here for Geralt. Immortal in the backline putting in a lot of damage as well, and Cristiano, he is shutting this down.
Yeah, and that Immortal has not lost any of its HP points. Like the shield was triggered, but that is it. Not even shield was going down, so these Stalkers won't be enough to take them down.
Yeah, it won't be enough. The Prism juggling as best as possible. We have our own War Prism to juggle. GG gets called. Cristiano shuts down Geralt and will take the series at 2-1.
Really nicely played there by Cristiano. Like we got some. I mean, again, we got some strong attacks, but like also like I feel like that battle in the middle of the map was the key to victory here.
Oh yeah, you're referring to the moments when Cristiano was able to force field the army and catch. It wasn't even that much. It was 2 Stalkers and a Sentry, I believe. But that early on in the early game, when every unit counts that much more, like that was a big moment for Cristiano. He very quickly snowballed out of control after catching those couple of units.
Yeah, like that really felt like the moment that the snowball started rolling. As you know, Cristiano was going to attack anyway, but with the numbers that much lower for Geralt, like he still focused one Immortal, but only one of them, and the second one did a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly. Geralt also maybe misjudging the situation at the third base when, in that moment, right, when he dove and we tried to focus on those Immortals, and he did get both of them, but he still lost the base anyway. You know, what were we really fighting for if we fought, we dove in, but we still lost the base? In the end, Geralt was forced into a 2-base all-in, but Cristiano was miles ahead. He shut it down. Very nice stuff there by Cristiano, and once again, 2 House Galactic battles in a row. Cristiano makes it to the finals from the upper bracket.
Yeah, really nice result there from Cristiano. And I mean, let's see, does he have an opponent yet? Or, I mean, not yet, but like, do we know who's in the lower bracket yet? It doesn't look like we know.
Yeah, that's a good question here, as exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The lower bracket has been progressing over this past series, and it looks like we have some updates. So a laser did survive Snogstar. A laser took down Snogstar 1-0, and now we have our ZVP lying in wait. Up next should be a laser versus Bappy.
Yeah, that's what it looks like right now, and I'm curious. I'm curious what's gonna happen in this season. I'm curious if we're gonna have a single Zerg in this finals, in the lower bracket finals, or if we're going full Protoss today.
Exactly. For those that are curious, right now we have a sea of Protoss in front of a laser. A laser, if he wants to make a finals run, if a laser wants to be our champion here tonight, he's gonna have to bring down Bappy, Geralt, and Cristiano. You know, some of the best Protoss players, or the best Protoss players in all of Poland, stand in a laser's way. Can he work his way through this? It's also going to be a bit of a stamina test, an endurance test for a laser, because that's a lot of ZVPs that he has to endure.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I mean, some of them may be quick, like the PvP we just said, but some of them may get very, very long.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we could see some
Right.
long games there. It is possible, definitely.
Hey,
Um,
look, at least it's not a laser versus spirit, okay? It could be worse.
True. I mean, I wouldn't mind that. I would not
True.
mind a bit of variety here. Okay.
True. I mean, I agree, but also I remember the spore crawlers and also just
Yeah.
bunker up in his main base.
Yeah, that was quite a time.
Yes.
That was on Near Humanity. That was an
Hmm.
amazing series on Near Humanity, and it's a series that I'll never forget. So, or a
Me
game I'll
neither.
never forget. So, it scarred us for life.
It did.
That's how impactful
And that
it
was the finals of one of these LAN events as
Mhm.
well.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was the finals of the esports event, the
Yeah.
final esports event. But for now, we're going to be going on a short break. For those that are curious, we have 3 series left in this tournament. Again, this is an offline event happening in Poland. The best of the best in Poland are duking it out as we speak. First, we're going to be having a Laser versus Papi. Winner goes up against Geralt, and the winner of that goes into a best of 7 versus Christiana in the grand finals.
Yeah, here's a quick note. This whole event is happening at the House Gaming Bar in Warsaw. So if you happen to be local to Warsaw or just happen to be in Warsaw and you want to see the finals live, you may still be able to do so. So
There you
if
go.
you're
If you
interested,
have any-
there is an address in the chat, so you can check it out.
Oh, okay! Exclamation mark House in the chat, and yeah, you can go there if you're interested. If you're local to the Polish community or the Polish scene, then you can head out there. I'm sure they're having a great time at the gaming bar. Great celebration of StarCraft. And for now, we're gonna be going on a short break. When we return, we will have some more ZVP.
Oh yeah, there will be more soon.
Yeah, a lot more. See you soon.
Kilka razy sprawdziłeś, ile wentylatorów, jak i airflow czy grafika wejdzie. Dobra wiadomość jest taka, że w obudowie ARX 700 ARGB są 4 wentylatory, także w środku będzie naprawdę zimno. I złożysz ją też z przyjemnością. Także swoją starą obudowę możesz... Człowieku, co ty robisz? A, no ładnie, ładnie. W każdym razie nie wyrzucaj starej obudowy. Znajdziemy dla niej inne zastosowanie.
I witam po krótkiej przerwie, moi drodzy. Igor Indy Kaczmar.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that break as we have returned with the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle number 2 lower bracket finals. Of course, host Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined once again by Kura from the CranKy Ducklings.
Hello. I am joined once again by the light of the CranKy Ducklings, and we are both here casting a Polish LAN tournament happening in Warsaw at House Gaming Bar.
Yeah, exactly. We just did follow Cristiano all the way to the grand finals. He took down a laser, he took down Geralt. And these players that have been taken out by Cristiano, they have a second life, a second chance as we are here in the lower bracket.
That we are, and we are now looking at the first of our players spawning in the top right corner of our map, Ghost River. It is the Red Zerg player representing Team Liquid. It is Elazar.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Berserker Esports. It is Papi. Hi, Papi. And before we get too ahead of ourselves, if you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will advance on into the lower bracket finals. Will it be a laser or Papi? It'll be up to you to decide.
How will we cast this game without saying Papi every sentence?
It's hard. It's very hard. it's very difficult. I'll be honest. One thing is we have to ask him. How did he come up with this ID? Like, is he like part Latin American or like
no,
what's going on?
I don't think so. At least he doesn't look Latin American. But I mean, what do I know?
Yeah, possibly.
He could have been born there.
Could have.
Who knows?
Yeah, maybe could have been born in the Amazon.
Straight in the Amazon. Yeah,
Straight
like
in the Amazon.
on the coast of Amazon.
Yeah, it could have some Incan or even Aztec kind of heritage as well. You know, that's why he's a berserker. You know, maybe. Uh,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
but regardless, he's always a great player to watch, to cast, and Papi has also been improving quite a lot over these past couple of months. Papi has taken it to a laser. I'm always reminded of the House Open Cup, where Papi and a laser they faced off in the finals of a bi-weekly online tournament. And it went all the way to the ace match. It went all the way to game 5. So again, Papi has shown us that he can take down a laser, but in the best of 3, in front of an audience, in front of a crowd, can he bring it here? Because he needs to hear it now in this series.
Yeah, definitely the conditions are very different when you are playing live at a LAN event. Like, you know, you have to get used to the setup, you have like the audience watching you and stuff. Like, you know, there are different aspects to the game. It affects some players, doesn't affect some others, but we'll see if Papi can do it right here.
Yeah, we'll see if he can bring it here. As for now, we're settling into our openers. Looks like a standard opener out of Papi, going for a Stargate back at home. Likewise, a laser going for a hatch gas pull into a third. So far, nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Right now, it's going to be on a laser to survive and defend against the Adept Harass and the Oracle Harass.
Yeah, and we have first of the Adepts just chilling by the base of a laser. I'm gonna be tripping so much on this because I still don't know if it should be a laser or a laser. Polish people, help me out. Which is the correct? I keep forgetting to ask him, and if I ask him, he will probably say that it's either one.
It's E-Laser.
E-laser? Oh no. Oh no.
Like e-gaming. Like
yeah,
an
like
e-gamer,
esports?
you know?
Yeah?
Yeah. there you
E-laser?
go.
Oh no.
Oh, no. For now, we're settling in. Overlord comes in, and we do deny the scout, or will at least reveal the Void Ray. It's going to be a Void Ray first opener out of Papi. With a Void Ray, we can shut down these Overlords, we can deny scouting, and we can hide what comes next. It could be some kind of hidden tech structure or a standard game. A laser will be in the dark.
Yeah, and you can see that he's already bringing the Overlords back home, so he won't be having vision on the map either. Meanwhile, Papi is scaring him off a bit with these Adepts. He has to stay on his toes to make sure that none of the Adepts are getting in.
Oh, yeah, as we do activate the Prismatic Line, we dive on top of the Void Ray, but sorry, on top of the Overlord, but it looks like the Void Ray is going to be punished, and we lose the Void Ray. A big loss here for Papi.
Yeah, that was a bit over-ambitious for Papi. He really wanted that Overlord, but all these queens on the ground, like that was a bit of an overextension, and he loses the Void Ray, and he won't be making another one, at least not for a while.
Yeah, that's a big loss for Papi. Suddenly, a laser can spread out his Overlords once again. Oracle dives into the natural, but we're in position. One drone goes down, but only a singular worker. And we have a follow-up. I see a Gateway. I see Twilight Councils. I do not see a Forge. This could be quite an aggressive follow-up.
Okay. I'm watching you, Papi. We'll see. But at the same time, Elaser is preparing with his Roach Warren, so I guess he's expecting some attack to come, maybe, but I don't know. He's expanding right now as well. I don't know if he will have enough units in time.
Yeah, nice timing with the Roach Warren. It was thrown down around the 4-minute 30 mark, so the Roach Warren will finish up in time. Meanwhile, I'm curious as to our take of choice. Are we going into Blink? Are we going into Glaze? Or are we going into something different? There we go. Blink is on the way. Without the Forge, this is looking quite aggressive. This could be the beginning of a 3-base all-in. The longer this goes on without a Forge, the more likely it is that we won't take additional gases at the third.
At the same time, we have the Oracles diving in once again. They take down 3 drones, but both of them are very damaged, and I don't think they will be able to dive once again.
Yeah, exactly. They only get 3 workers. They're stuck here in between the bases until they can regenerate their shields on these Oracles. Meanwhile, Papi is going to be building up, and hopefully... No, we're okay as in...
Emil!
Emil! Ah! Feels bad, man. As Indy has disconnected briefly, we will be remaking. Indy, of course, is the official caster. He is the Polish caster, so if Indy does lag out, we will remake and we will jump back in.
Yeah, I mean, not only is Indy the Polish caster, he's also the only Polish observer because he's casting together with Zed, but they're using one account. So they're both watching on the same screen, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So, unfortunate. It's interesting that Indy lags out, but the players haven't, despite the fact that they're at the same venue. So
Look, maybe he stepped on the cable, okay?
It's possible. He might have stepped on the cable. It as we should be we should be remaking. We are gonna be dipping out of the game, and we'll be diving back in. Thankfully, nothing too crazy what's going on. Blink was being researched, and I did see a delayed Forge on the way for Poppy, so really interesting build order here from him, and we're going to be able to dive a little bit more into it once we get back in the game.
Yeah, I was trying to check if something is happening on the Polish stream, but unfortunately nothing visible, and I don't want to turn the sound on, so chat will have to update me on that.
Okay, so it looks like, I guess the game might have crashed, because
Maybe,
like the stream is still up.
Yeah, the stream is
so
up.
it
No,
looks
the
like...
stream is fine. It's not a connection issue.
Yeah, so it looks like maybe they just the game crashed, so they have to relaunch it and get back in once again.
Meanwhile, Papi says in the in-game chat, if you move it back more, I won't be mad. My void ray will leave.
He's like, I feel like there was some latency, and it was probably lagging out when I lost the void ray. I think that probably happened. True.
Yeah, probably. And to answer the chat, yes, both Indy and Zed are in the venue.
Mhm.
They're both casting in the venue. Can we even show them right now? Oh, they're on screen, right? Hold on.
Yeah. Both Indy and Zed are at the event. They're at the venue at the moment, spending time, of course, with the local community. You do love to see it, and every now and then we're able to get a little bit of a glimpse of the crowd, of the bar, of the setups that they have.
Yeah, like this is not the first event at House Gaming Bar either, so they've been there a few times, and yeah, they are casting live from the location.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. It's really cool to see that they've brought everyone together. Also, who's Innie?
Who?
I don't know. I'm looking at the Polish stream, and it says cast Indy, Zed, and Innie.
Oh, I have no idea.
Like I-double-N-I. Okay.
I actually don't know.
Okay. Fair enough. But we'll be jumping right back into game number 1 momentarily. We're going to be resuming from replay. Thankfully, there's a feature for that.
Yeah, by the way, the top bar with the goal says that they're gathering money for a driver's license for a camel.
Oh, okay.
It's a meme. It's 100% a meme. But also what?
Do you need a license to drive a camel?
I
Is
don't
that
know.
a thing?
Do you? I mean, doesn't the camel like drive itself, kind of?
Kind of.
I mean, I heard camels like no for just doing their thing.
Mm-hmm. You can steer them. You can steer them.
Okay.
It's not good. Could you invite me to the lobby? If I try to join, otherwise it doesn't work.
Oh, I mean, it says you're pending. There you are.
Yeah. I can't join from the friends list, otherwise it doesn't work. But here we go. It looks like we're just getting our lobby set up here with all of our lovely players. And I hope everyone in the chat has been enjoying themselves as well. It's been an amazing event so far, and we're kind of nearing the end. There's only a handful of series left.
Yeah, this is just this is one of the 3 series that we have left. So you are just in time for the most important games of the tournament.
Oh yeah, exactly. Again, a laser is the Zerg hope, and there's no more Terrans out there either. If you're out there, if you want to avoid the mass PvP ahead of us, then cheer for a laser to avoid the PvPs.
I mean, if a laser does win this series, then we will and the next one as well. Like if he wins all these PvZs, then like we will have only PvZs. But if he doesn't, it's PvP from here.
That's true. You have 2 options. Do you prefer PvP or PvZ? Like that's gonna dictate who you cheer for. That's.
I mean, look.
Look, we got 2 options. That's all we have. Okay, there's nothing else.
Unfortunately, it was mentioned earlier on the stream, because maybe some people have tuned in later, Spirit, the most well-known Terran currently from Poland, is not here because it's actually his mother's birthday. So he's celebrating with his family.
Yeah, feliz cumpleaños to Spirit's mother. Again, Spirit, he's spending his time with his family. They're out celebrating, and it's completely understandable here that Spirit wouldn't be available. Because of that, only Zergs and Protoss do remain, and here we go. We're loading back in to game number 1, right where we left off.
The Void Ray is already dead, so unfortunate for Papi.
Smooch. Void Ray did go down. We mentioned it before, but really fast blink here from Papi is going to be able to be quite assertive with it initially. Can move out and apply some pressure with his Blink Stalkers. Until then, the Oracle's diving into the natural. Stage Trap goes off. It does catch an extra drone.
Yeah, and a Queen too, which is always nice. But also, do you see what the laser is doing? Not only he's sending links across the map, he's also double expanding.
Yeah, Laser taking his 4th and 5th base at the same time. That's how confident a Laser is. I mean, he's looking quite comfortable. Lings likewise applying some pressure, threatening that natural base, threatening the 3rd, and more importantly, just keeping Papi back at home.
Yeah, he's forced to recall these oracles as well because it's very hard to just move between these bases, and you know, a Laser basically got what he wanted. The oracles are back, the army of Papi is not moving out, and he has all the time he wants for expanding.
Exactly. Laser's being so greedy here, taking up towards a Hydrogen, towards a Bailey Nest as well, skipping Roach production, skipping Roach speed, and setting up for Ling Bane Hydra instead. Ooh, as the Overseer escapes as well, just barely.
Yeah, and Laser keeps threatening with those links as well, just, you know, so Papi cannot really feel safe no matter which way he goes. I mean, it's working out for him really well.
Yeah, and we do see that Papi is trying to tech up. He's taking up into Archons, into Immortals, into Storm. I mean, we saw Cristiano earlier defeat a Laser with this kind of build. That is true, but Cristiano was also doing a really good job at harassing, killing workers with Adepts, killing workers with Oracles, and putting himself in a really nice position to go for the move out, to go for this kind of death bull of an army.
Yeah, definitely. Like, Cristiano was doing a lot of damage to a Laser, and Papi was not quite so lucky here. Like, his Oracles didn't get all that much, and you know, the Void Ray went down, all the other stuff there happened, but right now he has to get ready because it looks like a Laser is about to be ready for an attack.
Yeah, and Storm isn't done. Storm is still seconds away from finishing, so there's a bit of a window. There's a timing here that Laser could push in before Storm does complete, but that window is closing. High Templar are ready, they're gathering up energy, and Storm is seconds away from completing.
Yeah, nice Stasi wards there as well, but they are being triggered by Zerglings, so they actually won't be helpful in the fight itself.
Yeah, nice base there from a Laser. Likewise, even expanding and taking one of Papi's bases on his own half of the map. Ay, ay, ay. A Laser being cheeky.
By the way, 99% useless facts, the Changeling got caught in the stasis as well.
Oh.
This was the first time I've seen that, the Changeling in the stasis.
Did get caught in the end. We just see, once again, Ling's going to be threatening a run by, but could even morph in Bailings and try to roll them in as well, as Bailing's speed is about to finish. But Lings are spotted, and the 4th base is going to be delayed here. Papi's still just stuck at home, and you can see our Laser just engulfing the map in creep.
Yeah, and Papi is being distracted by that attack on the south. His Immortals are getting caught out on the other side, and one of them already falling down despite the overcharge.
Yeah, Storm gets thrown down, but we avoid most of the Storm. We do escape with most of these Lings in the end. Rocks get knocked down, 2 Immortals fall, and a Laser is getting ready for his Bailing run-by.
Yeah, that is quite a run-by. That's an entire row of Bailings going in there.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, it's a lot of Bailings. We have Bailings on the right, we have Bailings on the left. We can see a Laser taking another base, taking another one of Papi's bases here again. Very confident play out of a Laser, and here we go, he pulls the trigger.
And he goes in. The Bailings are not quite finding the connection, but the rest of them will. They're going straight for the Zealots. They actually a bit indecisive if they should get for the probes. But now, I mean, there's not that many Zerglings, and Hydras alone may not be enough for this army.
Yeah, but we have reinforcements coming in. Immortals are going down, Archons as well, and there are no more Zealots. This is still an efficient trade for a Laser. As he steps forward, and he's going to focus on every single high-tech unit, even getting the Prism.
Yeah, and just like that, GG is called a Laser. Will be taking game number 1.
GG, well played. A very solid game there out of a Laser, showing how important and how imperative it is for Protoss players to be able to harass, to be able to be active, and to be able to get damage done early on, and to not allow the Zerg player to have so much freedom like a Laser had in game 1.
Yeah, like what? A Laser had so much freedom, like he was expanding over the entire map, like literally the definition of Zerg freedom. He could go anywhere.
Exactly. He puts Liberators to shame with how much freedom he had in that last game. So really impressive showing there out of a laser. But again, a lot of it did come down to the rough start, right? Like Papi
Yeah.
losing that first Void Ray, that was kind of the beginning of the dominoes falling one after the other. It was a rough start for Papi.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I feel like we will be lamenting that one Void Ray for the rest of the tournament. It just keeps coming back.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad. We'll see if we can bring it back. We'll see if we can avenge that Void Ray as we're getting ready for game number 2. As a reminder, this is a best of 3. Laser needs one more to advance on. Papi needs to fight back here and now to force the ace match.
Yeah, if he wants to stay in the tournament, he has to force that ace match, as you said, and he's fighting for a chance to face Geralt in the next game. Or next match, I'd say.
He is. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is a laser.
And on the other side of Crimson Court, we have our blue Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Papi.
Here we go. We're diving on into this, and for now, we're going to be settling into our game again. Papi having a bit of a harder time in game 1, but now we're settling into game 2, and I'm hoping that Papi has maybe a different approach, or can maybe just tighten up his build and have a bit of a stronger early game.
Yeah, can he save that Void Ray? It'll just keep coming back. No, but like on a serious note, like yeah, like basically if because he had the right idea, right? But like his units just weren't able to get the damage done. So maybe if he's just, you know, able to control it better, find a better position and get the damage done across the map, like this game could turn out completely differently.
Oh yeah, could be a very different game. Again, we've seen Papi bring down a laser in the past, and I'm hoping we can maybe see that again and force the ace match. But this is going to be a really interesting map. Historically, we've seen a lot of Zerg players at times succeed and struggle on Crimson Court. I mean, there's a very interesting dynamic. The big feature here for Zerg is this center base. There is a rich Vespian gas geyser, and we've seen time and time again Zerg players rush into the center base, take that gas, and go for a roach base all in. It's possible that a laser could be thinking that. If not, the aim can be really weird, just because there's so much of the map that's just cut off from minerals and walls with these rocks and mineral patches, and it can be quite difficult to harass these kind of fringe-based locations.
I see. I see what you're getting, but at the same time, I don't know. Is that something that a laser has done a lot in the past? Because he doesn't quite strike me as this like roach all-in kind of person, you know? I feel like that's kind of not his style.
It depends how many drinks he's had, because
Okay.
we are at a gaming bar, and we did see a laser be quite cheeky in that last game, right? Like he was like hyper expanding, you know, even almost like borderline disrespectful, taking Papi's bases, and there it is. He's going for the center base.
He is indeed, and he chased out that probe as well, and the adept is coming in now, and Papi will be able to see that base being forward. His Stargate is about to finish, and I mean, I guess we will see what he can do about this.
Yeah, Stargate is on the horizon. The base has been spotted. Now the pressure is on Papi to try to punish this, and also to be ready for the eventual all-in. We are getting, at least I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. It isn't confirmed that that's what we're going for, but this space, it doesn't just give you extra gas, it also allows you to spread and launch creep very quickly across the map.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a very useful feature for all the Zergs, and I mean, if you want to march queens, that's also a possibility. You also have like a shorter distance there, so I mean, it's possible. We've seen a laser doing that today already.
Yeah, definitely. These Roach Queen all-ins are definitely viable and seen quite often on Crimson Court. We can see Papi mining through the minerals on the right-hand side, and we spoke about this as well. He's going for a very secure base as the Overlord does go down. But to harass this base, you have to knock down rocks or you have to mine through these mineral patches. Otherwise, there's no real way to punish this, at least not early on.
Yeah, I mean, the downside of getting down that Overlord was that the Oracle was waiting quite a bit for the Stalker to snipe it, so it wasn't across the map doing damage, and now the spores are about to be finished, so I don't know how much he can get.
Oh, we get one drone, we force out a spore, but not much more. We catch a couple of transferring workers, another drone goes down, but we almost do overextend. The Oracle will barely escape.
That was so close, one shot away, and that Oracle barely escapes with his life. So I guess it will be able to dive later on, but with this few health points, I don't know how much it can do.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that Oracle as another Oracle has arrived, checking the center base. Does take a lot of hits, doesn't quite get any damage done, but does confirm that we have not actually taken advantage of this gas up. But there we go, gas is now on the way for a laser. Looking to make use of this center base as quickly as possible, as the Roach Warren gets thrown down as well behind it.
Yeah, Roach Warren, more Zerglings, so I guess Laser is gearing up for that attack. He's getting the lair as well, so the Roach All-in is very likely there, and we'll see if Puppy is able to get ready for that. He's throwing down his Twilight Council, it's just about finished, I believe. He has 3 Oracles around. Yeah, we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, the Oracles, they dip in, they do get one drone kill, they get a second drone as well before pulling back. We get the Revelation on the main army, or on the main force here at the center base, and Papi is going for the same build. I don't know if you noticed, but once again, fast Twilight Council, once again, delayed Forge, a very similar build to what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, but he's going up against slightly different build from a laser, as we will have those roaches, as you said. And how well do Bleeding Stalkers do against roaches? I guess it very much depends on the numbers, right?
Yeah, it depends on how much we have on our defensive position as well. Oracles, they have arrived. Looks like we've been trying to lay this fourth base. There we go. We do force the initial cancel. Nice pick off there. And the laser is droning up. For the time being, we're getting fully saturated on 3 bases. We should be working up towards around 66 workers. And I imagine we're going to be stopping droning here at 3 base saturation. We'll see if we eventually saturate the 4th.
Yeah, somehow it feels like that won't be the case. Somehow I feel like maybe it will be a bit more aggressive, but we getting that infestation feel like maybe a laser is getting ready for a bit of a longer game.
Yeah, the infestation bit tells us that we want to take up towards Hive, so that is a sign that a laser doesn't want to go for an all-in. For the time being though, a laser has cut production or cut droning at 65 and is focusing on laying Roach, maybe just as a precaution to defend against this aggression from Papi. But the creep is looking quite intense here as we are spreading creep past the halfway mark here on Crimson Court.
Oh, that is so interesting. Have you noticed that one of the Karags got revealed? Can you use the creature for scouting?
I kinda, I guess. I mean,
it's just roaming around, right?
Yeah, they don't roam too far, but sure.
I mean, like, it's kind of like an observer, you know? Just hanging out.
Mm-hmm. Kind of. As a laser is knocking down those rocks, looking to rotate over towards the right-hand side. And again, a laser has not made a drone in quite some time. We spoke about it, about whether or not he would saturate the 4th. The 4th has been taken, but again, very few workers. A drone does get picked off, and now we start making a handful of workers here. Looks like a laser is taking up, and there it is, the Lurker Den.
Yeah, we were waiting for the Lurker Den to be made, and it is now on the way. The Hive, I believe, is also currently being made, so they will be upgraded. That will not be layer tech lurkers.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, by the way, very difficult to say.
Yeah, a laser, he is just getting up to 4 base saturation. A Hive, Lurker Den upgrades as well. Laser is going for a longer game, has no intention of committing to an all-in, and Papi is turtling up. We're getting situated here on 3 bases. We're working towards the 4th and center of the map. Stasis traps, pylons, shield batteries, cannons. It's all going to be thrown down. We'll see if Papi can survive this. I mean, again, Papi's not in a bad position here. At least not as bad as we saw in that first game.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, I know that like this is probably the only option or the best option, but this Protoss base looks very scary, like being all the way up to the creep. Like the creep is literally going up the ramp, and I would be a bit scared as a Protoss, and we see if Papi can defend this as the Zerglings wrap around, but they are being stormed, and it looks like he's holding the position for now.
Yeah, it was a solid storm on those links. Papi does hold on behind this. We're getting into double robot immortal production. Mass immortal is a way to counteract lurker production, and lurkers are on the way, so this can be an effective army, but it all comes down to the positioning. It all comes down to the angle with how Papi and a laser engage each other.
Yeah, I guess it's also important to point out that with the lurkers you will need detection as well. We have the oracles for revelations, but you know, Papi has to be really careful not to lose them. We have a single observer as well, so that will be helpful.
Yeah, the observers are the main army, but as you mentioned, the laser could potentially focus fire that observer and make it a little bit more difficult to engage with the lurkers. Storms helps with that, as storms don't require you to see the units here, so we can still use that to blanket those lurkers. But we'll see as the laser's actually rotating around and could try to sneak in from behind here. Laser kind of being a little bit sneaky here with his army positioning.
Yeah, Papi does not realize that that is a possibility, and he may lose some reinforcing units if that happens, but at the same time he's also pushing towards the laser, so a laser also has to be ready for defense.
Yeah, there's 8 lurkers here for a laser. He is ready on the high ground. At the same time, the Ling Roach coming in from behind, going for the natural base.
Oh, nice that his ward blocks in that entrance, and now the roaches will go for the forward base. The army of Papi is not here, but it's wrapping around.
Massive stasis once again on the roaches here. Lurkers are trying to push in, but we have the high ground, and this was not the play for a laser. The lurkers, they don't gain any ground, and we have so much supply tied up in these roaches, and it looks like we're just going for the army.
Yeah, I mean, might as well, as it is currently being divided, and you know, Papi is just pushing a laser around, back to his base, but now he can deal with these roaches because there's not that many of them anymore.
Oh yeah, the roaches, we just commit to a push, and Papi not quite in position. Immortal goes down, boys are being pulled as well. The entire army races back home, and that will expose the center base. There is an opportunity for a laser, and he's going for it. The lurkers are moving out.
It took Papi a bit too long to deal with these roaches, and now the lurkers are in range of the forward base. The entire army has to go back, but now the position is already set.
Yeah, and with lurker range, within range of the mineral line probes that are going down, 15 workers do fall. Papi is committed, and we're pushing out across the map.
We're thinking about pushing out.
Yeah, we catch a couple of free lurkers. Oh, we try to at least.
I mean, we do put some charges on the lurkers, so that definitely works out. There's some nice storms on the Zerg army as well, and ooh, looks like Papi maybe actually be taking this engagement.
Yeah, a laser's army was very spread out. It was very split up, and with that, almost every single lurker goes down. A laser, he's in trouble.
Yeah, there's a lot of Immortal in this army, and the Hydras alone won't be able to deal with them. This base will be forfeit.
Yeah, they're basically going to be forfeit. Hydras are melting left and right. The lurkers have all gone down. There's almost nothing at home to defend. There's a handful of Hydras and nothing else. As Papi, he's going for the kill.
Yeah, there are no lurkers in production either, as Eliza just doesn't have the time to morph them. It's just pure Zergling Hydra army. The Zerglings are definitely nice, and the Immortals are getting trapped.
Oh, we go for the surround. Lings, they barely close the distance here. Zealots, they come in just in time to reinforce. We needed those Zealots. We needed that kind of buffer, and they make it just in time to save those Immortals.
Yeah, just barely. I think 1 or 2 did fall down. Another one is quite damaged, and now the Hydras are able to push Papi back. But for a second there, it looked really scary for a laser.
That was a very close hold. If those Zealots had arrived any sooner, if the Zealots, if they got there a couple of seconds sooner, that would have been game. That would have been Papi overwhelming a laser. But Papi has to pull back. He, delayed some of his warp ins, and now a laser is rebuilding that lurker count. He is stabilizing.
I feel like Papi has felt it as well. Like it felt like he was getting there, and then suddenly, like his army started crumbling. That must feel bad.
Yeah, he just needed that warp in, and now a laser. The scary thing is his drone count. He's still on 89 workers. That is an insane economy, so it's not going to take him long at all to rebuild and remax. Papi, likewise, he has a decent economy of his own, but his supply now is not as ideal, is not as substantial as it once was.
Yeah, now these lurkers are back as well. They are being set in position, so he cannot really walk into the base of a laser. So nice storms though.
Yeah, it does zone away the army. Gets 1 lurker kill. There's 9 lurkers on the high ground. Massive smash shots going off, but the lurkers, they need support on their own. They're vulnerable.
Yeah, they're setting up a good position though, but at the same time, Papi just focuses on the base. He's dealing with the drones, and he may take down the hatchery itself.
Yeah, at the same time, a big Ling Hydra counterattack here. Where was the army to support? It's going across the map instead. We're going to be trading a base for a base.
Actually, I don't know if he will, as it looks like Papi is back just in time and the Nexus will not fall down. The probes did, which is a big deal considering that Papi is down in workers, but at least he keeps the base.
Yeah, he does keep the base alive. As you mentioned, 10 workers did go down. The lurker army has been able to rebuild, has been able to reamass. Ooh, and these High Temple have to be so careful with how they push in, as they are, once again, a couple of shots away from going down from these lurkers. A laser just reestablishing himself, a big arc of lurkers.
Yeah, now Immortals are going forward, but a lot of them fall as well, but it looks like so do the lurkers, and this position is lost for laser, but the reinforcements are coming in.
Yeah, but you know what? The Hydras, the Storms are real big connections to the Hydras. And how many lurkers are left? Only 2 lurkers. We've been here before. We're here once again where Bapi is just brute forcing his way through the main army, getting on top of the Roach Warren. Roach Warren goes down, but we are still amassing more Hydras and more lings. Lurker production is back up and running. Alasia just needs more time.
Yeah, this time the lurkers are being more. The Zealots are here to reinforce, but this army of the Protoss is not as big as it was last time, so I guess we will see if Papi can do it because this is really close.
Yeah, we're still in a bit of a timer here. We get some okay storms. We mainly graze the Hydras. More lurkers on the way. We only have, I think, 2 storms left with the main army. And Papi, he has to go for the kill, but alas, he's taking a little bit too long. More lurkers are coming in.
Yeah, with every lurker morphed in, like the chances of this army are keep going down. Like there are only 2 immortals left, and the Archons are great and all, but they're not quite immortals.
Yeah, we're just waiting for reinforcements. Zealots have arrived. Ooh, another High Templar goes down. Again, we're running out of storms here, and we're going to commit. We're going for the dive. Archons, they do try to force their way through. Oh.
Yeah, they're trying to, but there are so many lurkers left still. The storms will definitely help. The lurkers are falling down, but so is the Protoss army.
Yeah, Papi, he was so close to breaking this, but he took too long. Now, at some point, there was only 2 lurkers left, and now we're back up to 7, back up to 8 lurkers. A laser, he is holding.
He's holding, just barely, but it's enough. And yeah, Papi once again has to go back to his base, but his economy is still worse than that of the Zerg. He still has less workers. He hasn't been able to resaturate that 4th base, and yeah, with that, the reinforcing this army will be this much more difficult.
Yeah, that's the 2nd time this game where Papi has been so close to killing a laser.
Yeah.
He's been so close. It's been within his grasp, but alas, he's barely not able to break him. The lurker count is back up and running. A laser is freely expanding on the right-hand side, and Papi has no presence on the right-hand side of the map. The rocks have been knocked down. He could try to apply some pressure here, but you can see a laser's getting ready for that move out.
Yeah, I don't know if Papi is even aware of the possibility being there. I don't know if he noticed that a laser is sneaking out drones to take more bases.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Papi, he's aware of this base at least towards the south, but he's unaware of the new fresh mining base on the right-hand side. You can see the lurker army amassing. A laser is remaxing here as we speak. It looks like we try to catch some of these Hydras, but unable to. And right now, the onus is on Papi to make some moves.
I mean, it is, but with this many lurkers, like, look at this army. Like, it's being cornered time and again, and the Zerglings are now helping, like, keeping this army in place as well. And even the lurkers are trying to go around the Protoss.
Yeah, but a nice catch. 2 lurkers go down instantly. We get the revelation. We can chase this down. At the same time, Papi's rotating over towards the right-hand side. Papi has yet to check this right-hand hatchery as it does complete. But that was nice. You know, he gets 4 lurkers for free.
Yeah, that was nice. It's very good for him that he managed to spot that. But there's still a lot of lurkers left over, and this Protoss army is not getting bigger very fast.
Yeah, we're hitting critical mass lurker, but at the same time, there's not a lot of Ling Bane to support this lurker army on the right-hand side. Papi can dive on top of this!
Yeah, and he will, with the storms as well. And the lurkers are being damaged, but they still stand strong for now, and the position definitely helps them there. But the Archons are able to get to the hatchery.
Yeah, hatchery goes down at the same time. A Ling Hydra counterattack will knock down the center base. We do have Zealots in the main, going for some of the important tech. Hydrogen is under fire.
That is a very good focus there, but oh, the Nexus does fall down right after the recall. Was it cancelled?
Yeah, the storm a little bit too late there, and it looks like, where's the detection? Okay, we get the revelation just in time. We clean up the main army. Meanwhile, in the main base, the Hydrogen has survived, and this is still a very tense moment here between these 2 players. A laser still has mining. He retakes that center base, but Papi has spotted the right-hand hatchery, and he will knock it down.
He will, but I mean, Laser still has all these bases already mining and set up, and the Hydra then surviving as well. That must feel bad for Papi.
Yeah, and massive spine shots going off here on these Archons. We force the morph into the High Templar as well. No storms. If we had some storms, we could definitely take a fight here. We're trying to force this back, but those spine shots are insane from these lurkers. Papi cannot engage.
Yeah, and more probes are falling down back in the bases. It looks like some Zerglings have slipped by and just catching the transferring probes. I mean, Papi just doesn't have a second to breathe.
Yeah, and Papi has no more economy. You know, he's running out of minerals here at the natural. He's running out of minerals here at the 3rd base. He lost his 4th. He needs an expansion. Papi is running out of steam. He's running out of resources. He's on a timer and a laser. All he has to do is survive and defend.
And he will try to do exactly that. He has the lurkers. He has the Vipers now as well, as they pull the Immortals straight into the fire. And yeah, this army is not as strong anymore.
Yeah, there's no storms. I mean, there's no storms to zone this away. GG, good luck gets called, and a laser will take the series at 2-0.
GG.
GG, well played. A very, very close game number 2. Again, there were multiple times in this game where I thought finally Papi had done it. Finally, he had broken the back of a laser, but both times it just took him a little bit too long to reinforce. There was never a warp prism or a reinforcement point with the army to be able to reinforce on the front lines, so it just took far too long for Papi to just reinforce that army to be able to sustain himself and to keep on pushing. And a couple too many times there, he just barely did not have enough.
Yeah, I almost want to say like maybe wasn't even like the reinforcement itself. Obviously that would help, but I almost feel like maybe like if he went right instead of left, he would catch those 2 lurkers, and that would be pretty much the army of a laser. Like it basically like pure to luck, you know, at this moment specifically.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh god, that was a very close game. Very impressive performance there out of Papi. Again, I'm sure he knows it as well. He was so close to killing a laser then and there, forcing the ace match, and then anything could have happened from that point, from that moment. So GG, well played. A laser does take it. Game 1 was more decisive. Like, a laser was very comfortable in game 1. Here in game 2, very close. It was very close, very clutch.
There were at least 2 situations where we were like, oh, I mean, Laser is out of this. Like, there's no way. And then he just comes back anyway.
Yeah, very close games. And again, I hope Papi, he's not too dissatisfied with his performance, especially with game number 2. I mean, like, very clearly, we've seen Papi defeat a laser before. He could have definitely done it again. It was within his grasp. And I wish him the best when it comes to improving over the course of time. You know, these next couple of months, next couple of weeks. I do hope to see more of Papi, and really nice performances. He does bow out of the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Very nice result from Papi. And I mean, obviously we want to see more Papi on this channel, as you know, Light wants to be more confused while casting.
Yeah. So GG, well played. Papi is going to be eliminated from the tournament, but again, he had a good showing, especially here in this final game, and I hope that's what we remember him for, as he is knocked out. And a laser is going to advance on into the lower bracket finals, where Geralt has been patiently waiting.
Yeah, we have Geralt in the lower bracket as well as Christiana in the grand finals. So as a reminder, if you are local or you just happen to be in Warsaw, then you can still make it for the finals. So check out the House Gaming Bar.
There you go. Again, this is an offline event in Warsaw. And with this, we are going to be getting ready for a small break. Geralt is going to be setting up on the stage, going to be setting up his own hotkeys and his own settings and everything. So we do need a little bit of time for that to occur. And there's only 2 series left. Laser versus Geralt, and the winner versus Christiana.
See you then.
See you then.
Pewność, że to ta jedyna. Kilka razy sprawdziłeś, ile wentylatorów, jaki airflow czy grafika wejdzie. Dobra wiadomość jest taka, że w obudowie ARX 700 ARGB są 4 wentylatory, także w środku będzie naprawdę zimno. I złożysz ją też z przyjemnością. Także swoją starą obudowę możesz... Człowieku, co ty robisz? No ładnie. W każdym razie nie wyrzucaj starej obudowy. Znajdziemy dla niej inne zastosowanie. chcesz mieć pewność, że to ta jedyna. Kilka razy sprawdziłeś, ile wentylatorów, jak i airflow czy grafika wejdzie. Dobra wiadomość jest taka, że w obudowie ARX 700 ARGB są 4 wentylatory, także w środku będzie naprawdę zimno. I złożysz ją też z przyjemnością. Także swoją starą obudowę możesz... Człowieku, co ty robisz? A, no ładnie, ładnie. W każdym razie nie wyrzucaj starej obudowy. Znajdziemy dla niej inne zastosowanie.
welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break, but we have returned with the lower bracket finals, the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle number 2. We are down to merely 3 players left. Cristiano is still waiting in the grand finals, but we have these two duking it out to determine who faces off against Cristiano in those finals.
Yeah, we have two of very, I would say, well-known Polish players at this point. They've been playing in a lot of tournaments lately, and we're about to find out how their series go.
Yeah, so we are spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our Polish Zerg player. The blue Zerg, the best Zerg player in all of Poland, representing Team Liquid. It is a laser.
And across the map we have our Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt.
And as a reminder in the chat, if you're in the Twitch chat, predictions are now open. You can place your bets on who you believe will make it into those grand finals. Will it be a laser or Geralt? Will it be a ZVP finals or a PvP finals? It is up to you to decide.
Yeah, as a reminder again, Cristiano is waiting in those finals, and he did beat a laser to get there. So, can a laser get a rematch? Actually,
And again, it wasn't just...
Didn't he beat Geralt as well?
He did.
So
He beat him
either way, it will be a rematch. They're just fighting for the chance to rematch Cristiano.
Exactly. Cristiano, he's already beaten both these players, and they both are gunning for that rematch. We do see... Oh my god, I was being quite annoying.
Yeah, that was
That's actually a... That was a big delay on the gas, unironically. Instead of a hatch gas pull, that was a hatch pull gas opener. So Geralt's being as annoying as possible with this first probe.
I feel like that's kind of a thing with Geralt, right? Like if you
Yeah.
were to like pick a single like best quality of his gameplay, it would be the control.
Ooh, as we do fly too close to the sun, the probe is going to be shut down. We did delay the gas, but this will mean that a laser will be able to freely take the third base. There won't be a probe to block the third. So there's a bit of a give and take here. That was a rough loss for Geralt, but we're settling into our game, and it's still the early stages.
That was almost like that scene with Hero.
Uh-huh.
Is it Creep?
What
I
scene?
think it's Creep. Where I was casting with Yako. And we were like, this hero is really known for his micro, and that's where he loses his entire army, like, for no reason whatsoever.
Smash. Really, I thought it might have been Yago. It's Kura, it's you. It's
Yeah.
you're cursing these players
Really?
with your words.
I'm cursing the
God.
Protoss, apparently.
Aye. But behind this, Geralt is going to be opening up Stargate. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of our Protoss player. Should be into Oracle. Meanwhile, across the map, a laser should soon be looking to expand and take his third base. Adept is moving out across the map to get eyes on the third to make sure that there's no crazy one base all in or any kind of earlier gases or any shenanigans from the side of the Zerg player.
Yeah, that's one Adept will be now going into the Natura checks. There is a Zerg base there. The third one is taken as well, and you know, just keeping an eye if a laser is not planning anything fishy.
Yeah, exactly. We do just get an eye or keep an eye here on these worker counts. We do see Lings are amassing for a laser. Just a handful of them, I imagine, just to keep up with the Adepts, as that first Adept has been joined by a second, and now we can one-shot drones. Now we can threaten the mineral lines.
And that is exactly what Geralt will try to do. There is only one Queen in the main base, but there are Zerglings as well, so Geralt opts in not to go there and instead picks a nice position on the Natural.
Yeah, it does reduce that service area in these mineral lines. Does apply a little bit of pressure here to the third base, but shouldn't get much done. Lings are amassing, and ooh, actually a laser. Okay, thinking about going for a counterattack. Third base is on the way, but the Oracle is now on the way. Geralt's still going to try and get some economic damage done. We'll see if a laser can keep up.
I mean, he has 2 Queens, he has a Spore as well, but instead Geralt tries to go for the third base, or I guess the natural base here, but there are so many Queens there.
Yeah, there's a lot of Queens in position. There's no access to that now. Third base of a laser. Adepts threatening a shade, and it looks like we won't quite commit. Still just denying any kind of mining here, and there we go. We force the recall. The Adepts, they will get out.
Yeah, the Queen was a little bit distracted with that inject, and Adepts are able to evacuate safely. The Oracle is still looming about, and I believe a second one is joining it as well.
There we go. 2 Oracles now going to be threatening that natural base that I think, and they can watch it work as well. We have Queens in position. 3 Queens at the natural. No entrance or no entry point whatsoever. And so far, Laser's done a great job of protecting his mineral lines. We've lost a lot of tumors, but not many drones.
Yeah, but also Laser has quite a few queens on his side of the map. It looks like that's the focus of his defense. He has 3 at the natural, 2 at the third as well. So these Oracles definitely don't have an easy job.
They really do not. And interesting, Geralt actually skips his 3rd Oracle. Only 2 Oracles, he does not get a 3rd. Ling's going to try and save that Overlord, but alas, the Oracles are here to help support that. And instead, Geralt is going for a much faster transition into Blink and +1.
The thing makes sense. I mean, I understand the choice of not focusing on the Oracles with like how heavily a Laser is focusing on the defense. So maybe Geralt decides that, you know what, like it's not worth like wasting the time to try and find a hole in the defense. He rather focuses on the attack.
Yeah, exactly. From the side of a Laser as well, he did go for a safety Roach Warren. That was a 4-minute 30-ish Roach Warren timing, so quite early on, just to be safe and secure, is amassing a lot of Lings, layers on the way, gases. A Laser should be droning up, but has a lot of Lings to work with, and we'll see what those Lings are used for, as we're actually setting up a counterattack across the map.
Yeah, definitely what it looks like. At the same time, the Protoss army is threatening this 4th base, but Laser is double expanding.
Oh, he is double expanding. 4th base is going to be denied. Lings try to dive in. At the same time, Lings, they hit the 3rd across the map. Gateways are going to be denied, but looks like the shield battery should finish up in time, and Geralt should defend the base.
Yeah, the Zealots are helping out as well. I mean, there's not many units here though, so these Zealots will be going down eventually. At the same time, the army of Geralt gets caught out by the Lings, and most of it goes down. The Oracles are here to save it, but a lot of the Stalkers are dying.
Yeah, Geralt got completely out of position. A massive pick off here. How many Stalkers was that? Looking at the unit source tab, 5 Stalkers go down. That is an insane amount this early on, and we're not done. We're catching the 5th and the 6th Stalker as well. Far too many losses here, and Geralt loses any kind of momentum he once had.
Right, and as all of this is happening, Laser is taking 3 hatcheries.
Yeah, Laser is triple expanding, getting a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th base as well. Behind us, we've got Drop Lords on the way, which, barely are spotted by the Oracles, and hopefully we can respond in time. But it looks like a Laser is setting up for some Ling harass as we're taking up even further into Hydras.
Yeah, into Hydras, I believe. Eventually, maybe those Lurkers will be coming out as well. For now, the Oracles will be sharking around the base of a Laser, but there are still defenses there. There are Queens, there are Spores, and yeah, the Link army is trying to get into a Geralt's base as well.
Yeah, we're trying. We're not too successful here, but at least we get a surround on the 4th. That's what matters most here, as we're looking to deny that 4th base. Drop Lord towards the main as well. No things within it yet, but can we force a cancel? Looks like we can!
Very nice cancel there, but at the same time, a Laser reveals the Overlord as it goes into the main. It will be damaged by Geralt, but not sniped. Does he have enough? Ooh, the Stalkers almost moved out of the main.
Stalkers in position. We have a Phoenix as well, and the Drop Lord is going to be completely shut down. At the same time, another Drop Lord here towards the north, as the Drop Lord harass will continue. But Geralt, for the most part, is keeping up with this and is sustaining himself. The problem for Geralt is his 4th. His 4th is going to be so heavily delayed.
Yeah, and with Laser with so many bases already being there, but at the same time, one of these Overlords actually did unload in the natural base of Geralt. There are Stalkers there though, so I don't think any probes should be lost.
Really, it's just a distraction, as once again we get a surround on the Nexus, and we already canceled this once, and we're going to do it again. 2nd cancel on the 4th base. Geralt just cannot expand.
Yeah, at the same time, in the main base, the Zerglings actually get to the probe line, and 7 probes are going down, more probes are going down as the base is cancelled once again.
Yeah, we see another cancel on the base. Ling's just pulling Geralt's left and right. He just cannot keep up. And because of that economy, because of those bases, a Laser is going to be so quick to rebuild, to remax, settling into Ling Hydra. That's a lot of Hydras.
Yeah, exactly. And there's more coming. But actually, both of our players are now supply blocked as one of the Overlord falls on the way. But yeah, they're supply blocked. But Laser's supply blocked with much better army at the moment.
Yeah, he is close to maxing out here and moving out with his Ling Hydra, still retaining the control of these bases as well. And Geralt, he just can never expand. He just wants a 4th, and it's just not happening whatsoever. Storm is almost halfway done. Storm is going to be a big power spike for Geralt, but there's still just so much working against him.
Yeah, the Orcas once again dive in, and there's actually barely any defense here, so they will be able to get a few drones. There's 1 Queen, but that's not enough. And 5 drones total fall down, but that's not enough to make up for the losses Geralt suffered.
Yeah, it's some nice damage, but we need even more than this. That's how far behind Geralt is right now, as a laser is maxed. He's maxed out with Ling Hydra. We have Hydra speed on the way, plus on range, Bailing speed as well. Geralt still has yet to expand, throwing down the wall stack defense. And here comes a laser, looking to try to break the defenses of Geralt.
Yeah, he's trying to approach from two sides as well, so Geralt has to be careful about how he splits this army. There are Hydras in both armies, and yeah, he has only so many High Templars that he can use.
Yeah, we need those storms. There we go. First storm is going to be used on the right-hand side towards the left. We do see the Ling Hydra not quite committing yet, but as you mentioned, we have to be very careful with how and when we throw down our storms, as they are a vital resource here for Geralt.
It looks like for the time being he holds, but this army is still going around the positions around Geralt's base. At the same time, the Oracles are getting some nice damage, as Eliza is more focused on the attack.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7 drones going down, not too bad, but here we go. Bailings have morphed in. No Bailing speeds, they're going to be waddling on forward, but what is there to stop these Bailings? I mean, some decent storms.
Yeah, the storms will deal with all of these Banings. Some of the Zealots tank the shots as well, but it looks like at least the Banings were denied, but more probes are falling, and the base is once again in danger.
Oh, the High Templar, they get pounced upon. It looks like we have one High Templar left, and it barely does survive, but we have plenty of Hydras on the ground. They've broken that fourth base, and they're going for the kill. They're going for the Nexus.
Yeah, they're going for the next. Even though they didn't get it, still 13 probes go down, and almost an entire mineral line worth of probes, and Geralt is just struggling to catch up.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for reinforcements. Lings have arrived. We dive on top of the army, and now there are 0 storms remaining. Only Stalkers, only Zealots, and without Storm, we cannot hold on. GG gets called, and a laser takes game number 1.
GG. That was very intense game by a laser, I would say. And as you said, like just how we saw in the previous series, like if you let a laser expand, he will expand everywhere.
Yeah, like it wasn't a bad start for Geralt, but unfortunately he lost map control very quickly. The big moment for this game was, if you remember, when Geralt initially denied the fourth. Remember, he denied the fourth base of a laser, then he pulled back and he got his Stalkers caught in the middle of the map. He got his Stalkers completely surrounded, we got shut down, and in that moment, Geralt lost any kind of map control he had, and he was never able to get it back.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate for Geralt, and definitely snowballed against him there. But I mean, new game. This was game 1. It's still a best of 3. We can still turn this around.
We can turn this around. Again, we've already seen Cristiano take down a laser. We saw Papi have a very close series against a laser as well. Laser has shown weakness in the ZVP matchup, and Geralt, just like Cristiano and Papi, definitely has it in him to bring a laser down, but he needs the early game to go his way. He needs a solid start against a player of the caliber of a laser.
Indeed he does, as we are now loaded into our next map, and it will be, I don't know why. Why am I always the one reading this name? Alcyone. It is called Alcyone. I deny your version. And it will be first of our players. It is the Zerg player representing Team Liquid, of course from Poland. Currently up 1 in this series, it is a laser.
What are you talking? I call it Alcyone as well. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about the chat, okay?
Okay. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Red Protoss player representing Storm Gaming, looking to bounce back in game number 2. The pressure is on. It is Geralt.
Look, I won't name names, but there are some people who try to convince me that it's Alcyone, and like, that's not what the word says. Like, it's clearly Alcyone.
We literally Googled it and looked it up when it comes to Greek pronunciation, and yeah, it's Alcyone. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Also, we have some fun facts from Hyper One. Apparently, even in team tournaments, a laser will also expand everywhere he can.
Yeah. I mean, a laser, he's known for his greed. He's known for cutting a lot of corners. That can also be his downfall. Like, we've seen players like Geralt, like Cristiano, like Papi punish him for being too greedy as well. Even Spirit has done that in the TVZ matchup. So a laser has to be careful here. These are players that do need to be, that we do need to fear at times. So we'll see if a laser can be greedy like that and get away with it again.
Chad is having fun with the name now. Oh no.
Let's go.
Alcione.
More Italian. Put your fingers together while saying no.
Alcione.
It's Al Capone.
Al
Al
Capone.
Capone. Ah,
There you go.
beautiful. I love it. Ah. Do you love it? For now, we're just settling in. We're just going to be saturating our natural base, eventually working towards our third. This time, Geralt does not lose his first worker, and oh my god, we are spicing things up. That is not a Stargate.
No, it is not. It is a Twilight Council, so we will be going for those quick upgrades there, I guess, or maybe something else entirely.
Yeah, so with this Twilight Council opener, this could be one of two things. I guess
Yeah.
three things, but one of them is a little bit less common. We could be seeing some Glaive Adepts. We could be seeing some DTs. We'll keep an eye on the gases, as for now, we have not pulled out.
I mean, we're getting a Robo as well. But I guess you can use that for both, right?
Yeah, so because we haven't pulled out of gases, this should be a Dark Shrine-based opener. If it was Glaive Adepts, we usually pull out of gas. Staying in does dictate that we're going to be committing a little bit harder to a form of tech. If we do go Glaives, it could be Glaives plus DTs as well, like if we're being this committed. So we'll keep an eye on Geralt as the first Adept does get across the map. Is going to be threatening these mineral lines. Another Adept coming in from behind.
Yeah, but also the thing is, it is a Dark Shrine indeed, so we have a confusion. But oh, the link is in the base of Geralt. Laser we see.
The Ling does slip into the main base, and a laser sees everything, does confirm the Dark Shrine. This is a brutal moment. One of the big factors of this build and one of the powers behind a Dark Shrine opener is keeping it hidden, and Geralt doesn't keep it hidden.
Yeah, because I was about to say that, as you said, a laser likes to cut corners, so he doesn't need to make spores, he just won't make them. But now he sees the Dark Shrine, so I mean, basically it's on a laser if he doesn't prepare detection now.
Yeah, so because of this scouts, most likely the DTs won't get much damage done. Thankfully, they don't have to. Like, with the Prism, we can of course morph in Archons, and we can still juggle and hunt down Overlords and get Ling damage, but we won't get many drones. That's the problem here, is that we were hoping for economic damage, and it is unlikely to occur.
Yeah, the first spore is on the way, a second as well, so... I mean, the Warp is moving out, but I don't think it will be there in time. At the same time, the Zerglings are harassing this future base of Geralt as well.
Yeah, they do delay the third base a little bit longer, as it's now soon to be taken. Back at home, as you mentioned, spores are already finishing up. We have a spore here outside of the natural. We have a spore at the main base. Lings do dip in, and they force the cancel on the third.
Wow, even a cancel. That's really good start for a laser. He has seen that DT as well, so he can confirm that the DTs are indeed coming. The Dark Shrine was not cancelled.
And, this is a bit of a desperation move. We have a bay on the way. We're taking up right into Robotics Bay. This will be for either Disruptors or Colossus. We could go either direction here, but a very committed tech choice for Geralt. And we'll see if he can make use of it. We'll see if it goes unscattered, as for now, he's hunting down this Overlord and not even going for Archon Dropper Ass.
I wonder if that can work for him actually, like, you know, maybe some harassment with Disruptors, because as we said, laser tends to be quite greedy, so what if he gets like some nice shots against all those drones?
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Geralt to get some kind of economic damage done. He's waiting for that Archon, and now we're moving out with the Archon drop, but again, it is a delayed Archon drop for a laser, and sorry, for Geralt, and a laser is droning up, even investing into overall speed. Here, release.
We good?
We have the we'll see, but be able to dive in much further. Are you good? Are you with me?
I think I am back.
Hello?
I think my internet panicked for a moment.
Okay.
Okay, we're back. We're alive. It's fine.
Okay.
Whew, everybody breathe in, breathe out.
For those that are curious, while Kuro gets a handle on the internet, is that we did have some Archon Drop harass. So far, no major damage. We did invest into War Prison speed, and we have Disruptors on the way. So it is going to be a Disruptor drop follow-up here by Geralt. and we'll see if we can get some damage done, because so far, Laser has been able to defend quite nicely.
Yeah, definitely. And he is taking more bases once again, trying to harass a bit Geralt, but he is prepared for that attack at least. But again, looks like a Laser is looking for the later game. He's getting that infestation pitch, so yeah, I guess we won't be having any attacks anytime soon.
Yeah, Laser's just droning up, getting up to 4 base saturation, infestation bit, roach speed, upgrades as well. Laser just comfortably getting into a longer game. Meanwhile, Geralt's still the pressure is on. And here come those disruptors. These disruptors, they need to get some good connections. They need to trade well.
I mean, I'm hoping for some juicy shots because, again, Laser has so many drones. Like, you could maybe get something done there, but oh, it looks like he is prepared. He has the queens, he has the roaches. I don't know if Geralt can get in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult to split against this. I mean, roach speed is not yet done, so we could see some good connections on the roaches. The observer does get eyes on this as well, and you can see the prism sharking towards the southern half here of the map, looking for a good connection on these roaches.
Yeah, Geralt is trying to get into good position, but he can't quite find it. Instead, he tries to distract the army, but a Laser sees the war priest. I don't think he can get a good shot there.
Yeah, Novas go off. We get Lings and not much else. Good reaction out of a Laser. He does pull away in time, and Geralt does not get the damage he was looking for. He shows his hand, and now a Laser is that much more aware of the disruptors.
Yeah, that is one side of it, and the other is we have a lurker then on the way. We're getting into a similar game we saw before, you know, with Papi, where like once a Laser gets to lurkers, like this game will become very difficult.
Yeah, exactly. As we get another Nova going off, one Roach goes down. As you mentioned, Hydra Lurker Viper is on the horizon here for a Laser into a very, very comfortable army, and Geralt is still trying to catch up. A Laser is already maxed out.
Yeah, he is. And I mean, Geralt has that gold base. He was able to secure that, and he is defending that position, but the gold base alone won't be able to compensate for all this economy that the Laser has.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if we can pull off a miracle defense. I mean, there are defensive disruptors, and it's always difficult pushing into them, as looks like we did get a big connection earlier. Not a bad shot from Geralt. Able to, let's quickly check, get 11 roaches. Not too bad as we have a look at the battle report. And from here, Geralt, he pulls back. And thankfully for Geralt as well, a Laser hasn't quite committed too hard into lurkers yet.
Yeah, 5 of them are currently on the way. The upgrades are still being researched as well. And this Zerg army is not that big. They're the harassing force essentially, but yeah, we have the second part of a Laser's army as well, and it is sharking around the gold base.
Yeah, the lurker count is slowly getting higher. We're investing into hive upgrades. We have Adrenal on the way. We have Gru's Spines now into Adaptive Talons. Nidus Worm as well to try to Nidus into the main. Laser's just getting into all the tech he so wants, but at the same time, Geralt is also maxing out.
Yeah, that he is. He is working on Storm currently, which will definitely be helpful, but it's not quite there yet. But still, disruptors are on the way. Ooh, but this base is in danger.
Yeah, we're gonna force a cancel, and we do deny the 5th. A nice pick up here from a Laser. At the same time, Ling Roach was threatening the left-hand side. We do need to get rid of all these roaches. They are inflated supply, and they're just not doing too much here for a Laser. Speaking of, never goes off.
Oof. I guess that's one way to get rid of the roaches, huh?
Oh my god. Yeah, not bad, as we actually kill a disruptor.
Yeah, worth
so, yeah, Geralt's a little bit asleep at the wheel there. Did end up losing a disruptor, as a Laser still sharking around with that army. Likewise, probes are going down, and the Laser's still just massing up more lurkers. And here we go. We're loading up that Nidus Worm into the main.
Game paused.
Like, hold on. I made it into the main. I shouldn't be able to. Okay.
Looks like we have... Yeah, it looks like we have some technical issues here. Again, this is an offline event, and sometimes some of these issues do arise. Thankfully, there's nothing major going on right now. Like, there's no big, like, micro-engagement or anything like that. Maybe Kura can give us a bit of a translation.
I mean, apparently there's just some issue with the monitor. So the Laser is just asking for some assistance. So that's all it is. I mean, that happens, you know.
Right.
Again, this is an offline event, and the players receive the gear from the venue, so... You know, sometimes things just don't work out. Sometimes we have to fix them on the fly.
Yeah, sometimes, I don't know, the refresh rate or the contrast, or maybe just turns off randomly at the worst moment possible.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes it's just magic and the monitor just decides not to work. I've been through that.
But it looks like we are getting ready for... Oh, we're getting ready to load back in again. The Nidus Swarm is about to finish up. We have taken note of it. Boys are being pulled out as well. At the same time, Roach is, okay, just going to try and slow down the main army. But the Nidus, it's going to finish! Up!
Yeah, it just barely does finish, and the lurkers load out of it, and they will be able to burrow in the main base of Geralt. And yeah, there's a lot of distraction coming up. Ooh, but the disruptor shot is nice.
Yeah, Nova is going to be connecting at the same time. DT harassing towards the left-hand side, but the Lurkers, they have gotten in. They can tank a Nova. Takes 2 to kill a Lurker. The Nidus Swarm does come back in, and we are going to be able to reinforce. Not just that, but we can also escape.
Yeah, at the same time, another base of Geralt is harassed as well. And we are losing probes. 14 probes are already falling down. These Stalkers will try to deal with the army, but they won't be able to deal with the Lurkers.
Yeah, as the Nidus Swarm reinforces once again at the same time, we push out across the map. There are defensive Lurkers. Nova's going to be going up, and we do not quite connect with the army. Big spine jumps here, but a nice storm here on the Lurkers.
Yeah, the storm will definitely connect with that army, and most of it will be going down, but the Lurkers are still not dealt with. I guess, I don't know if I want to call it a base trade, but I guess it kinda is.
Yeah, again, because they were able to rain down on this mineral line, that was the 15 workers that had gone down earlier at the natural. We do see a nice counterattack, going to be able to shut down at least a hatchery, but Laser is holding on. As long as we can avoid these Novas, we can defend. The Disruptors!
Yeah, the Disruptors are going down. One of them survives, but it has absolutely zero support, and it will be going down as well. This battle is lost for Geralt. The main base is not looking great either.
Oh, it is not great here as... Oh no,
Apparently
what did
now,
Geralt say?
Apparently now Geralt's keyboard is not working, you know.
Ah! Not like this. And hopefully that didn't impact the previous fight, just because Geralt did lose everything towards the south here. That was a big moment. But regardless, damage was being done. Economy now in shambles here. And yeah, Laser, he's able to attack, he's able to defend. He's in a nice position. Did lose a base, but he could afford to lose a base.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many bases. As we know, he likes to expand, so he's never short on bases, and yeah. I guess we will see. I mean, it is looking rough for Geralt, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, there's always potential with Disruptors, but I mean, it's been a rough game since almost the opener. If you remember, like the Dark Shrine got scattered, the Archon drop didn't do anything, the Disruptor drop didn't get any damage done either. Like, it has been a bit of a rocky road. We did get a point to where both players were maxing out, that is true, but a Laser has done a great job here at just pulling Geralt apart.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, Geralt can get his keyboard working and make a comeback.
Yeah, it looks like we have resolved those issues, and there we go. We're diving back into the game. Indy will be unpausing, of course, and we'll see if Geralt can try to bounce back in this. Now, there is a world where if we can connect some amazing Purification Novas, we can maybe bounce back in this, but even cleaning up this one Lurker is a bit of a challenge. There we go, the Lurker is cleaned up. Geralt has a lot of bases. His economy honestly isn't too bad. It's just his army. His army is lacking. Oh, that's... it looks like the issues may not have been resolved.
Yeah, this happens. You know, it happens. Like, it always, like, it is a different setup than the one you have at home. Like, the one tried and true. It just sometimes happens that things don't work as they should. And what I was getting at earlier with the magic monitor, we actually had an issue where somebody like, monitor wasn't working. Then somebody came, touched it, and it was working. Just saying, magic. It's black magic.
Yeah. I think we've gotten actually quite lucky, because thinking back on the previous house events that we've had, or even the esport event, I don't think we've had too many tech issues. Like,
Not too many.
I think we've had like a couple of regames here or there. But yeah, we haven't had any like situation where the monitor isn't working, or where the keyboard isn't working. Like, I think we've been quite fortunate throughout the history of these Polish lands. It is unfortunate that in this game there's issues happening on both sides.
Yeah. I mean, again, that happens. Like, nothing we can really do about it. Like, no matter how well you prepare an event, like, electronics just sometimes tends to do their own thing, and just have to do your best to resolve the issues and keep going.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. That's where Kashim comes into play. You know, he's the person that's there to like put out all the fires and to make sure that that everything's okay and that we can, you know, actually host the event itself. So much love to Kashim. You know, without him, I'm sure these events would be worse off.
Definitely. I mean, Kashim is a hero. And everybody in the Polish community knows. Most people in general, like international community, also know. But Kashim is definitely the hero of the scene. I would say just general. Like, I mean, Polish scene especially, but just in general. Like, I mean, if you ever used Aligula, like, you probably have Kashim to thank for that.
Yeah, Kashim is a big part of the StarCraft scene, not just the Polish scene as well. And for those that are curious, Kashim is the main admin or ref at this event. He's, you know, helping organize the players, setting up the brackets. He's there for any kind of technical issues as well. So again, he's just looking after the players and making sure that everything works as intended. If there ever is an issue, he's there to fix it.
Yeah, and he knows how to do that. As we are waiting to see what happens to our game, as we did have a technical pause, so I'm sure Kashim is on the case.
Yep, and once the issues are resolved, then we can just resume from replay and load back into the game. Again, as small as the chance is for Geralt to bounce back, there is still a chance, definitely, and we don't want to take that away from him. So again, if we do require to reload that lobby and resume from replay, then we are more than happy to.
Yeah, definitely. I guess we will have the news soon. For now, we can see what's happening on the Polish stream.
Now we can trying to get a read on what is going on. As a reminder as well, Cristiano is still waiting for the winner of the series. Cristiano already beat both Geralt and Laser in this tournament. But it's going to be a little bit different because, I mean, regardless of who goes up against him, in the finals, it's going to be a best of 7. Best of 7. So vetoes are going to be limited, and we're going to be forcing players to play on maps that they otherwise would want to avoid.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's actually unusual to have best of 3 straight into a best of 7. Like, usually you would have a best of 5 in the finals then, but we're going for all the way.
Yeah, I agree. It does feel a little bit wrong. It feels weird to like jump from a best of 3.
Just best of 9.
Yeah.
Go.
It's just like, you know, we're not warmed up, Pappy. Like, what's going on? Like, they're just sending us right into a best of 7. It's a little bit jarring.
But I mean, it is kind of a tradition that a lot of finals of tournaments are best of 7. So I guess they're kind of going with that.
Yeah. Definitely. And we are almost there towards the grand finale of this event. Again, you even saw Cristiano in the crowd earlier. He was chilling there watching these lower bracket finals. And the other big thing as well for Cristiano, if Alasia does advance on, if Alasia does make it to the finals, is that Cristiano has been able to watch quite a lot of his EVP. Like, he's been able to watch quite a lot of Alasia against Papi and Geralt.
Yeah, definitely. Like, and I mean, Alasia seems to be like, he's not exactly going for the same build, I would say, but he's definitely going for a certain style. Like, he's keeping in the same theme. So I feel like Cristiano would be able to gather a lot from what he has seen.
Definitely. I think some of the big takeaways are, for example, Alasia's unwillingness to go for an all-in on Crimson Courts. Alasia's still, of course, struggling a little bit against that more Immortal Archon Storm composition that Papi had to offer. Alasia not being too aggressive either. He's been quite greedy at times. So, like, there's certain, like, kind of tendencies.
I mean, quite greedy at times. Taking literally all bases you will allow him to take.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm sure Cristiano is just getting a bit of feel for how Laser is currently playing, and I'm sure he's got some thoughts going on.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, knowing Cristiano, you definitely wouldn't shy away for like being like really aggressive, maybe towards a Laser. So maybe he could get something done here, but we're still talking about it like a Laser is gonna make it there, but we still don't know. It still can be Geralt.
Yeah, like, there's a world out there where, because Geralt does have, I want to say 3, maybe 4 disruptors, like, if he can take a fight, if he can land some good Novas, if he can maybe get some damage done across the map and force the Laser to turn back around, like, there are opportunities to force mistakes or just be as efficient as possible and bounce back into this game. It's not going to be easy, but still possible here. As bearing in mind that Geralt does have a solid economy. Like he's got, I think it was like 65-ish, maybe 68 workers compared to the 70 something of a laser. So his economy is pretty comparable to that of a laser.
Yeah, so guess we'll have to see. I mean, obviously he did lose a lot of probes to those lurkers that just popped in his base. So that was definitely painful, but yeah, he's not on a completely lost position yet.
Yeah. Exactly, as again, we're just going to be sorting out those technical issues. Hope everyone in the chat has been enjoying themselves as well. Again, !B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the entirety of the bracket. It's been a full day of StarCraft so far. It's been like 11 hours, or...
Nah, not yet.
I think... Not yet?
It started
Hold
at
on, we
10
can-
and it's now 8:30.
Yeah, it's been 10 and a half hours. There
Yeah.
you go. I can cheat by looking at Indie's stream because he didn't turn his stream off.
Sure.
So as good as timer. So it's been 10 hours and 30 minutes of non-stop StarCraft so far. We're going to easily reach 11 and we're probably going to hit 12. That's
Probably,
probably
yeah.
going to happen.
And this is why it's good that we split that VOD.
For those that are wondering, we casted the group stage first, and then we restarted the stream. So that's why the stream shows only 5 hours and 47 minutes. So we restarted the stream after the group stage just so we can cut up the VOD, because on YouTube, sometimes the VOD can have some issues if the VOD is over 12 hours. So we were like, the cast is probably going to go for like at least 12 hours. We should probably like restart
Yeah,
the stream. So,
just to be safe.
Yeah.
Because
That
I
was the reason.
specifically checked on like the YouTube like support page, and it doesn't say that it won't say. It says there is a possibility if you like exceed 12 hours, it may just not save at all.
Yeah. So to avoid any issues, that's why we did restart the stream. But yeah, it's been 10 and a half hours. And a shout out to Tater Tutor in the chat for gifting a substance to send you. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you.
Thank you for gifting that subscription. 22 gifts in the channel. There you go. That's a lot of gifts.
That's a lot of gifts. Thank you so much for the support. We appreciate it, Tater Tutor. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much. And yeah, we're just getting close to the finale here of the event. It looks like the technical issues have been resolved. We have resolved those issues, and we are indeed looking to resume from replay.
Okay. Indy is getting us ready. Kashim has given a thumbs up, so that's a good sign. I'm giving you guys a live report from the in-game chat.
Oh yeah. And we have the thumbs up, and we will soon be jumping into our next game.
Like he's saying in the chat, they need some duct tape.
True. We need to duct tape that monitor together, duct tape the keyboard together, and then we can begin.
Yeah, that will fix all the issues, right?
True. I'll make sure to, when it's Sinistro's birthday, I'll send him like a box of duct tape.
Oh my god, we should do that.
So he can fix all his problems. Beautiful.
I hope you're not watching Sinistro.
I saw him in the chat earlier.
He was
in the
here,
chat.
earlier, but I hope he's not watching, so we can surprise him with a box of duct tape.
True.
Amazing.
Big shout out to Sinistro. Big shout out. But we're getting ready. It's gonna take a little bit here, as the game is gonna have to reload from the beginning of the game, so it's gonna take a little bit longer to get into this. But we'll be able to embrace the finale of this game. I'm sure.
For those who have never resumed from replay, it actually hides the game for both the observers and both players, so nobody can see what has happened before, and then they just load in right there where they stopped.
That is a great feature that StarCraft 2 has. It's something that I'm sure other esports would benefit from as well. It's a really unique feature, and we're all very grateful that it is a feature that we now have in Legacy of the Void. Something that we didn't always have, and would lead to a lot of regames as a result.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice one. And StarCraft replay system is also one of a kind. For better or worse, it's one of a kind. Because it actually doesn't save the game as like a video or something. It actually saved the game actions. So every time you watch a replay, it actually replays the entire game.
Oh yeah, yeah, it does. And yeah. I mean, there were some infamous moments in StarCraft history. This was before Legacy of the Void, where there was some very controversial regames that had to occur because of disconnects or because the game had to be restarted, and that did impact a lot of finals as well. Back in the day, including MKP, including some of these other guys. So yeah, thankfully we can resume. we don't have to deal with that anymore. Not
Indeed.
anymore.
So we are about to be ready. Just a little bit more. The progress bar is going.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's all good. Oh. I love as well that because it's replaying the replay, you can actually hear their chat messages. You can hear when the earlier pauses when they were
I
typing
don't
as
hear
well.
them. What the heck?
You don't hear them?
No? Oh, now I do. Now I do.
Ah,
Okay.
yeah.
I was like, wait, what are you hearing that I'm not hearing? Okay, we're about to be ready. Just a little bit more.
Yeah, here we go. We have our map set up. We can see the moments that, of course, we did have to disconnect. And, actually, we did actually resume just before the big fight here towards the south. And here we go. We're going to be counting on in. We can see the lurker shot's going to be going off. And can Geralt save some of this army? Oh, as there was that moment where the disruptor did go down, other disruptor does pull back, and he does preserve some of these units at the same time back in the main base. We do clean up that Nidus, we do clean up this push a little bit more cleanly as well. So Geralt, we're of course back in this. Oh.
Yeah, we do clean up these lurkers eventually. It did take a while, but they are being cleaned up. But at the same time, a laser is attacking on the forward gold base. The Zerglings stand right into the storms, but there's still a lot of them left over.
Yeah, very GC storm there for Geralt. Never going to be going off, but we do save the disruptor just barely. The Nova did not quite connect. Meanwhile, another Nidus back into the main base. Geralt was not ready for this, forced to recall, but the Hydras, they stand their ground. They do trade quite well against these Zealots, against some of these Stalkers, and the Archon gets picked off.
Unfortunately, mostly just Hydras, but now the lurkers are joining in as well, and the entire army will have to be turned around if Geralt wants to fight this, but he can't really do that because a laser is on the front door as well.
Yeah, exactly. We dive on top of those High Temple. We force out a storm. We force out a second storm as well, and 0 High Temple remaining. We collapse on top of those Archons at the same time in the main base. We still have the line of lurkers. Big Novas, actually. Very good connections from Geralt, but there's still the one lurker in the main. We're going for the Artosis Pylon.
Yeah, one lurker remains, and it takes down like the important tech structures for Geralt. He prevents him from making more disruptors as well, and there's another Nidus Worm just so the Hydras can evacuate.
Yeah, we focus on every single pylon. We depower the Twilight Council. We focus down the Dark Shrine. On the front lines, Geralt does hold on to that center base, but a laser, he's not done as the Nidus finishes and he reinforces.
Yeah, that he does. At the same time, there are lurkers on the front. They are being connected to the Novas, but I mean, that's still pressure on Geralt here.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good connections. Like Geralt, he does once again maintain that goal base, but the main. We've lost everything in the main base. The Robo, the Twilight Council, the Dark Shrine, and the base itself.
Yeah, like, I mean, the base is definitely painful, but the tech is really what's the problem for Geralt. Like, he cannot really make a lot of units. He's working on an Immortal, but that will probably be the last one.
Yeah, Immortals and Gateway units as well. He has Big Nova on the Hydras. Very nice connection here out of Geralt, and that is keeping him in this game. But what about his economy? Workers are going down left and right. The natural base is now under fire. We keep pushing in towards the gold. Once again, some decent connections here, but Geralt, he just cannot sustain these losses.
Yeah, GG is called. And with that, we conclude our game and our series.
GG. Good luck is called as Geralt taps out. A laser will take the series 2-0 and advance on to the grand finals.
Yes, GG. I mean, I feel like we were talking about how Geralt can still bring this up, like bring this back, but I feel like after this technical break, it's almost like a laser like regained stamina and he just like attacked even more fiercely than he was before.
it was very intense. It was very intense play there from a laser. But a shout out to Geralt again. He was holding his own. He was trading well with his army. The problem was the Night Swarms in the main. He never quite cleaned them up. Once the Night Swarms started getting up, they just did not relent. And yeah, Geralt losing control of the main base and eventually the natural as well because of that was kind of the nail in the coffin there for Geralt.
Yeah, and it was especially painful since that main base was all the tech structures, like the robo, like you had the Twilight Council, like all the important structures were in that main, and it was completely under siege of a laser. And after that, it was really hard to get an army together.
Yeah, it was just too much to handle. Congratulations, a laser does advance on, and he is looking for his revenge. As a reminder, Cristiano was waiting in the grand finals, and Cristiano has already beaten a laser once, but it was a best of 3. And now a laser can get his revenge in a best of 7.
Indeed, he can. And, I mean, we will see if he can do so. That is what happened in the previous tournament. Was it previous Galactic Battle? Yeah, it was.
Yep.
Cristiano was up versus a laser as well. And back then, a laser was able to take it. But, I mean, it's been a while. It's been a while, and Cristiano has definitely been on the rise. Like, can he take it this time?
Yeah, like Cristiano has improved. He has improved quite a lot since the last time they faced. That was back in January of this year in House Galactic Battle number 1. So it's going to be a greater challenge this time for a laser. I hope it's a back and forth, though. I would love to see a back and forth 4-2 or maybe even the ace match as well. As a reminder, Cristiano also has a 1-point advantage because he's coming from the upper bracket.
True, that's important. And we also talked about it before. He also has the advantage of watching a laser games as things were happening, because a laser has been playing a lot of PVCs for the past few series.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of PVZs going on, so Cristiano has had the luxury of studying his opponent and preparing for that grand finals. Laser has been looking strong here, but again has shown some weaknesses here and there and did drop a series earlier. So again, he's not the untouchable, monster that he once was. Like now we have these other players in Poland rising to the challenge and looking to vie for that throne, vie for that mantle of best in Poland.
You say he's not that untouchable monster, but I feel like it's not so much that like he's not untouchable anymore. It's more that like everybody else stepped up.
Yeah,
like everybody
everyone
else has gotten better.
Yeah, like whether it's Geralt and Cristiano, Papi, even Spirit as well, right? I think for a long time, a laser was the #1 in Poland, and it feels like, especially in 2023, like Spirit took that away from him as well, and Spirit was looking so strong last year and even coming into this year as well. So it's been really cool to see all these Protoss players, also all these Polish players improve over time.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a lot of them that's been like, constantly improving and getting some good results lately.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But with that, we're going to be going on a short break. We need some time here for Cristiano to kind of take his place on stage, to get his setup going, his hookeys, his keyboard, the monitor settings, all that good stuff. So we're going to be going on that short break. When we return, we will have the grand finals.
See you then.
robisz, chcesz mieć pewność, że to ta jedyna. Kilka razy sprawdziłeś, ile wentylatorów, jaki airflow czy grafika wejdzie. Dobra wiadomość jest taka, że w obudowie ARX 700 ARGB są 4 wentylatory, także w środku będzie naprawdę zimno. I złożysz ją też z przyjemnością. Także swoją starą obudowę możesz... Człowieku, co ty robisz? A, no ładnie, ładnie. W każdym razie nie wyrzucaj starej obudowy. Znajdziemy dla niej inne zastosowanie.
bądź idzie, nie?
No to była super gra. Pierwsze parę sezonów, a potem
Pierwsze
już
parę sezonów.
ognisko gaming mnie wybiło.
Dobre pytanie z czata, kiedy wrócą tankiwaki? A właśnie,
Nie, te czasy już nie wrócą.
miejmy nadzieję, że nigdy. Były pewne rzeczy w StarCrafcie, o których po prostu nie powinno się mówić, prawda? Na przykład Warhosty. Także no.
Dobrze, tak jest, tak jest. Jest zainteresowanie, tylko tam jeszcze chyba stygną zawodnicy finalnie przed tym. Nie wiem, czekamy na jakiś umówiony znak sygnał.
Jeśli
Coś-
możemy przekazać głos, to proszę Danska i daj rękę do góry.
Raz, raz.
Dziękujemy.
Halo, halo.
Dobra.
Halo, halo, słychać mnie? Siema ludzie. Siemanko. Siema, siema. Siema. Dziękuję. Dzięki serdecznie za takie przywitanie. Witam cały chaos. Dziękuję. Witam was wszystkich. Siema chaos. No co, Galactic Battle, część druga i czy spodziewane spotkanie? Okej, dobra. Czyli jednak są podzielone zdania. Dobra, rozumiem. Bugmacherka później. Z tym sobie poradzimy. Dobra, słuchajcie, żeby nie przedłużać, żeby nie zabierać też czasu graczom, chciałbym powitać obrońcę tytułu pierwszej części H.4.0.S Galactic Battle, Mikołaj Ela-Zerogonowski. Powodzonka. Dziękujemy. No i co? I drugi zawodnik, który staje za lazerem po raz drugi. Druga część H.4.0.S Galactic Battle. Po raz drugi się spotykają. Zobaczymy, jaki wynik teraz się nam okaże. Tak jest, wynik Basta, dokładnie. Krystian Szczęsny, zapraszam. No to co panowie, good luck, have fun. Wam również życzę miłego oglądania. I do później. Nara. Chaos, zróbcie chaos!
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Wow.
Jezu, co za seksiak na tej
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the House Galactic Battle number 2, powered by Enderfee. We have finally made it. We're here in the grand finals. It's been a long event so far here tonight. It's been a grueling tournament. We had the group stage, we had the playoffs. It's been 11 hours, and we are here to crown our champion.
Indeed we are. And as Danskik was just saying in the introduction, they are meeting each other again because this is a rematch of previous Galactic Battle from January.
Exactly. This is the second edition of this tournament in this year. We had the first one back in January, and back in January we had a Laser and Cristiano also in the finals, also with a Laser coming up from the lower bracket and Cristiano coming in from the upper bracket. So history repeats itself once again.
Yeah, and we will see if the score will repeat itself as well. I don't remember if it was best of 7 last time actually, or if it was best of 5, but we have a full best of 7 ahead of us.
Oh yeah, it was a best of 7 previously. It was a 4-2 score in favor of a Laser in the previous Galactic Battle, and we'll see if Cristiano can pose a greater threat here for a Laser, maybe get his revenge for the last finals that they did have. And again, even in the last event, Spirit was there as well. Spirit did not make it into this finals, wasn't here this week or this time, but I'm sure it would have he would not have been able to stop the destiny, the fated kind of rematch of Cristiano and a laser, as we are remaking because Cristiano's Terran. God damn it.
Everything is fine. Don't worry about it.
It's fine.
Everything's fine.
God
Nobody panic.
damn it.
It's okay.
It's all good. It's all good. We're diving into this. And again, shout out to all the people behind the scenes. Shout out to Kashim. Shout out to Danskik. Shout out to the photographer, the venue itself. Shout out to House. Shout out to Indy and Zed for casting in Polish. Again, we got to see a glimpse of the crowd. We saw the host. We saw the players coming in, the player shots as well. Again, this is a big event happening over in a gaming bar in Warsaw. It's great to just have this kind of event going on and the celebration of StarCraft.
Yeah, Christian is saying that he left because he had Terran picked, and Kashim is like, no, it was supposed to be like that.
Kappa. But here we go. We're diving into game number 1. A bit of an abrupt start, but here we go. This time, Cristiano is Protoss. This time, a laser is Zerg. Game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go.
Let us go. Yes, both our players are ready, warmed up, pumped up by the crowd, and
Oh yeah.
we'll see. We'll see how they go this time.
We'll see how they will go. If you are in the chat, predictions. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe is going to be the House Galactic Battle number 2 champion. Will it be the Protoss or will it be the Zerg? Best of luck in the chat. It is up to you to decide who will be the victor. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Liquid. It is a laser.
And across the map we have his opponent, representing Starlight Twinkle and Poland, of course. One of the rising stars of Polish scene. It is Cristiano.
Here we go. The finals are upon us. As a reminder as well, which I'm sure is reflected on the screen right now, Cristiano is coming in from the upper bracket, which means he has a 1-point lead.
Have we actually confirmed that? Because I don't find that on the bracket on Wikipedia.
Oh, maybe not. Does he not have a 1-point lead? Is that not the case?
Kashim, I see you in the chat. Kashim, please. I have not found that rule. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not.
Kashim, does he have a lead or not? We don't. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe.
Look.
Does Cristiano start 1-0?
I'm gonna actually
he'll let us
unstab and see on Wikipedia if he has a lead. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. It's 0-0.
He does not have a lead on Wikipedia, so... Oh, there we go. Okay, my apologies. Cristiano does not start with the lead. It's going to be 0-0 to kick things off.
There you go. It's a full best of 7.
That's a brutal format, by the way, Kashim. What's going You're an animal, Poppy. You're an animal. Oh, my God. So it looks like it's going to be just a fresh best of 7. My apologies, sir. Just straight up flat 0-0 scoreline here for Cristiano and a laser. No holds bar in these grand finals.
Yeah, we will have a full best of 7. I mean, seeing how these players play, I feel like we may have a full best of 7 because their previous matches have been pretty close.
Game paused.
They have been very close indeed, and we will soon sink our teeth into it. So far, we've had some standard openers. Was a hatch gas pool up against a gate expand into Cybercore, so nothing too out of the norm yet. Does look like we have some technical issues, but it's best if we get through these technical issues at the start of the game before we really get going, as opposed to in the middle of a fight or in the middle of the mid game.
Yeah. I mean, it's good to sort out all of these issues, like, ahead of time. Like, right now, there's nothing too micro-intensive happening, so, we should be able to sort out whatever the problem is and, keep going with our series.
Yeah, should be okay, should be all good. We just have some kinks to work out before we sink our teeth into those grand finals. And again, this will be the final series of the night. the final series of the tournament. Again, I would say that Laser's coming in as the favored player, but again, Cristiano has beaten him before. He could do it again.
He definitely could. And let's see if he can. As for now, it doesn't look like either player wants to be too cheeky. Like, we're having a bit of a standard start of the game.
And nothing too wild here. We do have our initial links going to be zoning away this probe, going to be forcing it back. We can see Cristiano being as annoying as possible. Could even throw down a pylon as well. Drone comes in. Oh, the pylon block is going to be thrown down, but that is a kill on the probe. And it looks like the pylon was a little bit misplaced, did not disrupt the expansion.
Yeah, it looks like the Zerglings pushed the probe away enough that, you know, Cristiano wasn't quite able to get that block down. But I mean, he lost the probe as well, so like, you know, not the ideal start, but at least he did delay that third base for a little bit.
Yeah, he delayed it for a little. It's okay. It's an okay amount of
It's not
damage,
the
but,
end of
not
the
the best. Yeah, it's not the best start for Cristiano. But from here, we're going to be following this up with Adept Harass. We have our first, soon-to-be second Adept walking out across the map right over those logos. That's a lot of logos. Oh, I see Danskik. He's there.
Yeah. He's one of the sponsors and organizers, as well as, I'm not gonna read that name, as well as Twin number 1. That's what the last one
Is that twin number 2?
I think there is. They are actually
No, but
twins.
it's twin. No, yeah, but is twin number 2 in the middle, or is that someone
No.
else?
No,
Do you know who that
I don't
is?
think so. Anyway, no, I don't think I
Okay.
recognize that name.
Okay,
But I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the twins go by twin number 1 and twin number 2.
that's beautiful.
I know, right?
You know who's who. It's good.
Yeah.
Just walk around with numbers on their shirts.
On the forehead.
As we are settling in, the Adept Harass so far hasn't done too much, as Cristiano does race back home with those Adepts, splits them up here between his natural and his main, will get his third base up and running, and Oracle aggression has begun. We have our first, soon-to-be second Oracle moving out to get some drone damage.
Yeah, and the Oracles are now moving into the base. They do find the Zerglings, but there are also a lot of Queens, because Eliza does like those. But no Spore!
Yeah, no Spore. 3 drones go down in that drive-by. Not bad here, as Cristiano doesn't really lose too much HP on these Oracles, so not a bad start at the third base. And behind this is getting his third up and running and working on that further tech.
Yeah, we already have the Twilight Council. We have the Forge on the way as well, so I guess Zealots?
We'll see. I mean, this looks like +1 in Blink Stalkers, but if you
Okay,
remember,
sure.
every time we said that, Cristiano would delay his upgrade and go into Archons, right? He'd go into
True.
class Archons, into Immortals, into something very different. As the pilot goes down, ooh, the Zealots barely warp it in time.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Cristiano. I mean, it's not a huge damage, but still annoying nonetheless. But at the same time, we have Adepts in the base of a laser, and 5 drones are already going down, and the Adepts are still there.
Yeah, very nice position for these Adepts. 5, 6 workers going to be going down. We shade into the main base. 1 Adept will survive, and we do continue that worker damage. Sure, Alasia did take down a pylon across the map, did take down a couple of workers, but Cristiano, he comes out on top in this harassment.
Yeah, 8 drones falling down to the Adept harassment in the end, and that's a really nice start for Cristiano there. And the Oracles are still alive, and they definitely will be looking for another occasion to attack.
Oh, that they are. Meanwhile, in the main base, we spoke about it. There it is. Immortal production from the Robo, and the Twilight Council was for Charge and the Templar Archive. So Charge Lot Archon is going to be the composition of choice from Cristiano. It is a unit composition that he's been using all day today to great effect. It is how he shut down a laser earlier.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that is like the style of choice for Cristiano, like this like really really bulky composition, you know, with a lot of Immortal, a lot of Zealot, like this really heavy units, to put it that way. I mean, calling Zealots heavy is kind of weird, but I mean, it's kind of what they are.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of like a brute force army where you kind
Yeah.
of force your way through across the map. You know, this death pool of an army that we build up. There's not as much finesse as like Blink Stalkers, for example, right? But it's still a terrifying army, a terrifying force, and something to be respected. Now, a laser, how does he respond to this? So far, he has yet to scout the main base, but we are working into a very fast Spire.
I mean, Spire is an interesting choice, as neither Zealots nor Immortals shoot up. However, if Storm becomes a thing, this may get tricky.
Well, not just Storm, Archons as well. If
Oh,
you
true,
remember,
Archons.
I'm getting yeah, this is a little bit of a flashback to the previous series. We had a very similar dynamic where I think it was game one between Laser and Cristiano, where Laser was also going Ling Muta, and as he went into Mutas, the Archon push occurred, and
Yeah.
Cristiano just died then and there. He could not stop the wave of Zealot Archon that pushed on out. It was a very brutal timing that Cristiano went for, just as the Mutas were popping out, and it looks like we're doing something very similar, as Cristiano is getting ready to push out, and Mutas are on the way.
Yeah, and those Archons are already being set up. We have 2 for now, and more are still warping in. And Cristiano decides this is time to go. He will try to see what he can get done on the other side of the map.
Yeah, this time the big difference is Banelings. The last time it was only Ling Queen Muta. This time Banelings are amassing. Banelings are now spotted by the hallucination. Cristiano's fully aware, and the Mutas are going for a big backstab. They're going for a counterattack to hit that mineral line. We'll see if Cristiano can break through that line of Ling Bane as Mutas do get into the third.
I mean, there are shield batteries, there are cannons as well, so that will be able to fend off Mutas for a while, but ooh, the reinforcements are in danger.
Yeah, Cristiano actually decides to turn around. He turns around, he comes back home, he's opting to defend. I do like this. Basically, as soon as Cristiano saw the Ling Bane, he's like, nah, it's not gonna work. Like, as in, he cannot break a laser, not anymore, and Cristiano instead deflects the Mutas, and the Mutas haven't done too much. They've only gotten 4 probe kills so far.
I mean, a decent part of his army would be Zealots, right? So, like, they will definitely not do very well against Banelings, but yeah, it looks like he just decides to be defensive instead, and we're going for another Stargate.
Yeah, second Stargate, Phoenix production has commenced. It is the correct choice to go into Phoenixes against these Mutas. And so far the defense has been good, but we're not done yet. The Muta count is getting higher and higher. A Laser, he has decided, he has made his choice. It's mass Muta.
Okay, that's how we're playing this game this time. I mean, again, we have Archons, but we don't have a lot of Archons right now, and they're not able to, like, travel through the bases very fast. So here we have 2, so we are safe, but, like, if at any point in time they're out of position, like, it makes it very tricky to defend.
Yeah, we have a cannon and a shield battery in the main base, but as you mentioned, the main base is actually quite fragile. Storm is being chronoed as we speak, so we're rushing into Storm. We're pumping out as many Phoenixes as possible. Honestly, Cristiano's doing quite well keeping up, and the Mutas have not paid for themselves yet. Like, they haven't really done too much damage, and in a head-on fight, they're not ideal either. But that is a lot of Banelings morphing in. We had a lot of Banelings to begin with, and even more, 18 more on the way.
Yeah, I feel like maybe a Laser will try to distract Cristiano with those Mutas, and as soon as the army moves out, he will try to roll these Banelings in. But for now, we have Mutas versus Phoenixes here.
Yeah, one Phoenix goes down, trading a Phoenix for a Muta. At the same time, Bailey's rolling in on the left-hand side, but the stasis traps are going to be triggered. So far, we do hold on. So far, Laser doesn't get much damage done, but he did trigger those stasis.
Yeah, but still really nice defense there for Cristiano. He has to make sure that he takes care of these Banelings, though, before they unfreeze themselves. But still, he did defend this attack pretty nicely.
Yeah, the Archons are in position. The Phoenixes are being a little bit adventurous. They have to be very careful as the Laser is looking to attack on top of them. Ooh.
Yeah, another one of the Phoenixes goes down, but so do some of the Mutas. But yeah, these Phoenixes are definitely a bit more costly.
Yeah, exactly. We have to be very careful here not to be caught out by those Mutas. Phoenixes can outrange Mutas, that is true, but Mutas can also just bunch up and dive on top of them and focus them down, so we have to be very careful with how we do approach this. You can see that Cristiano is pushing out. At the same time, Mutas trying to catch reinforcements and even coming from behind.
The High Templars! The High Templars go down to the
gee.
Mutas. They reinforce the High Templars. Banix try to surround the army, but there are Archons there.
Oh, nice positioning with the Archons and Baileys. They get completely shut down, and we're going for the kill. We're going for the throat. Mutas cannot engage. They're going to try to come in from behind, but again, that's a lot of Archons.
That's a lot of Archons. That's a lot of Phoenixes as well. Like, now we have a lot of army that actually does deal with Mutas pretty nicely. Has to be careful about these pickups, because the Warfreeze may get sniped, but it looks pretty good for Cristiano.
It does, but 23 Bailings just marked in when we need some connections. Ling Bane is rolling on forward. Massive stasis on the Lings. Bailings crash in. They will connect with the Zealots. But what about the Mutas? Again, they can still add nothing to the fight. The Archons are still standing strong.
Yeah, and actually it is just enough. Cristiano will take game number 1, defeating a Laser.
GG, well played. Very patient play out of Cristiano. Honestly, I'm really impressed. Just because Cristiano, he's a bit of a younger player. He's a little more aggressive as well. And for Cristiano to have the maturity to move out initially, scout with the hallucination, see all the Ling Bane, and make the decision to back off. Make the decision to pull back to his 3-base setup, to get into Storm, into Phoenixes, and go for a bit of a later timing instead, recognizing that again, the Ling Bane would be enough to defend against the first push.
Yeah, I feel like most players have been there where like, you know, you think you have enough to fight, and then you run into like a big army that you just didn't think would take you down. Like definitely that is something that like marks a good player, where they're able to judge those fights and not just, you know, run straight on.
Yeah. Yeah, and judged correctly, right? He backed off, he waited for, again, his follow-up push, and the positioning was the most important thing there. Yes, we did see a laser pick off a couple of High Templar in the beginning. That was a big moment for a laser, but we saw so many Banelings crash into Archons, right? We had a solid wall of Archons at that ramp. They held the line, not a single Archon went down, and Banelings were wasted initially, and without Banelings, we could not collapse on that army. Cristiano just snowballed out of control.
Yeah, and even in the final moments of this game, as we had like this another like huge reinforcements of Link Bane, that single stasis actually worked as a force field. It actually stopped the entire army of a laser behind it.
That was a very crucial force field. Sorry, very crucial stasis trap there, which did act like a force field. It caught all the Lings. It created all these choke points, made it difficult for the Banelings to really connect with the Zealots. They did shut down a lot of the Zealots, but what about everything else? What are the Archons, the Immortals, the High Templar? They were still holding on. Again, a very impressive push there by Cristiano, and he does take a lead.
Yeah, it was a really strong game number 1 from Cristiano, and that's looking pretty good for the future of this series for the Protoss.
Oh yeah, that was a strong start, but at the same time, it was also a very unique dynamic where we had Mutas as the tech of choice, which doesn't happen every game, right? Like maybe I think we're gonna see Mutas maybe one more time in the series. It's a best of 7. It's much more standard to go into Ling Bane, Roach Ravager, for example, or into Hydra Lurker. Mutas are a really risky tech choice, and we saw here that if Mutas don't get damage done early on, they just not ideal in a head-on fight. They're very fragile units.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, generally, if you go for Mutas, it's more for harassment. Like, you have your main army, and then Mutas are kind of on the back, you know, trying to get probes and stuff. But, I mean, Cristiano was prepared even for that. Like, he had a cannon at every base, he had shield batteries, so he just didn't let the laser surprise him.
Yeah, he just completely shut him down. I do think that's also a strength of the fact that they already faced off against each other. We mentioned it before that a laser did rush Mutas the last time they played, right? Earlier in this tournament, the last time they played, a laser also rushed Mutas. So I'm sure Cristiano had that in the back of his mind and knew exactly how to deal with it and how to counter it.
And I guess, so now the thing is, we have to see like if a laser can come up with something else. I say that because we said that before, like we have seen a lot of ZVPs from a laser today. So he has to bring something new if he wants to take Cristiano down.
Yeah, we'll see if he can. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the blue Polish Protoss player. He is leading the series 1-0, but it's a best of 7. It's a best of 7. Plenty more games ahead of us. I expect a back and forth. Can he extend his lead? Representing Starlight Twinkle, it is Cristiano.
And across the map, we have our red Zerg player representing Team Liquid. Our only Zerg left in most of the bracket, actually. He's been fighting Protoss for a while now. It is a laser.
Here we go. Yeah, Laser has been going through the gauntlet of Protoss. He took down Bappy, he took down Geralt, but now the rematch against Cristiano. And what I will say, thankfully for Laser, is that he's a very experienced player. Even though he has taken a loss in Game 1, even though he went down earlier in this tournament, I'm sure a Laser is raring to go and ready for a comeback, ready to bounce back in the series.
Yeah, that is the thing, like, not only a laser has been here for a while as a player, but he has been at like this like top level for a while as well. Like, I still remember it's been several years ago. This was before like Serral even became a thing, and like a laser was already taking like down Dark and players like that. Like the whole like Serral thing happened later, so a laser has been at this level for a while.
Yeah, Laser has always been at the top of the European scene, of the European region, even not just Europe, but also just in general out there in StarCraft. So it's great to see a Laser being able to maintain that. And as you mentioned, because of that, I'm sure he is unfazed in this situation and he's ready for his revenge, bearing in mind that Alazer, the last time they faced off in the finals of the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle, Alazer did win. He did win the best of 7, so I'm sure he's still feeling confident coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. I mean, it probably also helps, I feel like, the atmosphere of like this kind of like LAN where like, it's generally like among people you know very well, so it probably adds a lot to the confidence as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a much more comfortable environment here, being amongst your local community and your local region and scene, so I'm sure that also helps with the nerves or any kind of pressure, as we do have a bit of a delayed expansion. Once again, Alazer is looking to try and take the center base, and Cristiano will delay it.
Yeah, Cristiano was well aware that that is something that Zergs do like to do on this map, and he will stop it. Alazer is forced to take this third on the other side.
There we go, forcing the triangular third instead. That's going to be a big moment. We spoke about this previously in today's broadcast about how this center base can be used to go for an all-in because you can prioritize the gas, the rich vesting gas geyser, spread creep very quickly across the map, but Alazer is denied the availability of that all-in.
Yeah, and even after, like, Cristiano is still staying there with the adepts, like, he's making sure that Alazer doesn't try to do it again. Because, as we know, Alazer loves expanding everywhere, so he may still try.
Yeah, Laser can be quite greedy here, so we'll see if he's going to try and go and rush into a faster fourth or anything like that. But now Adepts shade into the main, boys are being pulled and drones are going down.
Yeah, 2 of them are already dead, but the Zerglings are chasing those Adepts, and it looks like it will be just lost mining time for the time being.
Yeah, 2 Adepts for 2 drones. That is a better trade for a Laser, the Zerg player, so thankfully he does stop this before it gets out of hand and too out of control. So very nice defense from a Laser. Meanwhile, Lings are moving out across the map. The problem here, we spoke about this before, this third base is very secure. Third base is insanely secure, and these Lings cannot threaten it whatsoever.
Yeah, there's an Adept in the wall to watch out for them as well. No, that said, the Oracle was also fended off, so Laser is... like, both of our players are keeping their bases quite safe.
Yeah, exactly. Cristiano, he gets a more free third. Meanwhile, Laser keeping up with the Oracle, able to fend it off. But we're not done. Out comes a second Oracle, and Cristiano has been doing this time and time again. He keeps skipping the third Oracle here in favor of the faster Twilight Council and Forge. And I imagine, again, we're going to be seeing Archons and Charge Lots.
I mean, yeah, definitely can see that happening, as that seems to be his composition of choice, but these Oracles are getting really low. There's a lot of Queens here. As usual, Laser really likes playing Queen heavy styles, and they won't be able to get any damage done, it looks like.
Yeah, they get 1 drone in the third, but only 1 worker. So again, these Oracles have yet to pay for themselves. We expect more damage to be dealt, but Cristiano has been having a very hard time. Meanwhile, across the map, there it is. +1 attackers on the way. Robo's on the way. That's going to be for immortal production. And you can see that there is no upgrade yet on this Twilight Council. It's because I imagine we're going for charge and for that Temple Archives.
Yeah, definitely can see that happening at the same time. We have this Adept once again running into the bases of a Laser. Cristiano trying to find some damage in the third, but he's blocked by the Queens.
Yeah, but despite that, 5 drones going to be going down. Pretty good damage so far. The Adepts, they do wedge themselves behind the mineral line. 1 more Adept is going to be chased back, where we shade into the natural and where we can get even more damage done.
Yeah, 6 drones already falling. The Adepts are still there. 8 drones. I think the Oracles have also dove in at the same time, and in the end, 9 drones total are falling down, which is definitely a nice little bit of damage.
Yeah, 9 workers falling. We still have that 1 Oracle being active outside the bases. Pretty good damage here from Cristiano. This is damage that we were hoping for, that we were expecting. And back at home, there is that immortal production, gateway explosion as well. We don't have a Templar Archives yet, so I'm definitely curious as to that, as to where Cristiano is going to take this. Meanwhile, a Laser is taking up into an infestation. Oh my god.
Oh, this Oracle was very close to going down, but it does survive. It will be useful later in the game, but yeah, it doesn't look like Cristiano is progressing in his tech at all. Like, he's just focusing on the Immortals.
Yeah, I'm really curious because Cristiano has a lot of gas. You can see there he's got 700 gas in the bank, so he's a little bit inefficient. And now we have, there we go, now we have our tech. It's a little bit late, but we have a second robot and a Temple Archives. I'll be honest, I don't think that was intentional. I think maybe Cristiano was just hyper-fixated on harassing across the map, so may have slipped his mind a little bit as his tech is going to be a little bit delayed.
Yeah, definitely possible. I mean, he was focusing a lot on that attack, and he did get some damage down there, but Yeah, looks like maybe the build suffered a little bit on that, but at the same time, Laser is already getting to lurkers.
Yeah, this is the problem here, is that a laser hasn't slowed down his tech. We have the infestation bit on the way, Hive is on the way, for the lurker upgrades, we're joining up to 80 already as well. And this is something that you have to be careful with when you're up against a laser. Your build needs to be crisp, your pushes need to be on point, you cannot mess up, you cannot give a laser breathing room, otherwise he's just going to run away with it.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, a laser is definitely the swarm kind of Zerg. Like, if you give him any space, he will definitely like just use it. He will expand to another base. He will build another army. Like, he will not waste that opportunity.
Exactly, as a laser has cut roaches and just gone straight Ling Hydra into lurkers. Very greedy style here out of a laser. If Cristiano had pushed that earlier, if he had gone for an earlier Temple Archives into an earlier Archon push, then he could have punished this. Alas, no longer can he punish it. Lurker production is already underway. That window, it feels like we have missed it a little bit. As I say that, Storm is going to be a big factor coming into this, as Storm does well against Lings and Hydras.
That it does, but ooh, as the Oracus finally goes down, but I mean, even with Storm, like, I feel like the army of Cristiano is just not that big on its own. Like, I'm not sure how much support those High Templars will have.
Yeah, we'll see, as we have been skipping some warp-ins. Meanwhile, Zella drop into the main base, does apply some pressure, but no big damage. It looks like a laser's going to be able to keep up. He does maintain his defensive position here in his main and his natural, and the Prism doesn't get much done. But it does at least keep a laser busy, and Cristiano is getting ready for his eventual move out.
Yeah, he's stepping onto the creep right now, getting Karak in his army.
Yeah, getting one and getting two queens, not bad. We're still lacking some detection, but there we go. The observer has right, and we are going to be clearing up as much creep as we can.
Ooh,
But we cannot push up this ramp.
Yeah, this ramp is set up full of lurkers, and I don't think Cristiano wants to walk up this. At the same time, once again, a laser expanding everywhere, but while also defending from the Zealot round by.
Yeah, he's double expanding on the left-hand side. At the same time, we're pushing in right towards that third base, but lurkers are in position. Laser is going to be able to keep up with the movement of Cristiano. He's going to be committing, though.
I'm not sure if he should. There's still a lot of lurker fire. I mean, the Storm is definitely nice, but it doesn't even kill the lurkers, and his army is suffering.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was good movement, and we clear up a lot of creep, but a laser is holding. A laser is still maxed out, has plenty of lurkers up and running. 13 lurkers in total, and Cristiano cannot push up this ramp. The lurkers, they're waiting for him.
Yeah, a laser is very, very diligent at repositioning all those lurkers, and neither of the entrances to the bases are open for Cristiano. And yeah, I mean, he has a lot of immortals, which is nice, but in the face of lurkers, they're not that amazing.
Yeah, you can argue that this tech switch is a little bit delayed. We're working towards Sky Toss. Two
Yeah.
more Stargates, a fleet beacons on the way. Cristiano has recognized that we've hit critical mass of lurkers, and we just cannot contest against this army, so we're going to be ignoring it. We do knock down these rocks, and we're going for some of these fringe bases. Meanwhile, at the same time, lurkers do push down the ramp. They're exposed.
Oh, nice storms there from Cristiano. A lot of the lurkers unfurled being covered by it, but a lot of them survive, and they're even being transfused later.
Yeah, Cristiano kind of baiting the army out into the open. A very nice couple of moments here for Cristiano. At the same time, Alazer is ready with his own Ling Hydra, making sure he's in position to protect these fringe bases. The Sag defense is on the way. Nida swarms as well to be able to bounce between both sides of the map to defend. At the same time, though, Cristiano is still working on those carriers.
Yeah, Laser is moving forward, trying to catch the army of Cristiano off guard, but the lurkers are still being blanketed with storms.
Yeah, meanwhile, Nida Swarm just finished. We can see Lurker is rotating over towards the right-hand side, looking to threaten some of these bases. Cristiano not quite aware of that yet, still threatening that center base, and here come those Lurkers, even with another Nidus to back up.
Yeah, I think this is just an escape Nidus, like Laser is just using that as communication. The same that the Protoss army though is pushing, and not all lurkers are on the run.
Yeah, and on the left-hand side, there are no Lurkers whatsoever. The Lurkers, they try to dive on the army. Big storms are going to be thrown down, and can we clean up the Lurkers? Looks like most of them will fall. That is a lot of Immortals.
That is a lot of Immortals, and we have an Observer, so there is detection there as well, so the Immortals can just march forward. At the same time though, ooh, actually we have a recall to that base.
Yeah, we recall over to defend, and we do manage to catch one Lurker, but the Nidus Swarm will be able to evacuate. At the same time, Lurkers, they dive into the main!
Yeah, the main base, the same thing that ended one of our previous games, and at the same time Immortals are getting caught by the Zerglings. This is really not looking good for Cristiano.
Yeah, as you mentioned, deja vu here with the series against Geralt as Cristiano is being pulled apart. The lurkers in the main base, but carriers have arrived, and lurkers, they don't shoot up. Oh, but we need detection.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Lurkers don't shoot up,
Yeah.
but the carriers are so low. Oh, now they're shooting. Okay,
There we go. Observers have arrived. We're going to be able to clean this up. 15 workers do go down. But this is the one thing that Geralt did not have, right? Cristiano is working on Skytel, so that is a good way to catch back up and to bounce back. As I say that, we're still applying a lot of pressure to the center base of Cristiano.
I mean, as you said, it's a good way to do it, but like he still needs the time to transition. Like he still has this only this ground army to defend, as the carriers aren't only now arriving to the base, but the lurkers are starting to fall.
Yeah, the Observers late, no detection. The Immortals get completely reset. Massive losses here for Cristiano. At the same time, Lurker's still in the main base. We push towards the right-hand side, getting 35 worker kills, and Cristiano's being pulled apart. GG gets called. A laser fights back, putting a point on the board.
Indeed. As we said, I mean, we expected this to be a close series, and it looks like it definitely will be one.
GG, well played. A very intense game there by Cristiano and a laser. Initially, Cristiano, he was able to settle into a decent army, but it did feel like he missed a bit of a window he was going for, and a laser got away with so much greed, and he was able to freely max out and really flex his army. He was just all over the map.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, Laser was just taking battle after battle. He was just spreading the army of Cristiano like really thin, and the Immortals just weren't cut in the end. Like with how many lurkers were on the map, they were just not enough.
Yeah, a big part of that was the Nidusworms, right? If the Nidusworms were denied, if we were able to keep up with the Overseers and with those Nidusworms, then maybe it's a different game, and Cristiano's able to settle into a 4-base economy with carriers. It would have been a very different dynamic, but the Nidusworms did finish. They got up and running, and it forced Cristiano to, as you mentioned, spread himself very, very thin. He just could not keep up with the multi-pronged harassment there, with the pushes.
Yes, indeed. And with that, we are now in tied series. We are at 1-1, and we will be loading to side Delta.
Here we go, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have our Red Zerg player representing Team Liquid, tying up the series 1-1. Fighting back and looking to take a lead, it is a laser.
And across the map is his opponent. It is the blue Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. Also tied 1-1 currently. It is Cristiano.
Cristiano unable to extend that lead, but of course, we're looking to bounce back. We're going to bounce back in this series.
Indeed we are, and what our players are planning this game? I mean, nothing cheeky. We're not having any sort of weird shenanigans going on, at least not yet.
Yeah, we're loading into Site Delta, one of the more standard maps in the map pool, so we don't expect to see anything too crazy here. As you mentioned before, like, Cristiano has a certain preference in PvZ, and it does seem to be that Archon Immortal style, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of that. We'll try to point out if we ever deviate from that, but it does seem to be, like, what he prefers.
Yeah, definitely. I do, like... Well, Cristiano is aggressive. He's not like the cheesy kind of aggressive, at least not most of the time. Like, it's more like this, like, very dedicated pushes.
Yeah, exactly. It's about building up those Archons, those Immortals, those Storms as well, and just hyper-fixating on the control of his army and making sure he takes the best fight possible. But that can be difficult, especially if your opponent is able to get into lurkers. Like, that was the big thing about that last game, is that Cristiano missed his window. We spoke about how his tech was delayed, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't intentional because he was banking so many resources while he was harassing. So because of that, that means that a laser had a lot more breathing room in that last game.
Yeah, he definitely did. And again, a laser, if you give him the room, he uses every opportunity. Especially if you give him the map. Like, a laser loves just commanding the whole map.
Oh yeah. He really does, and we'll see if he can do that once again. We do see another Stargate open out of Cristiano, so again, we're not really deviating too much. If we spawn into a smaller map, like a Ghost River, for example, or a Post Youth, then maybe we could see a Twilight Council opener, but for now, just a Stargate.
It's a Stargate, says a laser is getting to 3 bases as well. No spores quite yet, but they will be there soon enough, I believe. I mean, we'll see. A laser sometimes skips on the spores, but considering that Cristiano opens oracles every time, I assume he will be quite ready to defend that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he will, as again, it's going to just be a bit of a test of micro and a test of control, whether Cristiano can get some drone damage or a laser can prevent it. I mean, so far Cristiano's done a really good job at getting damage done, whether it's with oracles, whether it's with his adepts. He does find some really nice positioning, and even against a player like a laser, he's able to get some damage done.
Yeah. And we'll see if he is able to do so once again, as the first of the oracles is about to be ready, the adepts. I think there's only one adept on the map at the moment, so I don't think that will be harassment, the harassment force for now. No, there are two, okay. But they're both defensive for the time being.
Yeah, they're both in the wall at the natural and here at the wall at the third base, so they're just chilling back at home. First Oracle moves out, gets eyes on the third base, will be able to threaten the mineral line a little bit, but Queens are in position and the Oracle won't get much done. Really, the power of the Oracle harass comes in with the second Oracle.
Yeah, the double oracle is definitely the way to go here. Well, actually, laser very intense about chasing this single oracle down. The Queens are moving base by base, and yeah, I don't think Cristiano can get in here.
Yeah, so far so good for a laser. You can see he's massing quite an amount of lings. We have 14 lings in production. The goal of this is to shut down the third. Can we shut this down? If the oracles are across the map, that means that they won't be defending back at home. That means that this third base is going to be vulnerable to be cancelled.
Yeah, ooh, but there are no
Queens.
Queens at the natural. All of them moved to the third base, and now the oracles can focus some of the drones, but actually they're not able to get much.
Yeah, a bit of a misclick there. We clicked on the queen, not the drone, so only one drone goes down. We have deflected this army. There was an opportunity, but Cristiano did miss it as Lings, they do rush across. But we get a surround!
Yeah.
One adept does get caught, and so does the second.
The second one does get surrounded as well. There are some more warpings getting ready, but the adepts are falling down.
Yeah, the adepts are falling one after the other. Oracles did make it back home, but only one adept did survive. This also means that the usual follow-up 5 adept aggression is not here anymore. The adept count was reset. That means that a laser is safe to drone.
Oh, and drone he will, as he is taking a 4th base already.
Yeah, he's taking that 4th base. Back at home, we throw down a Robo here for Cristiano. This should be for Immortals as the Temple Archives. It should be for Archon production as well. This time, this tech is much faster. This time, it's at a reasonable time here compared to what we saw in game number 2.
Yeah, definitely. But we have another link run by at that third base. This time the oracles are in place, though. There is that adept protecting the drones as well. The probes as well. And yeah, it looks like we're gonna wait for another wave.
Yeah, here we go. Reinforcements have arrived. We have a wave of Lings on the way, and a laser wants to try to bust into this natural. We do force the activation of the Pulsar Beam, but we have plenty of Lings to work with here. Do we have enough to defend? We'll see as Cristiano does warp it defensively.
Yeah, that he does, but those are High Templars and they will be quickly transformed into Archons, which definitely will be useful against those Lings, and I assume there will be a lot more of those coming.
Yeah, here we go. The Mass Ling has arrived. We dive in, we dip in towards the natural. Likewise, we head towards the third base. But there's that Archon in position. We do focus on a couple of probes. 4 probes do fall. Not a bad pick up there from a laser.
Yeah, considering how well defended these bases are, like 4 probes is still pretty nice. And there's still more Lings waiting for the turn.
Yeah, and a laser taking a very aggressive approach here. He is not droned up. He has not droned up his 4th base. He is cutting workers at 3 base saturation. Roaches are amassing. +1 ranges on the way. Roach speed as well. A laser, he wants to push.
I mean, I guess that there's not a lot of army from Cristiano this time. Like, he doesn't have that mass of Immortals yet. Like, he is working on it, but they're not quite ready. So this may actually catch Cristiano at a bad moment.
Very important revelation here as the Ravagers are not quite revealed. We can see a laser intentionally pulling back his queens, but here comes the mass army. There we go. Cannon shield batteries on the way. Cristiano now realizes what's going on, but is it too late?
This will be very close. I mean, the Oracles are already working on Ravagers, which is definitely nice, but there's quite a few of them in the army.
Yeah, there's a lot of Ravagers amassing. A little Bile's going to be available as well. Storm, we need a couple more seconds. We're making 2 Immortals at a time. Already 2, soon to be 4.
Yeah, they're about to pop out of these forward robots, but the Zerg surround is pretty rough. There are no shield batteries in range of these Immortals, but yeah, we'll see. This army is not really looking good.
Yeah, so far, a beautiful Storm here on these Lings. Storm is now done, and we have 2 more Storms available. Massive Storm here on the Ravagers, and the Massive Mortal is going to be able to knock this down. Christianer, he is holding.
Yeah, the Storm finished just in time. The Immortals popped out right at the right moment, and it looks like Christian will be able to fend off this attack. And I mean, as you said, like this very dedicated push from a laser is not really doing much.
I mean, he's still committed. Alasia,
Yeah.
he's still making 13 more roaches. He is not droning whatsoever. We're getting ready for the second wave for the second push. Christianer has survived for now, but ooh, he's supply blocked. Now is not the
No.
time.
Yeah, that is definitely not the time to be supply block. I mean, these oracles are helping a lot, keeping a laser on his side of the map, but there's still a lot more roaches coming, and he needs those Immortals out.
He does need those immortals. The Biles will not be connected. We do see a laser rallying across the map here with Mass Roach. Again, a laser has still refused to drone, still stuck on 65 workers. Christianer does have the better economy. Once again, another supply block. 5 more pylons on the way. This is still not the time as we do counteract. We do rotate around behind the army, slipping into the natural.
Yeah, the roaches go straight into the natural, avoid the main army completely as it was a bit distracted. Another small part of Alase's army will be trying to deal damage to this third base, and now Christian has to split, and yeah, this will be very rough to calculate.
It is going to be really rough here. Roaches, they're in the main base. They're in the natural. Big storm here at the natural base. Meanwhile, we warping defensively. Had a defensive cannon in the main as well. A laser with this massive Roach counterattack, he gets almost nothing done.
True. Once again, Christiane was prepared with the static defense, and the natural attack has gotten cleaned up as well. The third base seems to be fine. Like he left just enough army to fend off the attack, and a laser is preparing wave after wave, but Christiane is just fending him off.
Yeah, this is looking more and more dire for a laser. Biles not quite going to be connected. We do see a secondary army pushing in once again towards our natural. This time we're in position. We have Immortals. We have Storms available as well. Christiano is ready for this. We do see a laser going for a surround.
Yeah, Christiane has to be careful not to get surrounded there, but he moves back to the position. The shield battery is out of energy, so we will need an overcharge if we want to use it, but I don't know if we even need it.
Yeah, we don't even need the overcharge. GG gets called. The all-in has failed, and Christiana will take a lead.
GG, a really strong play there from Christian. Like, very defensive play, but I mean, very solid.
GG, well played. Very nicely done here by Christiana. Again, fun fact, that cannon in the main, I'm pretty sure that was in position for the Ling drop. I don't know if you remember, but earlier
true.
tonight, we had a laser go for a similar all-in, where he went for a Ling drop into the main and a Ling drop into the natural. That has been a very trendy build as of late, and I'm pretty sure Christiana was expecting that, so that's why there was a cannon in the main, and there was no Ling drop. Didn't really work out too well initially, but thankfully, when the Roaches came in, it was there to defend, it was there to hold on. Did work out quite well for Christiana.
Yeah, it's really nice there. I mean, Christiana showed that like he's willing to put the defense there. Like, it helped versus Mutas previously. It helped versus the Roach round by now. Like, he's been very solid defensively.
Oh yeah, he really has been, and a laser gets punished for testing that defense of Christiana. With that, Christiana takes a lead, but as a reminder, it's still best of 7. Still best of 7, still plenty of games ahead of us. I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of a back and forth here, but this is going to be a wild one. We're loading into one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool, Dynasty. Here we go. We are loading in. Again, there's plenty to talk about when it comes to this map, but for now, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have our blue Polish Protoss player leading the series 2-1, looking to extend that lead. Representing Starlight Twinkle, it is Christiana.
And in the bottom left corner of Dynasty, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Wicked, and currently down in the series, it is a laser.
I hope you played the fanfare.
Beautiful intro. Perfect. A+.
a laser. He tried to go for the gold. The gold was denied, by the way, as Cristiano was in position. I was about to say that it is very common nowadays, if we ever see a ZVP on Dynasty, for the Zerg player to rush into this gold on this side of the wall, to rush into the Richesse and Gas Geyser to make sure he takes control of the gold base and to go for an all-in. But already, Cristiano denies that.
Christian just knows. Just knows.
Yeah.
He has seen through a laser. He knows exactly what he's gonna go for.
That's the problem, is that taking the goal base here is so common nowadays. It happens almost every single ZVP, just because this map is usually vetoed, and the only reason why it's here is because it's the best of 7, so we have limited vetoes available. And yeah, Laser just playing a little bit too obvious and is forced into a more natural expansion, and Cristiano can take advantage of the gold.
Oh yeah, that he will, and you know, he has that safe base ready, safe from any link ground buys early on, and he will keep this probe here as well, just to make sure that the laser is not trying anything else.
I see in the chat, my life isn't complete without the horn. Watching Dallas, I played it in my head. I do the same thing. Fun fact:
Same.
whenever I watch like GSL, whenever I watch DreamHack, whenever I watch another StarCraft stream, and they introduce the players, it feels wrong to not have the
does.
fanfare. Like it feels like there's something missing in my life whenever there's not a fanfare.
Yeah, I agree. Like, we're just so used to it. It just has to be there.
Yeah, it got to the point when I co-stream DreamHack, I open up casting tool just so I can play the horn whenever
Nice.
the fanfare whenever they introduce the players.
Oh, on that note, fun fact for the people who are in our Discord server, we actually added the fanfare to the soundboard just so we can use it for occasions like that.
Yeah, there you go. True. So with that, we're going to be settling into our game. We are going to be settling in, and we'll see how this does turn out. Again, Cristiano has a big lead. One of the big reasons why this map is vetoed is because Protoss players can take this gold, and Zerg players can't really punish this too easily.
Yeah, there's not really an easy path into this base, so the Protoss will definitely be taking advantage of these gold minerals, but we'll see how that pays off for him. I mean, Laser will also have access to it, but as a third base, not as a second, so a bit later than that.
Yeah, so the thing is that Zerg players can't take this as a natural on this side of the wall, just because that first and second adept, they can just shade
Yeah,
in and just
exactly.
deny mining. They can just sit here and just deny mining over and over again, and it's just a brutal position for the Zerg player. That's why a laser is taken as a third instead. Speaking of, the adepts do shade in, and we don't quite get a lot of drones, but we do deny quite an amount of mining time.
Yeah, there is a lot of money down. Oh, but the drones are coming back a bit too early, almost losing some, but in the end the adepts shade into the main base, and it looks like they will be picking some up.
Oh my god, 3 drones going to be going down. Can we get a 4th drone? It's close, and we do barely get it with the final shot. 4 drones for 2 adepts. That is a better trade for Cristiano.
Yeah, it was really close as well, and I mean, it's not just the drones, it's also the lost mining time as the laser was dodging the shots, and now the Oracle is trying to get in, but this one won't find any damage yet.
Yeah, the first Oracle has arrived. I believe we have... Oh, interesting. I was going to say second Oracle. That is not true. We skipped the third and we skipped the second Oracle. We're going very quickly into a Twilight Council and a Robo.
I mean, it worked before, right? Why not just do it even earlier?
Yeah. We are just kind of speed running our way towards that kind of tech. Oh, the Oracle does take some extra hits, and the goal base is getting up and running. We haven't been able to punish it yet. We could try to go for the stasis on the edge, but now we go for the relation. Just keep an eye on things here as the gateway explosion is upon us. And this looks like it might hit a little bit harder. Okay, there we go. Temple Archives now on the way.
Yeah, I mean, again, I feel like because we know that like Laser is also pretty good at the defensive early game, I feel like maybe Cristiano thought that, like, you know, he's like focusing less on the early harassment, just focusing on that one strong attack that he's so good at, and it will hit that much faster.
It definitely will, and we spoke about Adepts parking here at the gold minerals, and that's exactly what they do. They don't kill anything, but a laser can't mine. A laser, he has to back off, he has to respect these Adepts. I'm loving the stasis trap as well. Ling's going to be coming in from behind. Ling's speed is not quite done yet,
He's
and the
baiting.
stasis is going to be triggered.
Yeah, Laser spotted it at the last second and was able to split some of the Zerglings, but yeah, Cristiano was clearly baiting him straight into the field.
Yeah, did bait him in. Oracle, a Pulsar Beam is activated. Lings are going down. They try to go for the surround, but we have more Adepts on the way to reinforce. Actually going to be the Archon.
Yeah, Yeah, Australia going for the Archon. Interesting choice. There's some Zealots as well to help out. And yeah, this will be a bit of a harassment force going for the bases of a laser here.
Ooh, bit of an overexpansion. One of these Adepts is going to be going down, but the Archon has arrived. And the goal here, the Zealots help support the Archon. The Archon denies mining. That's a big volley going off. The drone's getting very softened up. Ooh, and thankfully we don't get another shot off it up as the Archon is coming back in.
Yeah, there are a lot of queens though, so that Archon also has to be a bit careful about what it's doing. But at the same time, a laser is counter-attacking with the leagues. And I mean, he's forcing a warp in, but that's not enough.
Yeah, he tries to force the warp in. GG gets called. That's a kill on the 4th base. The link run by does nothing. And Cristiano extends his lead, is up 3-1. Whew.
That is crazy. Like, Cristiano has been playing so good today.
GG. I mean, it was a really rough game, and basically, a laser. Again, the initial plan was to rush into the gold, right? To rush into the gold on the other side. You can see here that a longer macro game on Dynasty is very difficult. It's very difficult. You saw we saw that a laser, he lost a lot of workers, and he was denied mining. Any kind of mining at that gold base, just could not mine freely, and what can he do from there? He taps out.
Yeah, very unfortunate day for a laser, but I mean, it's not over yet. It is a best of 7, and we will be loading into next map. It will be Ghost River.
Yeah, and now Cristiano finds himself in a position that he's never quite been in. We spoke earlier about how Cristiano, he's been a laser before in best of 3s, right? He's been in plenty of times in best of 3s. But in best of 7s, it's a different story. Last time they played, a laser took it 4-2. A laser was our original H.4.0.S Galactic Battle champion. But now, Cristiano, for the first time, leads 3-1, is 1 game away from becoming our champion. Best in Poland confirmed.
I mean, this is kind of the championship of Poland, right? I mean, there's no other like major tournament like that at the moment. But we'll see. We'll see if he will be able to get something done with that lead, or maybe that pressure will be a bit too much. But for now, he is leading 3-1. It is our blue Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Liquid, down quite heavily in this series. Can we bounce back? Can we extend this series even longer? Personally, I hope so. It is a laser.
Yeah, I mean, this final hasn't been going for too long, and we're already on match point.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we have been breezing through some of these games. Have been very decisive, very quick. I hope that we can get more of a back and forth mid game. I'm hoping for that, but we'll see. As a laser does go for a hatch gas pool, standard opener across the map. Cristiano has an option. Oh my god! No shot! Delaying the spawning pool. Calm down.
Yeah, I mean, Cristiano is getting cheeky now. I mean, look, he has all this like power up of like, you know, being in the lead. He's like hyped. It's just going for it.
Look, that he only delayed it by like 2 seconds, but that is annoying.
That
like
is
a laser.
It's a mental
being
victory.
Forced. It is 100%. To being forced to pull a second drone, having the first one delayed, the second one delayed, having to throw down the third spawning pool. That is so frustrating as a player. So hopefully a laser able to calm down. Likewise, Cristiano has to be very careful. You know, I'm sure there's a smile on his face after doing that, but
there must be like
make sure it doesn't get to you. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, because like when you feel too good and like you just start doing this cheeky stuff, like that's when you slip up.
Oh yeah, 100%. Aye. So yeah, Cristiano being a little bit cheeky, but what I was about to get into is that we're loading in to Ghost River. A very small map, very short rush distance from base to base as well. If we were ever to see something like a Glaive Adept build or a Glaive Adept follow-up, this would be the map for it. For now, it's still a Stargate opener. We'll see if Cristiano deviates away into something different.
I have to say, like, so far, like, there hasn't been much of a deviation from Cristiano. Like, the deviation is basically coming down to, like, how many oracles is he gonna make, but, like, the main composition most of the time is the same.
Yeah, there's been like variations of a charge lot Archon, right? Where we can hit a little bit faster, maybe hit a little bit later, maybe wait for Storm. But as you mentioned, like the overall playstyle is still the same for Cristiano. And I mean, he's finding success, right? Like it's
Yeah.
working out for him so far. Maybe there's no need to be hyper aggressive with Glaive Adepts. Maybe there's no need to shake things up too much. Oh.
Maybe, but for now the Adepts are in the main mineral line. The Zerglings are surrounding them, but 3 drones still fall, maybe even 4.
Oh my god, the Spore is forced out, and can we get one more shot? We can! 4 drones once again for 2 Adepts. A much better trade for Cristiano. A very nice start for him. Same start as the previous game.
Yeah, exactly. And now that first Oracle is coming in, it will see the Zerglings going across the map as well. So that's also a nice bit of information for Cristiano, so he can be ready.
Yep, we do see he's just not quite expanding yet. Interesting. Okay, this is a big moment. He does delay his third. His third is delayed, and we actually throw down the Twilight Council and the Robo before the third Nexus.
Okay, so we're focusing on getting the tech as soon as possible. So once again, it will be some dedicated attack.
And once again, only 1 Oracle. We don't
Yeah.
make the second or the third Oracle, and we're throwing down more gateways. This is going to be a much more committed 2-base play out of Cristiano. He might still expand, or we might just double down and go for a 2-base all-in. Aggression is on the table, though. Cristiano is making use of the map.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know if he's planning to expand. Like, it doesn't look like. I'm sure he's moving out with the Adepts, but maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Prism's on the way. I mean, the Prism's on the way to warping across the map. The Probe is getting in position, so again, it looks like we want to expand, but we did prioritize production. We did prioritize tech, of course, first.
Unless this is a fake third.
It could be a fake third. I don't know. No, we're good. Third base has been thrown down and back across the map. We do have a Roach Warren already on the way, so this is around a 4-minute 30 Roach Warren timing. Pretty safe timing here for a laser, which means he will have Roaches to defend. Meanwhile, the Prism has arrived, and Cristiano is starting off with a bit of harassment. I'm curious, this looks like an Archon drop. Templar Archives is already done. We should be warping in High Templar across the map.
Yeah, just Cristiano just has to find a nice spot for it. As the Zerglings are trying to find the War Prism.
Yeah, again, we're denying any kind of warping across map. Wings are on top of that third base, and we cannot warp in the High Templar. They're so expensive, so crucial. We have to back off, and instead, the High Templar warped in defensively.
Yeah, but it looks like that the War Prism will be able to pick up the Archons eventually. So, I mean, it will be a bit delayed. There are some Roaches already on the way, but it may still do some damage.
Yeah, we can still try to hunt down some Overlords. There we go, the Archons have been revealed. You can see back here we're building up an early Immortal count. We already have 1, soon to be 2, and even 3 Immortals thereafter for Cristiano. Just trying to apply as much pressure as he can.
Indeed he will on this new base, no less. And there are a few Queens here, there are Roaches, but the base has to be cancelled regardless.
Yeah, the base is cancelled, but a little bit of miscontrol. 1 Archon goes down. That was an expensive loss for Cristiano. Again, he could not lift up that Archon as Zealots were in the Prism instead.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate mistake in micro for Cristiano. I mean, he still gets the base, but that Archon is definitely costly.
Yeah, at the same time, Ling's looking to try to catch... Okay, trying to catch the
was
Immortal.
so
We do trigger the
close.
shields, but there is an Oracle to defend, thankfully. Meanwhile, the Archon drop continues, but this time only 1 Archon. So this Overlord is not under too much of a threat, but it's going to go down.
It doesn't quite. Well, I guess it does supply blockade, so just barely. And it will delay the Roaches definitely, as Roaches do take a lot of supply.
They do take a lot of supply. Ling's coming for a counterattack. Oh, nothing quite in position. Probes are going down, so a nice little run by a laser. Only gets 3 probes, but good damage nonetheless.
Yes, nice little bit of damage. At the same time, Cristiano is still trying to get some damage done across the map. He has that Oracle here. I believe that the Warp is still across the map, and I mean, 2 drones fall down, but nothing major.
Yeah, like a bit of a give and take here between our players. Alasia's fourth was cancelled. That's maybe the most substantial thing that has
Yeah.
happened when it comes to harassment here, just because it's so delayed and so late. And Cristiano is still being so active, being a little bit risky, diving very deep into enemy territory. Gets a couple of volleys off, but he has to be very careful with this Prism. Doesn't want to lose it.
Yeah, not gonna lie, this is terrifying with so many quiz around, but like it looks like this Archons is enough to deal with one of them. Ooh, actually loses it.
Yeah, the Archon goes down. This was not worth it. Losing both Archons. Very expensive losses here for Cristiano. And a laser, finally something going his way here in the early game.
Yeah, definitely. And now Laser is pretty safe. He can get back to, you know, what he was trying to get. Try to get more bases, more economy, going to Hive, getting his tech, getting his lurkers. And then, once again, it will be difficult for Cristiano.
Yeah, we're working on that lurker tech at the same time. Prism has arrived, gets eyes on the would-be fifth. We could try and force a cancel on this fifth base. And there we go. Cristiano does take note of it. But we'll see if he's going to be able to get much more done here. He's still building up Immortals back at home. Does dive on the base. And it looks like, oh, we do trigger that Stasis Trap.
Yeah, so the base will not be cancelled. The Zealous will be dealt with. The Warpmist has to escape. And it's still very low on health. It has those shields, but now with Hydras around, it's very risky.
Yeah, the Hydras have been spotted, but the Prism is so low from earlier from that Queen defense, so we have to be very careful with that Warp Prism. Again, we can assume that Lurker production is going to be commencing here for Laser. The Prism, up! Oh my god.
It leaves. Just barely. It leaves.
Barely does survive. At the same time, Cristiano going to be moving out. So is a Laser. Do we commit to the base trade? It looks like we are. We're committing here. We're pushing out across the map, but we have 4 Immortals to defend.
Yeah, that is a lot of Immortals there. But oh, at the same time, we have that base cancelled, so very nicely done for Cristiano. He's trapping the Hydras as well.
Oh, yeah, Storm's catching some of the Hydras, but who catches who? Because here comes a mass surround, and Cristiano, there's no way out of this.
I mean, there's no way out unless you just walk away with the Immortals, as they are dishing out a lot of damage on this Egg army.
It did cost us all the High Templar.
True.
Every High Templar did go down, but the Immortals have barely survived, but we need more support. We need some Zealots here as another Immortal gets picked up.
Yeah, those Immortals are getting a bit low, and that is a bit risky, but at the same time we have a Zealot Rambai, also nice little bit of damage.
Yeah, in the end, a Laser, he took a better trade, and now here come the Lurker production. Now, thankfully, the Immortal count has been preserved, but we do need to buy time here for the NG on these High Templar, on the Storm. 7 Lurkers on the way. A Laser is maxed out, and a Laser is pushing.
Yeah, Cristiano is on the timer. This army of the Zerg is getting ready for a big surround, and I don't know if Cristiano has enough to split this army.
Yeah, we'll see if he can as we are pushing on the right-hand side. Once again, we have Immortals getting caught out. They need some support. Immortals are going down one after the other. Lurkers have sieged up. We do have a couple of Storms, but already a good start for a Laser.
Yeah, the Storms are not enough to defeat this army, but now we have reinforcement, but it's just not enough. A Laser takes another point.
GG, well played. A Laser is going to be fighting back in this series. It was a shaky early game for Cristiano. Again, he lost his Archons. He overextended with some of his army as well. Like, it was a bit of a shaky mid-game for Cristiano.
Yeah, very unfortunate there, especially after previous games, like where he was just playing so well, like everything was so crisp, and like this game, it just didn't quite go according to his plan. Maybe it was like that overconfidence. Maybe he was a bit too bold. I mean, he did fly that Warpriest straight into the enemy territory.
Yeah. It's very possible here. Very possible as we are getting ready for our next game. Cristiano still has a lead, but if a Laser wins this game, we could see an ace match. We could go all the way to game 7.
We definitely could. So I guess a lot will depend on what we see this game.
We shall see as we are settling in. Again, our next game is going to be on Alcyone, one of the more standard maps in the map pool. We had a really chaotic couple of games on Dynasty, on Ghost River, but now we're calming things down with a much larger, more macro map. And here we go. Again, Laser needs to win this game to force the ace match. Meanwhile, Cristiano is still on match point. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team Liquid, fighting back, putting a point on the board, and one step closer to forcing that ace match. It is a laser.
And across the map, we have our blue Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle, and still on match point. It is Cristiano.
And Cristiano so quick to send out his probe and block the gold base. As we can see, a laser is not going for the gold. He's going for a much more standard base timing, but Cristiano just a little bit paranoid, wants to make sure that a laser isn't too cheeky on him.
Or do you think this was a mind game? Do you think Cristiano expected a laser to go for the goal, and the laser is like, you know what? You do this every time. I'm just not gonna do it.
I mean, it happened earlier in this series. It happened on Dynasty, if you remember. So, yeah, laser. This time he doesn't fall for it. This time just going for a much more standard base location, and Cristiano will confirm.
Yeah, he does confirm with that probe. He will scout the main base as well, so he is sure that nothing cheeky is going on. He's not able to block that spawning pool this time.
Yeah, this time it's thrown down at a much more standard timing, standard location. So, yeah, just a hatch gas pool here from a laser. Meanwhile, Cristiano just going for his gate expand into Cybercore. Because we're loading into a larger map, I don't expect Cristiano to skip the second Oracle this time. Again, it was just a way to be a little bit more active earlier on some of these smaller maps. On a larger one, not sure if that's the direction we want to be taking this.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, 2 oracles are always nice to have. The third one we will see, but 2 oracles are always nice for harassment, as are the 2 adepts that are usually coming together.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see Cristiano be a little bit more comfortable in this game. It's going to be a little bit less tense as well. Like, the scary thing about Ghost River is because if a fight goes a little bit poorly, very quickly your opponent will push and counterattack and be in your bases already. So you have very little time to react. A little bit more time here on Alcyone, especially with the Zelnaga. You have control of it. You can spot any kind of move out that much faster.
Yeah, definitely. But for now, we will just be gearing up for the game. That Stargate is halfway done. The probe is still going around, trying to get as much information as it can while being chased.
Yeah, is able to confirm the third base, backs off or is forced back by those Lings. Adept has arrived, and as you mentioned, it's going to be a Stargate opener into Oracle. Again, we haven't really deviated too much from this. It's always been a Stargate first, always at least been one Oracle. So Cristiano, he just does stick with it, and is going to be getting into the early game.
At least. He confirms once again that third base with the Adept. He checks on the Natural as well, and for now he just has to wait for the reinforcements.
He's racing back home. He keeps the second Adept at home as well, so we're taking a more defensive stance this time, as the first Oracle is now in production. Interesting. That is a Twilight Council before the third base.
Yeah, so similarly to previous game, we're focusing on the tech before we go for the third base. Maybe once again we will try some aggression. I just hope it goes I hope it doesn't dive as much as he did last game.
This looks like Glaives. This
Okay.
looks like Glaive Adepts
True.
for the first time this series. There's no Forge, there's no Robo, there's no further tech here. This could either be Glaives, it could even be Blink. There's a hero build where he rushes into Blink very quickly and turns it into an 8-gate all-in. So I'm curious which one it's going to be.
Yeah, we'll see. It would be interesting to see a completely different build from Cristiano this time, and
There
it
it
is
is.
Glaives indeed.
Unfortunately for Cristiano, we scout a laser. He dives into the main base. There is nothing to deny the scout. There is no stalker in position. This is a big moment for a laser, and we should be throwing down a much earlier Roach Warren.
We'll see if that is the direction that the laser wants to go. I mean, he did scout what's happening, and yes, the Roach Warren is now down, but at the same time, the drones are being chased around by the Oracle.
Yeah, 2 drone kills is pretty good, but this is a 4-minute 20 Roach Warren timing. Nice. It is far faster. It is designed to keep us safe against those Glaive Adepts, and I mean, he's seen everything. The chances of this doing damage is that much lower. Cristiano took a risk, but he just was unable to deny the scout.
Right, 420 is not nice. Wrong number.
What is it? What is it?
I don't know. Praise the sun.
Explain. But here we go. We do have our Adepts shading in behind the mineral line. Not a bad position here for Cristiano. Getting a little bit trapped on the Queen, but drones are getting picked up.
Yeah, they are, and this Queen is even in danger. With this many Adepts, it may be going down, or at least a lot of transfusers have to be wasted on it.
Yeah, 4 drones go down for now. We have additional depths heading towards that third base. Lings are amassing. Roaches are on the way. Glaive's not yet kicking in. And we even shade in towards the main base drones. We're losing and bleeding out quite a lot of them.
Yeah, Christian has split his adepts quite well. 9 drones are falling down, but now the adepts are starting to get cleaned up and roaches are coming out.
Yeah, with the arrival of these roaches, we should be okay. It's been impressive what Cristiano did, especially considering he did a lot of that even without glaives. That was 9 drones falling. But now we have a more secure army. We have Lings, we have roaches able to keep up with the movement of Cristiano.
And Cristiano realizes that he moves back, he starts working on his immortals, and he will be back with another attack.
Yeah, so Cristiano retreats. I mean, he did a decent amount of damage. He was hoping for more. Again, this was a big investment. The other big thing about this build from Cristiano is because of the Glaive Adepts, we delay the Forge, we delay +1, we delay Charge, we delay Archon production. A lot of tech was delayed here in favor of this, which is why it did need to do a little bit more.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that he didn't quite get there. At the same time, Laser now has more space. He has defended the adepts. He has the space to expand to this gold base finally, and he will probably once again go into lurkers.
Yeah, we have the gold on the way. Every gas is being taken. We have the lair finishing up, and this should be, as you mentioned, into an infestation pit, into hydras, into lurkers, I imagine. Meanwhile, Cristiano, it looks like he's going for an earlier push. That is a prism on the way, and we're getting to double road production. No forge, no upgrades. This looks like the beginning of a 3-base all-in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he didn't get the tech earlier. Might as well just not get it and just focus on the adepts. He already has them upgraded. He already has the production for the immortals. Might as well just try what he can do with this.
Yeah, it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing here for Cristiano. A mass amount of Glaive Adepts. We have Immortals as well. And if a laser droned up too much, he'd be in trouble. But a laser didn't. He droned up to 67. That's 3-base saturation. He did not overdrone.
Yeah, and more roaches are on the way, as well as Ravagers. The upgrades are being worked on as well, so they should be ready soon. But for now, we have all these adepts around the bases.
Yeah, we do have a lot of Adepts. Meanwhile, back at home, Ling Runby is going to be shut down. Defensive Adepts going to be able to shut that down. Meanwhile, in the natural, we do shade in, and drones are getting picked up.
Yeah, 5-6 drones going down. That's actually a lot of damage for only 2 adepts, but that's not even the main army. The main army is still at the base of Cristiano.
And we're still not done. We shade into the main and we focus on even more workers. 10, 11, almost 12 workers going to be going down. And Cristiano does back off. He doesn't commit. After he saw the army, he's like, okay, I want none of that. I cannot break this. I don't want to risk it. And he does end up retreating. And now we expand and take extra gases.
Yeah, I mean, once again, we talked about it before. It's a very, very like wise choice from Cristiano. Like he sees what the army is that he's about to face, and he decides, you know what, I'm not ready to do this.
Yeah, and because he backed off, a laser's droning. A laser's droning up. A laser's saturating his bases here. I mean, he has to drone up to make up for his losses. He's lost a lot of workers, which means now would not be a bad time to move out. And here we go. Cristiano is coming back in, this time with a stronger force.
Yeah, there's definitely a formidable force, but there are also a lot of roaches and ravagers to face it, and we see just how they can do so.
Yeah, Cristiano has spotted the main army. He has to be very careful with how he engages. We have more reinforcements on the way. More depths coming in as well. Biles will not be connecting, and we zone away the army. We go for the gold. We deny any kind of mining there.
Yeah, no mining at that gold base, and the bias still not connecting. Nice dodges there from Cristiano, and he just marches forward. The army of Elaser is a bit split.
Yeah, he's just brute forcing his way through. Again, the army has to give way to the massive immortal. How many immortals do we have? We have 8 immortals with this army. Roaches, how do they deal with this?
Oh, the adepts, they're covering the roaches. They go right on top of them and just go to town.
Yeah, we shade on top of the roaches. Boys are being pulled on top of the immortals. Not a bad moment here for a laser with that surround. Adepts are pulling one after the other, but the immortal army is breaking through. We clean up every single drone, and now we're going ham on the roaches.
Yeah, the warp is helps save the wounded immortals as well. There are still some adepts left over, and yeah, the army of laser is going down.
GG gets called. Cristiano, he has far too much. He overwhelms, goes for the 3-base all-in, and Cristiano will be the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle #2 champion.
GG. That was really nicely done by Cristiano. He actually takes down a laser in this finals in a best of 7, and he is the champion of the entire tournament.
GG, well played. We have a new champion here. Laser was the reigning champion. He was the original House Galactic Battle winner here, but alas, now it is a new era. It's the era of Protoss. Cristiano not just beating Laser once, beating him twice in the same tournament.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Cristiano. I mean, again, it was looking pretty good for a laser, but in the end, like, Cristiano just picked the right moment when to back off, the right moment when to attack, and he was able to just take over the army.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, especially in that final game, right? I think that really does showcase that quite well. The fact that Cristiano initially his glaive adepts were scouted, so I was doubting how much damage it would get done. They got 9 drone kills, which was pretty impressive. Despite being scouted, we saw that Cristiano was able to hit before too many roaches really did amass. And when it came to the follow-up Immortal All-In, he did respect the army of a laser quite a lot there. He understood that he couldn't quite break him, but he was able to sneak in with some adepts. If you remember, that was when the 2 adepts went to town and got 11 drone kills as well. So really nice attention to detail there by Cristiano.
Yeah, that was also really good. Laser was so focused on the front that like he just let those 2 adepts slip by, and they took so much damage. Or did damage, I guess.
Yeah, the economy was so crippled, and sure, Laser was taking the gold as his 4th, but if you remember, because of the position of that gold base, when Cristiano pushed in, as he was pushing, he was also denying mining. He was also killing workers and denying that gold base entirely. So really, Laser got knocked down to a 3-base economy, and because he was so committed to roaches, he was not ready for the mass immortal. That was 8 immortals with that 3-base all-in. That was an insane immortal count, and against mass roach, it was ideal.
Yeah, and I mean, the adepts did pretty well in that army as well. Like, they were there to support the immortals. Like, he just shaded right on top of that entire roach army. Like, that was a beautiful ending to that game.
100%. He was able to lock down that army, lock it down, and there was a decent moment when Alasia pulled the boys, because ideally you have the adepts protecting the immortals, but they came in from behind, they got on top of the immortals, they were helping a little bit, but by that point it was too late. It was too little, too late. Cristiano did snowball out of control, and we have a new champion. We have a new best player in Poland? Question mark? I mean, I know that Spirit wasn't here, but Cristiano beat Spirit last time. Just saying.
Yeah,
he did beat him last time, so just because Spirit wasn't here doesn't mean that Spirit could have stopped it from happening.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, crazy result for Cristiano as well. Like, he's been getting better and better lately, and clearly he's ready to take the best.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, really, we saw this coming ahead of time. Do you know who is the Sparkling Tuna?
True.
Do you know, we've been hosting this event for so long, and the player with the most Sparkling Tuna Cup championships is Cristiano. This year, he's been winning. He's won the majority of these tournaments, of our weekly tournaments, and
I mean,
he's been
look,
popping up.
We may be laughing like, oh, it's our tournaments, but like, those are weekly tournaments, so that the tournaments that those players play regularly, and you can really like compare them to like the other regular competitors, and you can see them like just getting better and better week by week, and you see that progression, and clearly Cristiano is currently on the rise, and he is getting there.
Yeah, because he's been active in our online tournaments, we've seen his rise coming ahead of time, and bringing down a laser here is impressive. Is again something that I was still favoring a laser coming into the series as well, but I believe that we could force a back and forth. For Cristiano to win here is still very impressive, and yeah, GG, well played. Cristiano has been improving a lot recently, and to bring down players like Wayne and bring down players like Raynor and a laser, his PvZ is becoming terrifying.
Oh, definitely. And I guess we may be seeing more of him in the major tournaments soon enough.
Yeah, definitely. We're still waiting for that to be reflected in events like DreamHack, right? In the DreamHack regionals as well. But Cristiano has definitely been on the rise, and is definitely a player to keep an eye on when it comes to these other big major events. We for a long time, I always said that the thing with Cristiano is we have to wait for him to be consistent, right? He's been taking down and taking names and taking maps all year. All year this has been happening, but for him to perform this well at this event, this could be the beginning. This could be a sign here that maybe he's reached that level where he can more and more consistently take down some of the best in Europe and some of the best in the world.
I definitely wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Like, that could very well be like the stepping stone, like, you know, to greater highs.
Yeah, definitely could be. Only time will tell. And again, we're going to be keeping an eye on him. Speaking of Sparkling Tuna Cup, we do have a Sparkling Tuna Cup tomorrow. For those that are curious, what the hell are they talking about? It's a weekly online tournament that we host here on the CranKy Ducklings. Christiana is a regular. Nightmare, Geralt, Wayne, Nicaract, a lot of these big names are regulars in that tournament, and they should be facing off tomorrow.
I mean, I don't know if Christiana will,
14.
but
We'll see. Yeah, true.
he will
He's probably
probably be
gonna be
celebrating.
hungover. he's probably gonna spend the night partying. Not gonna lie, you're not wrong. Not wrong.
I mean, which
You
is
may
fair
have a
enough
wild one.
after winning the entire tournament.
And also as well, we have had hungover players compete in our tournaments before, so
True.
it might not stop him. It might not stop him. Just saying. It's happened before. Shaking my head. But with that, GG, well played. A big win for Cristiano. My condolences to a laser. It was impressive for him to make it to the finals once again, but this time he will not be a back-to-back champion. And it looks like we have some words from Dansky.
Let's go.
Zapraszamy na scenę miejsce numer 3, Geralt. Jeszcze tam masz nagrody. Nagrody w imieniu sponsorów wręcza menadżer Piotrek. Brawo! Dzięki bardzo. Oczywiście w imieniu firmy Infolet wręcza przedstawicielka Martyna. Teraz zapraszam miejsce numer 2, niespodziewane. Laser, zapraszamy. Ogromne brawo. Dziękujemy bardzo. No i tak, można powiedzieć, że klątwa drugiego lana spotkała Lazera. W poprzednim wygrał 4-2, teraz przegrał 2-4. No i zapraszamy zwycięzcę, Krystianer Szczęsny. Krystian! Gratuluję, stary. No, let's go! I daj do góry. Brawo! Krystianer! No i oczywiście wielkie podziękowania dla casterów, których tu nie ma, ale wszyscy ich słyszeli, przepraszam. Z! Ty mówisz, ja będę mówił Z! Dziękujemy bardzo, dziękujemy również menadżerowi Piotrkowi Baru Chaos za udostępnienie lokalu i tak fantastyczną atmosferę. I oczywiście ogromne dzięki dla was, którzy tutaj jesteście, stworzyliście tą atmosferę. Dziękuję wam bardzo, bardzo mocno. O. Dziękuję. Dziękuję bardzo, dzięki. W imieniu swoim i organizatorów, zapraszam was serdecznie na kolejnego lana. 31 sierpnia robimy pożegnanie wakacji razem z StarCraftem. Więc serdecznie zapraszam 31 sierpnia do Chaos Baru na kolejną edycję. Chodźcie wszyscy do zdjęcia grupowego.
And congratulations. Congratulations to our top 3 competitors here, to Geralt, to Laser, and to Christiana as well. Shout out to Kura, of course, Kura, for giving us some rough translations in the chat as to what was being said. And apparently, they have just announced the next LAN in only a couple of months. The last LAN was in January. Here we are in June. And now, in August, we have another LAN.
Yeah, the Danskik exactly called it the what is it called? The goodbye to summer with StarCraft.
Raz, halo,
There you
halo.
go.
Oh, hold on, it's
Mam
back.
ogromną prośbę, jeszcze troszeczkę w tamtą stronę się cofniemy, mała zmiana planów, to jest żywioł.
Oh, never mind, they're just arranging the photo.
Fair enough. Yeah, for those wondering, they're taking a big audience photo, or like a group photo with like the competitors and the audience and the people. So they're taking a photo off screen.
Why is
I
it not
guess.
on stream?
It should be on stream.
It should be on
I
stream.
just shaking my head. But yeah, apparently there's another one at the very end of August, which feels a little bit soon. It does mean that we're gonna have less House Open Cups to seed players.
mean-
So that means that every House Open Cup is gonna be a little bit more important than the last.
To be fair, I mean, he didn't announce if it would be the same system as this house tournaments. It's
True,
like, because for these tournaments you had like the open cups leading up to it, but maybe this will be just like more of a separate LAN event kind of thing, or maybe something else entirely, maybe like a qualifiers, like who knows.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on the format for that tournament, as it looks like the stream has gone offline.
Just cut the stream.
They
done.
just cut the stream. But again, congratulations, Cristiano. A momentous occasion for him. A big win for Cristiano. He has been on the rise for the entire year, winning online tournament after online tournament, finally getting a big win offline, claiming the #1 spot in all of Poland. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of doubters out there that are going to be saying, what about Spirit, right?
Mhm.
Spirit was not here. Spirit was busy elsewhere. It was his mother's birthday. He was out celebrating with his family. Unfortunately, he could not take part in this event. And maybe that's why the next LAN is so soon. Maybe we're going to put that doubt to
Oh.
rest. We're going to be coming into that, and I'm sure they're going to be making sure that Spirit will be there alongside Elaser, alongside Geralt, alongside Cristiano to do this all again, to make sure everyone is there to determine and confirm the best in Poland.
I mean, I'm just gonna say, like, previous LAN, like, Laser has beaten Cristiano, also in a rematch, so it was also close. And this time, Cristiano was able to overpower him. So, like, who knows what happens next time if he faces Spirit?
Yeah. You know, maybe we get full balance, right? In the first one of the year, we had a Laser. Second one, Cristiano. Maybe Terran. Maybe we get a Terran champion with Spirit instead, and we get one of each race for the year
That's
of
also
2024. It's possible. Or Geralt could come out of left field. Papi could come out of left field as well and win roll
Imagine
instead.
Papi just swipes everyone.
Yeah. Look, I'm not ruling it out.
Look, no,
Regardless.
actually, it's gonna be Rodzin because nobody would expect it.
There, Rodzin gonna come out. So Stockstar is gonna cheese the hell out of everyone, and he's gonna be the champion. It's possible.
That would be fun.
Regardless, hope you all enjoyed yourselves in the chat. Of course, we will be there for the next Galactic Battle. As it was mentioned, it will be in August, so we're going to be there to bring it to you live here in the English language. So if you enjoyed the casting, if you want some more StarCraft content, then consider following us here on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. Follow us on Twitch as well. We are live every single day with StarCraft content. But we missed out on something today. There was a
We did.
tournament a couple of hours ago, World Team League. World Team League was live, and we did miss it because we casted this all day. It was Jesus, how many hours? 12 hours. Yeah, we made it. Or just under 12 hours we've been live here on the channel. We did cut the stream halfway through, but 12-hour cast nonetheless. And we missed out on WTL because it was happening at the same time. So we will be catching up we're going to be catching up with World Team League in a couple of days, and day 3 of World Team League is tomorrow. We will be casting that live. We'll be casting World Team League live tomorrow. We're also going to be casting Sparkling Tuna Cup live tomorrow as well in how many hours? Like 13 hours ish? 13-ish hours? 12 and a half?
Yeah, like 12 and a half.
Yeah, okay. Mark your calendars. 12 and a half hours time. We're going to be live here once again with Sparkling Tuna Cup. If Cristiano is there, there's a high chance he's going to be hungover.
Oh my god.
So if you want to see some Cristiano hungover gameplay, we got you covered in the Sparkling Tuna Cup.
Yeah, and if you want to take part in Sparkling Tuna Cup, as a reminder, this is a weekly tournament open to everyone. So no matter what your level is, you can participate. You can try your best, and I mean, who knows? You may just get the random participant prize, which is $5 for just someone who signs up and plays their series.
Yeah, a lot of benefits there if you want to tune in to Sparkling Tuna Cup tomorrow. Again, World Team League is going to be right after Sparkling Tuna Cup, so back-to-back broadcasts, 2 events in a row. We have ESL Open Cup Asia on Monday. We have ESL Open Cup Americas on Tuesday. We have the KSL replay cast. We got the WTL replay cast. We got we got Home Story Cup in 2 weeks. Again, big events going on. A lot of StarCraft all around the channel. So again, consider following to keep up to date with that. Otherwise, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for watching. We do appreciate it. Kuro, thank you for joining me. I know you haven't been casting too much recently, but thank you. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me. I mean, I have been casting a little bit more lately, as I did cast amateur tournaments, but it's been a while since I've been on the cast for a Polish tournament, so it was good to see how the community is doing.
Yeah, it's not a Polski tournament without the Polski caster.
Yeah.
As with that, thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for the support. Shout out to Kashim, shout out to Indy, shout out to Zed, shout out to Danskik, shout out to all the people that made this event happen as well. The VODs are instantly available over on YouTube if you're interested. VODs are on YouTube, VODs are on Twitch. You can check them out. Kuro, do you have anything you want to say before we head off for the night? It is 6:30 a.m. in the morning here.
Okay. Very, very quick PSA. If there are Polish people in the chat, tomorrow we vote. That's all.
There you go. There you go. Make sure you get that voting in if you're in Poland. Otherwise, thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you for the support. We'll see you guys tomorrow for Sparkling Tuna Cup. Until then, gracias, hasta luego, siema. We'll see you next time.
Bye.